Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. It is the penultimate, episode of Endwalker, our second last foray into Endwalker. And as we've done a couple of times now, once we start getting towards the end of an expansion, once we start getting ready to wrap up things, we have a very particular task today. And that is not playing a video game, but reading some books. Kinda. It's the story day. It is Lodestone Story Day, which also includes some new stories from the second book. They've released a second physical book, and like the first physical book, it has some bonus stories. It turns out Endwalker is big. Endwalker alone has so many stories that we're reading today. So normally on the website, you'd go onto the page that has all the stories, and if I just go there now, if I click on that now, I've clicked the wrong button. But like, if we have a look at the previous ones, it's just like, oh, here's the Tales from the Calamity. It's here's Tales from the Dragonsong War for Heavenswood, Tales from the Storm for Stormblood, and Tales from the Shadows for Shadowbringers. Not for Endwalker. Not for Endwalker. As a slight little showing for Endwalker. Before we get the proper setup. We have Tales from the Twilight, which I believe is like the start of it. And then there's Tales from the Dawn, which is somehow not Dawn Trail. And then there's Tales Under the New Moon. This is 10th anniversary. So this kind of like is a big part of why it's so big. But, yes. We have 3 sections of stuff, plus more from the book. We have 20 stories in total that we're reading right now. We have 20 in total that we're reading. Yeah, there's 18 in the Lodestone. So those first 2 sections, I think the other ones were, like, usually around 8 stories. Those first 2 sections of the Twilight and the Dawn, those are 5 each. Then there's the 10th anniversary stuff, which brings another 8. However, one of those is Dawn Trail. One of the very last one is apparently Dawn Trail, so we're not reading that today. So we get 7. And then we have the ones that came from the new book, which there's another 4, but again, one of them is Dawn Trail, so it's 3. So in total, we have 20 stories. Which is a lot. I am planning on doing this over the course of 2 streams, 10 stories each stream. We'll see how that goes. Honestly, even 10 stories in 1 stream is a lot. From memory of these, this is nothing but straight reading. It is the type of thing where it is very sore on my voice, but also just like reading that many words constantly without visual stimulus, like make brain go funny. So we have a lot. I'm very excited. I do love these short stories. I love the short stories a lot. I like how they expand on the world. I like that stuff that we've written short stories before has been like directly relevant to things in the game. Endwalker specifically, but also parts of Shadowbringers is like bringing in more of the side stories into like the actual game and like referencing them in game. Which is really nice and obviously very, very appreciated. So yeah, we're gonna do the same thing that we normally do to keep the, you know, immersion going and to keep the audio aspect of the stream a bit more interesting. We're going back to my house! Which, hey, look, I have a house and it's snowy because it's still starlight. For Deku watching this, and possibly Kona, I don't know where Kona lives. It is actually Christmas Day. It is actually the end of Christmas Day, whereas to me it's about halfway through Boxing Day. Look, it's my house. I'm pretty sure I've shown this off, but look. They've added in with the stargazing deck. I can now finally get on top of my house. It's 26 for you, there we go. There we go. I can finally get onto the top of my house. Yeah. Oh, 1 AM. Okay, so just bit. So, almost not Christmas means it was almost not Christmas. Just past Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. I'm pretty sure I've shown off my house recently because we got the portraits. We got the portraits of the... Hey, Atisha! Hello. We got the portraits of the Scions down here. we have the Ashola and Graha pictures down here. So I'm pretty sure I've shown this off since. I'm pretty sure I've shown this off recently. No massive major changes. Like, I now have this. I got this from Deco. That's a gift from Deco. There's not much extra that I've like done to the place. I'm pretty sure the last time I came here and I showed it off, I had the seats done properly here. Where you can now actually sit at the bar. Because I remember for one of these streams, but I think specifically one of the Lodestone Story streams, this was just a pile of books in the middle of the place. We have now fixed that. What top are you wearing? Oh, I know this one. No, I know. You wear it in colors where I end up not recognizing what it is. No, this is level 80 Scholar Gear. This is what I was... Actually, no, sorry, level 70. This is level 70. No. 80. This is level 8... Yeah, 80. This is level 80 Scholar Gear. Put on the Ultimate Thule theme. They'll have... I assume Deku knows the order. It'll be like a song selection per like, when it's appropriate. Like Ultimate Thule for like a story that's based on Ultimate Thule. But, yeah. Our teacher wears stuff in colors where I don't recognize the outfit immediately. I was wearing this on my Scholar until I got my level 90. Actually, we should probably go Scholar for this. We're doing reading, right? We're doing reading. I should probably... I can dress as a Scholar as well while we're doing this. I am here to read. So let us sit here and read. So we can sit down in our chair. We can be thanked by our lovely merchant, our lovely maidservant over here. And I can do this now. I thought you could do this while Can you not do this while sitting down? Why can't you study while sitting down? Why can't you study while sitting down? That seems really silly. You don't do two special emotes at the same time. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I bought online. Not online. I bought on the market board the read emote. It's all hard to get. It's just a Skyrise thing. Like, you just need Skybuilder script. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's just I already grinded Skybuilder script recently for the Picto pants that I now wear. So I bought this, and I thought I would be able to have my character just study while doing this, while sitting down. But apparently, you can't do that. So I have to choose between either sitting down or reading. Ooh. Ooh. Well, if I do it this way, if I just do it this way, if I just tell my character to read and I'm really quick on the draw here, it'll look like they're reading when we go into it. Oh, shit. The coughing already is a great sign. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ah. I have something wrong with my chest at the moment, or my throat. I'm pretty sure. Just like, ever since I was like sick that one time, and I've like been coughing since, like it's not gone away. I'm pretty sure there's something more serious. I do appreciate that does actually tell you like which ones it should go up to. Like it does tell you Dragon Song's 3.3, Storm was 4.4, then 5.3, then 5.5, 6.0, 7.0, and 7.3. I do appreciate that it's like, hey, by the way, this is when you should read these things. These should be the moments that you read these things. But yes, so we're starting with Tales from the Twilight. This is where we start. We'll go F11 to make it look pretty. And then we zoom in so we can see things more better for the full screen. I fixed my spoiler tag because it's been irritating me for a long time on... It's always at the wrong spot on this one. There we go. There we go. For some reason, the spoiler tag, I have not adjusted it on this one to actually be there. But anyways, we have reading. We have a hell of a lot of reading to get ready for. Yeah, biting my lips. I'm scared. I'm scared. Both because of crying, but also just like my voice is already like... The Doman music has started. The Doman music has started. Try to turn it down a little bit, because I'm just talking. Turn that volume a little bit. Make it sound nice and better. Totally not editing this in after the fact, but in the short story book that they've released, the second volume of these short stories that they've released, there's actually a foreword, intro, prologue to the stories of the book as a whole. So, given that's like it's not like a story, it's like a one-page forward. So let us read that now before we get into the stories, and totally not after I've already read a couple of them and I'm editing this in after the fact. Deku, shout out to Deku, who has gone to the effort of purchasing the book and scanning this for me to read. Thank you, Deku. I will buy the book when I have the funds for this, so there is that. But for the time being, thank you, Deku, for scanning all of the books that we will be reading today for the stuff that is book exclusive. To you who have made the journey to the iridescent waters of the ethereal sea, I bid you welcome. Speak softly, my passing neighbor, for here abide we who have shed our mortal burden and attained a measure of peace. Even were that not so, the coming performance shall feature no actors to deliver dialogue, nor musicians to provide accompaniment. Instead, you shall bear witness to memories unraveling, the works of the living, motes of passion dancing amidst endless tides. Of this spectacle at the threshold of mortal existence, we make a gift to you who are part of the unending cycle. And so, without further ado, let the show begin. There is no bell to ring, I fear, nor curtain to rise. Your eyelids, drawn shut at the brink, I pray you now open and smile. So here we are with our first story. What a coincidence, they put this Elysium free when you were playing. I've owned it for a very, very long time. The first story, The Burden of Duty. Oh, I was expecting it to do that. Bird song and laughter. And they do make it quiet on my end. It's distracting me reading it. Bird song and laughter drifted on the afternoon breeze as the Doman Enclave enjoyed another beautiful day. Yugiri was returning from the Rizaijuku, enjoying the rare pleasure of a leisurely stroll, when the children's commotion brought her to a halt. You're wrong! He got them fighting an Imperial General! Nuh-uh, it was a tiger! It caught him off guard and clawed at his head! Another argument of the origin of the scars on Leon's forehead, and every assertion straying further and further from the truth. You're both wrong! You got them in a duel with the Monkey King! Pitched battle with an auspice was more imaginative than most rumors she had heard, and closest to the truth besides. Still, it was but another flight of fancy. Here could say this with confidence, for she was there that fateful day when Lord Heian received these most distinguishing marks. When she was still a child, still living beneath the waves of the Ruby Sea, Yugiri and the other youths of Suino Sato were forbidden from venturing beyond the safety of the village. Nevertheless, time and again the adventurous among them would sneak past their elders to beyond the wonders of the surface world. They journeyed on to Doma, but what they found was not the proud kingdom of ancient legends. The city proper was a ruin, and black-clad Imperial soldiers marched through its streets. The sight of such misery and destruction was more than the children could bear, and so they ran over root and under branch as fast as their legs would carry them. So determined were they to return home that no one noticed when Nigiri fell behind. Soon she was lost and alone in the dense bamboo groves of Yangsha. But not for long. She entered into a clearing where stood a young boy, who gripped firmly in his hands a wooden sword ill-suited to his small frame. Steady and rhythmic were his swings, and his sweat-soaked garments led her to wonder how long he had been at his task. Yugiri's fear at her unfamiliar surroundings gave way to curiosity, as she mustered the courage to speak. What are you doing? His sword did not waver as he carried on swinging and replied, Training! If I am to fight to protect the ones I love, I must become stronger. But you're only a child. It's not your place to fight, much less protect anyone. The boy stopped at that, and at last regarded the unexpected spectator. I am not a child, he declared. I am Shun Rajin, a samurai of Doma. A samurai's duty is to protect their people. And to do that, he said, and as he assumed his sons, I must train. One day, the young boy would fulfill his duty and bring freedom to his homeland. And though she didn't know it then, Yagiri would be at his side. But today was not that day. And as the skies began to darken, she was reminded of her pressing need to return to her village. With young Shun to guide her, she found her way back to the eastern shore, and shortly thereafter Suinasato. Safe at last. But for how long? It was only a matter of time before the Empire plumbed the depths of the Ruby Sea, and the people of Suinasato would have no hope of withstanding an Imperial assault. Not unless I am prepared to do my part. The very next day, she returned to the surface to join Shun in the bamboo grove, and tried her best to match his movements with a wooden sword of her own. Every day she would sneak away to train with him, and every day the two grew closer. Shun had found a much-needed friend with whom he could share anything, and through their friendship a measure of the childhood that war had denied him. The simple game of Ishikari, she taught him, was enough for Shun to forget the worries of the world, if only for a short while. And when Nigiri explained that the children of Suinasato played such games all the time, she was struck by the awe and envy in his wide eyes. So much has been taken from them. So much have I taken for granted. The skies were clear and the sun was shining when Nigiri arrived at the bamboo grove for another bout of training, only to find Shun sitting quietly, arms folded, brow furrowed. Doma Castle had suffered terrible damage when the Empire invaded and laid siege to it, and having decided to repair and repurpose it, the Guardians had begun conscripting villagers en masse. For a fortnight, the people had been forced to labor without cease. Rest afforded only to those who collapsed from exhaustion. Unable to ignore their plight, Shun had gone to his father, Lord Kayan, the former king of the Imperial Province, and begged him to put an end to the suffering. To stand and fight. You don't know what you ask of me, my son. What you ask of Dom. His father ruled in name only, a puppet of the Empire, and knew well the cost of disobedience. You may think it cowardice or heartlessness to accept this treatment, but I do so that my people endure, that they survive. Should have managed to bite back the anger and kept silent before his father, but there in the grove with Nigiri, he could no longer contain the rising fury nor the bitter tears. I have to help them! I have to! He looked away, trying in vain to hide his face. I am a samurai of Doma. I must fulfill my duty! But Yagiri had no words to comfort him, only her company. And so they sat together in silence and watched the clouds drifting by overhead. After a time, Shun rose to his feet. I'm sorry, Yagiri, but I have to return home. She saw how he trembled still, his fist clenched, and refused to meet her gaze. Don't lie to me. Yagiri followed him, keeping to the shadows, and as she suspected, he did not return to the family estate, but instead along the One River until he reached his true destination, the Swallow's Compass. Built in tribute to Garnet, his forefather and legendary hero who united Doma. The once great mausoleum now sat in disrepair, and the Imperials turned away all who would make pilgrimage there. But few knew the mausoleum grounds better than Shun and his family, and Nigiri watched from a distance as the young samurai stole past the guards, and disappeared through a hidden passage in the wall. As she crept through the dark, moldy corridors, eyes fixed on Shun, the silence was broken by the grinding of metal on metal. The boys scurried into the shadow of a pillar, as Yagiri scrambled to hide behind a nearby gong. No sooner had they concealed themselves than a gargantuan steel-clad figure emerged from the darkness, a shining jewel signifying its heart. A Kiyofusa. The soulless sentry, Shun well knew, was charged with safeguarding the tomb's treasures from would-be robbers. He also knew it did not distinguish between friend or foe, and so he held his breath, hoping to remain undiscovered. Eventually, the Kiyofusa receded back into the dark of the mausoleum, prompting Shun to make his move. Nigiri leapt from her hiding place to pursue him, but in her haste, set the gong in motion, and before she had made it even 5 steps, a thunderous clang filled the air. The ringing of the gong was answered by the rattling of steel as the Kiyofusa made its return, intent on dispatching the intruder. The Guardian was upon her in an instant, its monstrous blade held high. You fool. As it came crashing down, she fell to the ground and shut her eyes to brace for the end. Yuri winced at the sharp screech of sword locking with sword. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shun standing over her, struggling to keep the sentry at bay. Get back! Quickly! Though she was very nearly frozen with terror, Yuri managed to crawl to safety as Shun parried the Kiyofusa's strike. driving its blade to the side. The contrary would not be deterred, however, and dealt a rising stroke that sent Shun tumbling backwards. He managed to deflect the ball at the last moment, and though bruised, believed himself otherwise unharmed, until he felt the warmth flowing from his brow. Kami, give me strength, he muttered. The gun would overpower him ere long, but there was a certain regularity, a predictable pattern to its movements. Shun grant. There was hope yet, provided he could force it to miss a second time. The steel behemoth swung its sword in a wide arc once more, and though the boy thought himself prepared, with deceptive speed the sentry nearly took his head again. But she would not let another cut slow him. The Kyofusa shifted as before to recover from the momentum of its own attack, and seizing the opportunity, he stepped as close as he dared, and with all his strength, drove his blade into its crystalline heart. The jewel shattered, and at once the mountain of metal crashed to the floor, a lifeless heap. A hard-won victory, to be sure, but one he dared not waste time savoring, for it was but one of the mausoleum's many protectors. We have to get out of here, now! Shun whispered as he helped Igiri up, and together they retraced their steps quickly and quietly, never stopping until fresh air once more filled their lungs. Whatever Shun hoped to achieve was forgotten now, a crisscross of fresh scars the only reward for his efforts. I owe you my life, Igiri began, but their respite was short-lived, for they were soon spotted by an Imperial guard making his rounds. Younglings, here! The guard cocked his head, then smiled, though there was no kindness in his eyes. Well, it was worth it, he said as he reached the arm for the sword in his hip. Please, Shun pleaded. She's only here because of me. Spare her, I beg you. The boy got down his hands and knees and pressed his bloody forehead against the dirt. Noble for one so young, I'll grant you that. Still. Yugiri was frozen with fear as the guard drew his blade. Did we escape only death to be armed to meet with another? My, what a piteous scene. The trio turned and saw Gasetsu, honored general, renowned samurai, and faithful retainer of House Vijin, standing some distance away. Lord Kain will be inconsolable when he learns of his son's execution. The guard looked again to the children, squinting at Shun in particular. The blade in his hand was shaking. I have my orders! Anyone caught trespassing in the mausoleum is to be executed! He tightened his grip. No exceptions! A man of duty, I see. But how, pray tell, do you intend to explain that mere children were able to sneak past you undetected? I shudder to think what punishment the Viceroy might impose for such negligence. Igiri saw the blood drain from the soldier's face. Slowly he lowered his sword, then sheathed it. Away with you then. Let no one else see you, he said before resuming his patrol. Such recklessness don't become a Doma's heir, Master Ijin. What if I had not come quickly enough to dissuade the guard? Rising from the ground, Shun could bring himself to look Gasetsu in the eye. Our people need help. I thought if I could find the Monkey King, Gishin Dasheng would indeed prove a formidable ally, if the tales of his prowess are true. Let us suppose your plan had succeeded, and with his aid you saved those being forced to rebuild the castle. What then? Shun opened his mouth to speak, but they both knew he had no answer. I too wish to see our people spared imperial cruelty, but a far crueler fate awaits deserters upon recapture. Will you subject them to that risk? Have they even the resolve to bear it? Shun was trembling now, and the towering samurai knelt and spoke to him gently. Forgive me, Master Ijin, but I mean only to remind you of your father's lesson. That you must understand what you ask of your people, as you ask of Doma. Igiri saw Shun grappling with the truth of the grizzled samurai's words. He asked too much of himself too, she said. Yuri went on to recount Shun's gambit that allowed them to escape the mausoleum relatively unharmed. One of them relatively unharmed. Bravery well beyond your years. Lord Kayan would be proud. And happy to see you delivered home, my lord. In time, Doma Castle was rebuilt, and the conscripts were allowed to return to their villages. But the bamboo grove where two children once played would be abandoned. Bushun was preparing the train to Gasetsu's watchful eye. And we must say our goodbyes. My father was right. For now we must endure. We are not ready to oppose the Empire. Myself most of all. To Yuri's surprise, he allowed himself a wry smile. Someday, I will make Doma a land like Sunosato, where children laugh and no one lives in fear. I swear it. Though there was no telling when that day might come, Yuri couldn't help but share in his hope. And I'll be there when you do. I'll hold you to that. The sound of skittering rooks roused Yuri from the memories. The children had ceased their bickering and they were engaging over Ishikari. For they live not in fear, for they are free. Ah. Have you room for one more? In many ways, you're still a child at heart. Yuri looked up with a smile as Lord Hien added his voice to the chorus of laughter. A child at heart. And a man of your word. It's good to, like, finally get an explanation for why Yagiri is so loyal to Hien. Like, we get the idea of just like, oh yeah, Yagiri is like, feels indebted to Hien because Hien saved her and stuff like that, but to get like the full story behind it. And also like an explanation of why she specifically is gone for like the ninja route compared to the samurai route that Hien does. Because what was her mistake in this moment? It was being spotted. That's where she messed up. She messed up by being spotted in the first place. And that is how Hien got the scars. So now it's a case of, okay, to make sure that doesn't happen again, I'm going to train in stealth and stuff like that. It's cute. That's cute. I like it. She messed up being a ninja, so she should have gone samurai. She completely whiffed the rotation. She forgot to reactivate hide and get the hidden mechanic to get the extra debuff on the enemy with trick attack. She just like completely fucked it up. She just completely fucked it up. Her like Tenchi Jin is drifted by like fucking 20 seconds. It's now outside of the burst window entirely. Just Yagiri, what are you doing? I know it's a weird job to play, but like, come on. If you're gonna main it, you need to like start improving at it. I say all of this because I'm saying it about myself. My hair is doing something bizarre here, and I don't know what the fuck it's doing. I hate my French. I hate my French. That's basically my point. I hate my French. Anyway, story number 2. So how long does each story take? Like 15 minutes? Just trying to like think of like how long of reading is this for like the plan and like how much will my voice be there? Her father's daughter. Yeah. With the peace negotiations at Agumaro around a resounding success. Hey! I know when this is. The long and bitter conflict between the kobolds and the people of Limsa at last drew to a close. It was a joyous occasion that marked what many hoped would be the beginning of a new age of harmony and cooperation. Her duties done for the day, Admiral Moa Blofuswin retired to the command room and, as was her custom, began polishing the 2 muskets that were her constant companions. No sooner had she started than she found herself adrift in bittersweet memories. I mean, she does explicitly talk about having to put down, it was the same gun that she gave to the kobold leader. In 1562 of the Sixth Astral Era, Luminsan merchant vessels were regularly raided by the savage Sahagin, who coveted the crystals housed within. Crystals were the foundation upon which the nation's metalworking industry flourished. And should the supply be interrupted, the furnaces would go dim, and Smithy's forces set their hammers aside. Fortunately, one man had a mind to set rights to this. Blofuswin. Blofus? Son of Blofus? Your father was not creative. Your father was not a creative man. Former captain of the League of Lost Bastards and one of the most dangerous pirates in the realm. While he had yielded his command to his daughter Moab some years ago, he still wielded much influence among his fleet. When he announced a campaign to eliminate the Sahagin threat, Errol answered the call, and his daughter was no exception. And so it was that Moab would plot a course for the Rotano Sea, in hopes of doing her father proud. A chance came one day when her vessel, the Lively, received a distress call via link pearl from a nearby trader. The Orion one was under attack by a Sahagin raiding party, and requested immediate aid. Knowing that time was of the essence, and believing the situation to be within her power to resolve, Moab chose not to alert her father and request reinforcements, and elected instead to hurry to the Orion's aid on her own. The Sahagin enjoyed a natural advantage in battles at sea, owing to Moab's masterful tactics and the unerring aim of her first mate and gunner Lawrence. There's Lawrence. The Lively was more than a match for their foes. In no time, the Sahagin threat was quashed. All that remained was to escort the Orion to port, and her duty would be done. Ultimately, it was not to be. A lone Zargan straggler, scarcely breathing after one of Lauren's bullets had torn through his gut, Marshall remained of his physical strength and spirit and offered a fervent prayer. By the power of the crystals had the Orion told, his desperate plea was given form, and the Lord of the World emerged from the depths. Gazing upon the colossal form of the Leviathan, far larger than any sea serpents, Moab knew the battle was lost. The first thrash of the primal's tail sat on the liveliest keel like a twig, and it would be but a matter of moments until the once proud vessel capsized. Amidst the churning waters, Moab led the fortunate members of the crew who had not been cast overboard the still afloat Orion, where they lay battered and beaten, all but resigned to their fates. Their captains, however, caught sight of a glimmer of hope in the form of several ships headed their way. Father's flotilla. Taking aim at the primal's massive tail, Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief. Moab too was joyed, though she cursed her naivete. The title you may hold, but he is still the true captain. You have much to learn. The battle raged on, the primal and its beastmen thralls claiming countless victims. But in the end, Blorfus and his fleets managed to drive their foe back beneath the depths. It was this day that Lemminson first grasped the sheer power of Leviathan, a deity that could single-handedly sink Limsa's mightiest pirate fleet, and in defeat live to fight another day. Less than a week after battle, with nary a word, Blorfus sailed off onto the horizon with a patchwork crew of men from several ships. The bastards that remains clearly acknowledged Moab's authority as captain. There was no danger of mutiny. But a sense of confusion and unease at her father's unexplained departure permeated the ranks. In the months that followed, the Sahagin attacks on trade vessels grew more frequent and intense. More troubling, however, were the rumors that survivors brought back to port, though the beastmen fought not alone, but with Lemminson vessels at their side. These pirates named themselves the Serpent Reavers. They're like relevant at like the very beginning of it. And you can also like find their outposts like right next to the Sahagin in West Lenosha. And was said to be commanded by none other than the legendary Blorfusson himself. The revelation of their own beloved hero now sailed with their hated foes cast a pall over the city and its people, who began to dread what grim tidings would come next. Under the cover of a moonless night, a single vessel departed from the docks unseen. On its decks stood Merle with a hand-picked group of her most trusted sailors, her grave face unflinching as the chill winds bore down upon them. Words of Blorfus's unholy alliance had seen the bastards fall out of favor with the other pirate bands, and for many to regard them with distrust and suspicion, Merle most of all. They would assume the worst. Yet despite her precautions, she was soon joined by an unwelcome visitor. Hearing footsteps, she turned and found a veritable mountain of a man standing before her. Though the iron mask obscured his face, nevertheless spoke to his identity as none other than Mistbeard, notorious pirate and her father's greatest rival. Come to deliver justice to the turncoat's daughter, I'll wager. You mean to bring him back, do you? Though muffled somewhat by the mask, she sensed a measure of sympathy in the booming voice. No, I mean to kill him. For a long moment, the gargantuan pirate regarded her in silence. And there I was thinking I'd have to knock some sense into you, he said at last. Here, take these. He brought forth 2 muskets to help them out to Moab. Your guns. Yours now, if you'll have them. I'd be a fool to refuse, but why? The sun has all but set on the age of us old buccaneers. Blorfus knew this as well as I. That's why you lead the bastards now. If you've a mind to do your duty, then let me help you see it done. Oh, I have no idea if there was any love lost between Miss Beard and her father. Nevertheless, holding the twin muskets close to her chest as the ship struck out into the black waters, she couldn't help but feel heartened by his words. Just before the first rays of dawn broke across the horizon, Moab's ship came ashore on the small island that the Serpent Reavers were said to have claimed as their hideouts. And indeed, after she had disembarked with a party of axemen and ventured a ways inland, they were set upon by a motley band of pirates and Sahagin sentries. The rumors are all true then. With muskets firmly in hand and a heart of steel, she shot and killed one after another. Among her adversaries were former companions and childhood friends, though their wild-eyed expressions rendered them nearly unrecognizable. Alas, though she fought bravely, her foe was legion, and one by one her axemen were wounded or worse. So this is how it ends. Moab all but resigned herself to her fate when a shot rang out, and as a Hagen a few feet ahead of her crumpled to the ground. She whirled and came face to face with Lawrence, her trusted first mate, for whom she had gone to great lengths to conceal her departure, and failed cleanly. What in the 7 hells are you doing here? I'd be a sorry first mate lets his captain get herself killed on a suicide mission, no? Lawrence fired back with a grin. Moab scoffed. If you'd taken any longer, that's exactly what would have happened. What can I say? Lawrence shrugs. You were gone by the time I climbed out of the hold. Didn't even have the courtesy to leave a man. The captain and her mate carried on with their spirited banter as they engaged the rivers in perfect harmony. Mo had taken deadly aim with her muskets as Lawrence supported her from a distance. They made short work of their foe and gave her allies a chance to regroup. And when the dust had settled, she sent them back to the ship with the injured. Together, Lawrence and Mo forged ahead towards the center of the island, where they came upon the entrance to a cave. It was deep within the caverns that they finally found Bluffus, or at least what remained of him. The once imposing figure had wasted away. His pale skin clung to his emaciated frame, and his flowing locks and beard were flecked with white and grey. His slack jaw hung open, and spittle pooled on the earth below. Moab and Lawrence could only stare in horror as Bluffus began to speak, his voice a muffled gurgle. My daughter, Lawrence, have you come to join us? Lawrence glanced at Moab and stood in silence before answering in his stead. What in the name of the navigators happened to you, Captain? It's impossible for me immortals to stand against the power of a god. Bluffus intoned as if in a trance. Swear allegiance to Lord Leviathan, and we may live free beneath the waves. Had it been years later, when the nature of promise was better understood, they would have known then and there that their former captain had been tempered, and regarded him not with scorn, but pity. But on that cold morning in that darkened cave, all Mo knew was that the people would condemn her father as a demented traitor. Still, a part of her believed her father's words were no longer his own. Impossible is a word coined by the weak. You taught me that. And you know bloody well that freedom isn't gifted by a god, but claimed by our own hand. Bluffus shook his head and sighed. My poor wayward daughter. I thought I raised you better than this. In her heart of hearts, Mo had known from the start how it would have to end. She had come not to reason with her father, but to hand down his sentence. And treason was a crime punishable by death. There are none but us on this island now, she said, her tone measured and firm. I hereby challenge you to a duel to the death. Should even a shred of a pirate's honor remain in you, you will accept. The sickly, mocking grin slowly faded as Bluffus rose to his feet and met her gaze. Though he said nothing, his answer was clear. Lawrence would serve as a sole witness, and there'd be no seconds for either party. A sorry excuse for a duel, but it will suffice. Father and daughter came together, and then, exchanging no words, turned their backs on one another. Their footsteps echoed hollowly as they walked farther and farther apart. Mom's away now. She recalled the day she lost him, doomed to his fate with her arrogance and recklessness. They came to a halt at opposite ends of the cavern and awaited the sign. Lawrence extended his right hand, slowly opening a clenched fist. The gold coin caught the light as it began to tumble through the air. Orphans while still a babe, Lawrence had known no family but the bastards, no father but Bluffus. It'll be my bullet, my burden. Even so, I'm sorry to make you a part of this. The clink of the coin striking the ground resounded throughout the cave, and in an instant, father and daughter spun to say farewell. Moab's sword flew straight and true and burrowed itself into her father's left breast. Musket still dangling from his hands, Bluffus fell to his knees. Moab, Lawrence, I'm sorry I had to put you through this. He managed between ragged breaths. Promise me, you'll do me proud. The smile in his last moments was that of the father Moab knew and loved. Lawrence stared down at the motionless body of his former captain. This ain't over. That goddamn primal is still out there, and our right our band ain't equipped to finish the job. Clenching a fist, Lawrence continued. So I'll go on a voyage. Aye. Find myself a few good men, more than a few. Let's see if we can't build ourselves up into a force to be reckoned with. Least I can do to redeem his memory. Lawrence said no more, simply looked Moab in the eye. But the question was clear. You have your plans. What have I? Barrels of her twin muskets, polished to a fine sheen, Moab put them aside, and strode to the window to gaze out upon the open sea. It was not the first time the memories of that fateful day came unbidden, and it would not be the last. And each time she gave thanks to the two men who had seen her through the most terrible of trials. One had since set aside his mask and serves to this day as one of her closest advisors. The other, alas, disappeared in the days following the calamity. Yet deep down, Moab knew that he was out there somewhere, waiting to make his return when dire storms again threatened the seas. After all, if I am my father's daughter, then in all but blood is he my father's son. very required, like, extending of Lawrence as a character. Because I think this story would have come out before you actually meet Lawrence. Because you don't meet Lawrence until the Limbs of Roll quests in Endwalker. And if this comes out in 5.5, this is like an actual introduction to Lawrence as a character. And then he shows up. Because Lawrence kind of just comes across as like he's cool and stuff, but like, he comes across as just like, yeah, I'm cool, and I'm like leader of like the fucking company of heroes, hell yeah. But like, knowing that he has this particular shared history with Moab and was like there when the father died, adds a lot. I feel like Moab gets a lot of these short stories. I feel like it's like a third Moab short story. It's almost like Limbs is the best starting city or something. Weird. 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 So the question is, will all 4 of these be people reminiscing on the past before Endwalker starts? That's the real question we're asking now. Okay, they're about 15 minutes each. Just like looking at the time, just being like, yeah, about 15 minutes each. So there's a lot of talking and my throat is like not good, so. I want to make sure I don't push I don't want to push myself. Like, if we're reading 10 today, I might, like, get up and, like, give my voice a few minutes after the first 5. Like, I'm breaking 20 across 2 days because I fucking have to, otherwise I'll die. Sets with the sun. Her father was dead. It had only been a few days since the event. Wait, whoa, before any of this, So I'm just remembering something. Deku, is that intro, should that intro be before all of the stories or before these short stories? So I'm now just like remembering that was a thing. I remember you posted a thing as an intro. I think you put it before all the others. Should I have that as the intro of everything? You had an intro from the book. It's at the start of the book, so probably. Okay. I'm gonna read that now, and I'm gonna edit it into the video, that part, for before everything. So we're gonna cut for that quickly, and I'll find a way to insert that at the beginning, and then we'll come back and reset with the sun. I completely forgot. Whoops, my bad. And now we're back after a totally seamless edit that is not gonna seem weird at all. Sets with the sun. Her father was dead. It had only been a few days since the event, and Fordola wanted nothing more than to run far, far away. Her mother had not stopped crying, and she knew that adding her own tears to the deluge would only make matters worse. All the while, the disdain of Imperials and Alamegans alike ate away at her. What's the point of living like this? Of living at all? As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, Fordola made for the outer walls, slipping shadow-like through alleyways disregarded by the patrolling Imperial soldiers. She squeezed through a crack in the stonework barely larger than herself to reach her sanctuary. Here, she could gaze out upon the easternmost peaks of Abalathia's spine, and, more importantly, be alone. Relaxing, she squinted into the setting sun, which had painted the sky her favorite shade of fiery red. How can the sky burn so? She had once asked her father. And he hadn't tried to palm her off with some convenient myth, admitting frankly that he didn't know. That was her father. Honest and kind, and quite earnest when he asked her what she thought the answer might be. A prickle of unease jolted Fordola back to the present. She twisted around to see a pair of glowing gold eyes regarding her from a wide, frog-like maw. The Abaddon's bulbous blue form quivered in anticipation of its coming meal. Must have wandered up from the water's edge in search of prey. She blinked as its long tongue flicked out to taste the air, tracing her scent. She was going to die. Yet where she ought to feel fear, she found nothing but cold certainty. How strange, then, to be proven wrong. Ha! The woman's yell reached her fist. Then a rush of air, a thud of impact. And the creature was gone. An instant later, another thud drew her gaze some distance to the right, which noted the now prone Abaddon, some legs falling pathetically in the air. Nonplussed, Fordola stared as the woman, who could she only assume was some kind of martial artist, jolts back to her side. Anything broken? The woman was inquiring cheerily. Her hand extended down to where Fidola sat. And she had fallen? With efforts, Fidola eventually mustered the wherewithal to shake her head, after rather too long, judging by the almost comically relieved "thank goodness" she received in reply. Though most of her face was obscured by a mask, the woman's smile fairly glowed. It must remind Fidola of the fire in the sky. I'm Ida, she continued. Nice to meet you. When Fidola made no move to reciprocate, Ida clasped her hand in both of her own and shook it up and down as one might call mine a small child's. Fidola began. What's your name? Ida interjects, heedless. Fidola. Fidola! Did you come here alone? Where are your parents? My mother's at home, she answered sullenly. But my father is... He's... I'm sorry. Ida nodded and said no more about the matter. In fact, she seems to forget the subject entirely. Shall we meet it tomorrow? What? Fidola managed. Why? Ida tilted her head in confusion. Because we're friends. Since when? Fidola fired back. Ida may have saved her life, but that didn't make them friends. Don't worry. If anyone wants to turn up, I'll kick him halfway to Doma. The woman replied, staunchly missing the point. So you'll come? She continued, showing the inclination to let go of the idea, or Fidola's hand. There was nothing for it. Fidola nodded. I assume this is the real Ida. Based on, because otherwise Lise would know and mention it at some point during Stormblood. And also age. Ida's older. You know, for the whole thing about just, Lisa's pretending to be Ida the entire time, we just hear some parts of, Ida's past. Actually getting something where it's hey, by the way, this is actually Ida, and we're actually, getting a story about her. Holy shit. Accompanying Ida wherever she happened to be going became a regular occurrence for Fidola in the days that followed. She'd never forget the joy of swimming across Lochseld, or the trial of explaining away her salt-ridden eyes to her worried mother afterwards. She also learned to hunt. Her first kill, which Ida roasted over a campfire, tasted nothing like the meals her father made, but was delicious nonetheless. And for the first time since her father's death, Fidola found that she could smile again. Ida spoke often of her younger sister after that. She too had faced their father's death at an early age, and Ida had been desperate to cheer her up, to take her anywhere that might bring a smile to her face. You reminded me of her, you know. I just couldn't leave you like that. She also mentioned that she was staying in Euromania temporarily while she and her comrade did their work. What they intended to accomplish, however, Ida would not say, waving away her questions with a smile. Fidola had some idea, though. She had heard Ida talking to this partner of hers via link pearls several times, always about the refugees. And while she couldn't begin to guess the details, it was enough to tell her that they were enemies of the Empire. Yet in spite of this, and to her own surprise, Fidola felt perfectly at ease. Why don't you come with me? There was no hesitation in the offer. Her mission accomplished, Ida would be leaving Alaminga soon. With Fidola, if she so wished. They could live somewhere else, somewhere free, together. Fidola didn't know what to say. It was all so sudden. What about her friends and family? Could she bring them too? We can only take so many people. 1 or 2 we can slip in with the cargo, but no more than that. Ida looked pained. I'm sorry. Maybe it was wrong of me to ask. Should think about it, she promised. So Ida told her where to meet for their escape, and when. After that, Ida would be gone. After much fretting on her own, Fidola decided to share her dilemma with her 4 closest friends. They were silent when she told them everything, and for a good while after. It seemed they didn't know what to say either. It was Emmeline who spoke up first. Sorry. I can't just leave my family behind. But I don't want you to leave us either. She managed, curling in on herself, looking like she might cry. My granddad's really old, muttered the thick-set boy next to her apologetically. I think I could go either. Fidola's shoulders slumped. Of course, they'd never agree. It was Charlotte, a little boy that often trailed her like an adoring younger brother, who spoke next, with tears in his eyes. I know you want to... You were so sad because of your dad, but you're happier now. So, if you want to... I'll miss you, but I think you should go. At this, Charlotte told the brother Ansford, with an exasperated snort. Don't be so stupid. Why does she need an Alamigan's help? That's what we're here for. Don't you dare leave, Fidola. His lip trembled even as he glared at her, fists clenched at the sides. And then Charlotte began to cry. I don't... He stiffened. But I want you to go. I want everyone to be together forever. Don't leave us. We'll always be your friends if you stay, Emmeline wailed. Though she would rather they hadn't been such crybabies about it, Fidola was happy to hear how much her friends cared. They understood how hard it was to be neither an Alamegan nor Garlean, and she couldn't abandon them now, not after everything they had gone through together. She would tell Ida no. She was staying in Alamigo. Her decision made, Fidola resolved to see Ida off with a smile. She would miss her terribly, but they were certain to meet again someday. As though she turned for home, oblivious to the figure observing her from the shadows. The appointed day dawns without fanfare. When the sun had made its way across the sky, Fidola made hers to the agreed spot to wait, just as she had countless times before. The Ida that came to meet, however, behaved quite unlike the carefree soul she knew. On every other occasion, she had bounded happily toward Fidola the moment their eyes had met, but today she hesitated, scanning their surroundings warily. Fidola followed her gaze, but noticed nothing out of the ordinary in the ruins. Ida? She got out in a small voice, but distracted, pressing a link bell to her ear. It's not looking good here either, she told whoever it was. Her partner, Fidola guessed. Change of plan. Go now, don't wait for me. What was she talking about? Distant sounds shouted, crackled from the link bell. Somebody wasn't happy. Fidola strained to hear. I'm sorry, Papalimo. Look after Lise for me, Ida said with her customary cheer, silencing their connection. Relieved, Fidola approached her that Ida was still herself after all. It was then that she heard the footsteps. Heart hammering. She spun to see 2, 3, and then more soldiers farming out around them. At least 10 in total. Nice trick. Ida's voice was colder than she had ever heard it. So cold that it took a moment for Fidola to realize who she was speaking to. What? You knew I'd find out if you blabbed to the guards, so instead you made sure you were followed. Imperial rat! She made to protest, but her voice died in her throat when she realized the truth of the situation. Ida was putting on an act, though the soldiers had followed her. Thought I'd be able to make some decent money off a merchant's daughter, but you had to go and spoil everything. You better run while you can, or I'll strangle you where you stand. All lies kept the Imperials from accusing her of treason, and Fidola had no choice but to go along with them. She bit her tongue, feeling furious and pathetic at the same time. Run. Ida mouths the words as one of the soldiers' raised magic transceivers to his lips. At nearly the same instant, another soldier, who had been slowly closing the gap between himself and Fidola, reached out to grab her. Ida's foot hit the earth, propelling her forward in the blink of an eye, and he collapsed from a kick to the gut with a cry. Alarmed, the others rushed to surround Ida, who danced back and forth on the balls of her feet, fists at the ready. Feel free to attack all at once if you're scared! Cut her down! The soldiers brandished their blades with angry cries, and Fidola ran. She'd only make things harder for Ida if she stayed. She fled through the ruins, weaving around rubble as she went. But nimble as she was, she could not hope to match the soldier's stride, and she found herself swiftly overtaken. Cowering from the wicked flash of the blade that arced toward her, Fidola lost her footing, as did the Imperial, who was at that same time instantly propelled gracelessly into the nearby rubble, courtesy of a bone-crunching kick to the side. He slumped to the ground, unmoving. Ida turned and met Fidola's eyes. With her usual mask on, Fidola could see the lines of ink forming a traditional Alamegan design. Her eyes blue, Fidola now noticed, were so kind. Please run, she wanted to say, but she couldn't find her voice. Her body still trembled where she stood, frozen in place. But Ida approached as if nothing was wrong. Live, Fidola, she said, laying a soothing hand on her. Find some hope to hold on to. Fidola could only nod, barely able to contain the sobs that threatened to burst from her chest, as Ida graced her with one final smile. Then she was gone, running hard and fast in the other direction, beckoning their enemies to follow. With the sky burning red behind her, Ida danced. Imperials fell one after the other to her blows, but even she could not evade every blade, every fist, every bullet that came her way. And soon the salt-white ground turned crimson too. From a distance, Fidola watched as Ida's strength waned. More and more soldiers were coming to join the fray. She even saw a hulking magic monstrosity approaching, the grating screech of metal and metal adding to the clamor which now resounded around the ruins. Fleet of foot as she was, Ida surely could have escaped alone. Yet there she stayed, fighting this impossible battle. She was going to die, and why? For the sake of one child? For her? Why me? If she went for help, they might make it in time. But who could she ask? Who would help an enemy of the Empire? No one she knew. She cursed her own uselessness. Still, she kept moving, one step at a time, though her legs trembled to take them, and repeated Ida's final words to herself until they were part of her. She would live. In the end, she faced no inquest having been present, thanks to Ida's deception. Nevertheless, she knew that if her loyalty to the Empire should ever again be cast into doubt, her mother, and perhaps even her friends, would pay the price as well. It would be imprisonment or death for a lot of them. If those were her choices, she would prove herself a worthy citizen of the Empire. Though she didn't find the hope that Ida spoke of, she chose to believe that she would one day. Until then, she would live. The tattoo stood out starkly against Fedola's complexion, sitting fresh under her skin. She traced the traditional pattern with her fingers. Today, she and Arnsfrid, Hemlin, and Rudolf would join the 12th Imperial Legion. But it was another day that occupied her thoughts as she set out. One long past, but vivid as a burning red sky. She carried the memory with her as she took one step, then another, toward her waiting friends. Holy fuck? Holy shit! Holy shit! That's kind of fucking massive! For something that never gets mentioned in-game? That Ida was, like, friends with Fordola? And it was, like, possibly trying to save Fordola that got Ida killed? Holy shit, that's massive! Like, I can understand that not coming up in the story because Fordola's not gonna know that Ida has a sister. Lisa's not gonna know that her sister knew Fordola, but like, oh my god! Holy fuck! So part of what I missed here about the tattoo, feels a bit weird to just like tie them together just for the sake of it. It is an odd connection, because, like, how does this never come up in Stormblood? How does this never come up in Stormblood? But one thing here about Fordola's tattoo, right, and the tattoo that she has here, is the idea that she got that to honor Ida? Because it was somewhere here that it mentions. Yeah, the lines of ink forming a traditional Alamegan design. Is this the idea? Does Fordola have, like, an Alamegan tattoo on her face? And the idea is that she got that because of Ida? Is that the idea? Like, is that the idea? Is that this tattoo was inspired by Ida? Because it's definitely not a Gallian thing. It's definitely not a Gallian thing. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I like this, like, yeah, I appreciate more backstory of, like, why Fordola goes down the path that she does. In a previous story, she said it was to honor her father. Okay. Okay. So the tattoo is not because of Ida. Okay. But the idea that, like, Fordola had a connection to someone who wasn't Alamegan. Well, I mean, Ida is Alamegan, but, like, that's not something that, like, Fordola is aware of. Because like Fordola hates the Alamegans because of like how they act under occupation, the way they treat like people like her. But she obviously still hates the Garleans. She like hating the Garleans is always a big part of it. She's just like, if I have to choose a side, I'm gonna pick the winning side. And so I like the idea that Edith, like, that Fordola finds someone who isn't part of either side. I mean, they are, but not to Fordola's knowledge. And is inspired by them, and even they are taken by, like, by this. But it's just like, if this big of a deal exists for Fordola in her backstory, it then becomes just a question of how is this never brought up in the game? Like, the other parts, like Moab does offhandedly mention about, like, this story during 5.4, and, like, you don't know the exact reason why Yagiri, like, swears loyalty to Heian in this. You don't know exactly what it is, but, like, there's enough there to be like, oh, that's what it is. Whereas this is a really big deal and is not hinted at in-game, like, at all. It's like, I like this. I like this connection. I think it, like, adds another layer of just, like, oh, this is why Fordola goes down the path that she does, because another aspect of hope that she had was also ripped from her and stuff like that. But also, it's like, this one, it feels a little retcon-y to just be like, how does this never come up during Stormblood if this is Fordola's backstory? How is this never brought up? Prequel syndrome? Yeah, a little bit. It is a little bit of that. It's like, I like what it is, but if it was, like, written with this being the intention from the beginning, it would, like, mesh better and, like, be explored a little better in-game. True of Hearts. In the year 1572 of the 6th Astral Era, the city-state of Gridania was beset by myriad crises. From without, Alamegan refugees flooded into the Black Shroud, fearing invasion and subjugation at the hands of the Gallian Empire. It's only a crisis because Gridania's racist. Within the 12th Wood, the exiles stole past wayless centuries to fell sacred trees, and instead offered the hewn trunks as offerings to Garuda. It was in the midst of this turmoil that the Archons of Sharlayan came bearing a monumental request. They beseeched the city-states of Eorzea to look beyond their borders and join with their neighbors in common cause once more, to revive the Eorzean alliance. This bold request could not be given full consideration until many questions had first been answered, and so the Seed-Seer Council was called to order. Made up of the gifted hearers, who could hearken to the voices of the elementals, Council governed Gridania in accordance with the will of man and elemental alike. However, the spirits of the forest did not speak as people did, for their thoughts were born on waves of aether. And you have to translate them into words was, at best, an interpretation of their intent. Which is why you can say that the elementals are, like, fucked and fix them without, like, making it like the elementals are just evil. Thus were the heroes forced to infer and embellish, not out of a desire to mislead or manipulate, but out of necessity. Nevertheless, this process invited interpretations of interpretations, which all too often led to disagreement and discord. Matters of great import would become mired in debates, which would subsequently be settled with a vote. Such were circumstances in the best of times. Now, however, the chaotic fluctuations in ethereal currents confounded the most seasoned of heroes. The air was thick with urgency, but they could not discern any meaning in the morass of emotion. All eyes in the lotus stand looked to their leader for clarity, the elder Seed-Seer, Kane Senna. Displaying a singular talent for magic in by Huron standards, the elder Seed-Seer ever commanded the attention of others. This is in no small part due to the horns which grew from her head and marked her as a pasha. A hero blessed by and possessed of an uncanny ability to communicate with the forest. Her natural gifts and unyielding determination ensured that, before she had seen her 12th summer, Kane Senna would be chosen as elder Seed-Seer by the Great One, that she might lead the Seed-Seer Council. Although much of her life since has been spent in quiet solitude, she attended every council meeting and served as a mediating voice whenever arguments grew heated. She heard the elementals more keenly than any, and could divine their intentions when no one else could. And so, on this momentous occasion, the future of a nation and its people would be dictated by her words. The elementals must needs have a voice, and it falls to me to provide it. Kane opened herself to the aether of the 12 switch, and at once she felt the elementals clamor, their dread and terror threatening to engulf her. Holding fast, she concentrated and tried to make sense of the confusion. Yet no sooner would an image begin to form within her mind than be swept away by a surge of intense emotion. For the first time in her life, the thoughts of the elementals were too entangled for even Kane to unravel. She had not shared this with the council. The other Sidsia was the caretaker of Gridania, and the people's faith in her was shaken, then all could fall to ruin. But by the same token, she could not misrepresent the elementals, even if only to beg a brief reprieve. Doing so would be a betrayal of her station and her gift, and would surely invoke the ire of the forest guardians. Kane stood mute before the council, and knew not what to do. Before she could find her bearings, the spirits cried out once more. It either surged and crashed against her, and when it receded, all that remained was the quiet murmuring of the troubled heroes. The forest has fallen silent, though none could know her mind. The Odysseus' expression made it plain that something had gone terribly wrong. The heroes erupted into discussion, talking over one another, speculating as to what the elementals were saying even as Kane was deaf to them. Feeling the faintest hint of a tremor in her voice, she called an abrupt ending to the meeting. Kane had been denied. Striving to push the panic from her mind, she began searching for accounts of similar incidents. She scoured the records of past council meetings, studied the chronicles of historians, and made discreet inquiries into the tales of travelling bards and wandering minstrels. Each time she came upon a story bearing even a passing resemblance to hers, she took great pains to reenact the hero's triumph. Ceremonies to appease forgotten gods, ascetic prayers and rituals, obscure meditations of dubious intent. She attempted every method for the Odyssey would spare no effort. Nevertheless, the elementals remained silent. At the end of her tether, she turned to the instructional text for the novice conjurers. Compounding her frustration, Kane realized she had yet to internalize some of these most basic lessons, for she had struggled to find time for her studies in the years following her appointment. She resolved to address her deficiencies and learn all she could about the elementals, and buried herself in the histories of the 5th Astral Era, which told of a 12-sword before the rise of Gilmore. While the breadth of Kane's knowledge grew by leaps and bounds, the answer she desperately desired eluded her still. I cannot lead if I cannot fulfill my most important duty. Absent the judgment of the elementals, all Gridanian affairs would grind to a halt. And so, bereft of options, Kane called upon an old friend and mentor, a petite rapper. The former elder Sidsu, who was said to be nigh on 3 centuries old, had been spurred by ailing health to retire to the mountains, and he might live out his remaining days unburdened by leadership and its never-ending demands. When his successor came to his doorstep with furrowed brows, however, he beckoned her into his home with a warm smile. It had been 10 years since their last met, when Kane had taken up the mantle from Arpatat. Some within the Odyssean Council had regarded the young Bajal with skepticism, and did not scruple to let their opinions be known, even in the face of the Great One's blessing. It was Arpatat's endorsement that had put their minds at ease, for if the Odyssean himself vouched for her, what could they have to gainsay him? Perhaps they should not have been so quick to withdraw their objections. So great was her shame that, despite having come to confide in her mentor, she could not share the most disgraceful detail. But the elementals had abandoned her. Arpatat sat and nodded as she related her story, observing how a decade of service had deepened the wrinkles on her otherwise youthful face. Kane anticipated many reactions to her tale, but his kindly chuckle was not among them. How ironic that you cannot hear the elementals, considering how alike you are at present, he said. Young Bajal stood speechless, as she had not long so before the CC Council. Fortunately, unlike the elementals, Arpatat could clarify his intent. You speak of troubles, yet give no voice to those darkest within. As long as you keep your own counsel, I can offer you no words of comfort. Before Kane could muster a reply, a short cry from outside the window cut through the silence. Odysseus here! Come quickly, Cooper, we need your help! The distressed Moogle said, motioning for Kane to follow. With an abrupt farewell, she left Arpatat's home and ran after the Moogle until they reached a small clearing, in which lay an ashen Arun, Kane's younger brother. Attending to him was their sister, Ryo-O, whose grave expression spoke volumes. Kane joined her at Arun's side and called his name, only him reply in a strange tongue before being overcome with convulsions and voiding the contents of his stomach onto the verdant grass. This is my doing. I know to depend on the elders here to see the elementals were attempting to speak through Arun. The sudden tumult of aether was too much to bear, and it burned through his body like a fever. He would not survive much longer. Everyone's in such pain! Sister, do something! Raya cried. As Kane raised her hands and began to work her magic, she was struck by an epiphany. Ask and they will answer. A simple thing to ask for help. Yet for the longest time she could not. My duty, my responsibility, my burden alone. But it needn't be so. Kane took Arvon into her arms and carried him to the Guardian Tree. Within this oldest tree of the Closwood did the Great One reside. O Great One, I come before you with a confession, she began. When she listened for a response, she heard naught. Kane and Raya arrested their brother against the ancient trunk, but his suffering did not abate. Speak and be heard. Kane lifted above the mighty boughs and laid bare the truth of her heart. I can no longer hear the elementals, she said. Hearing this, Ryao's eyes went wide with shock. But my true failing was that I kept this fact hidden. That I refused to share my plight with those who looked for me for guidance, and with my mentor who has put his faith in me. That I said nothing to my own family, whom I treasure most of all. I was deaf to the elementals' calls for succor, yet I said not. You who are my duty bound to heed, I neglected in your hour of need. Thus did you reach out to Arvon instead of me, so deep was your despair. There was no wind, yet the branches of the tree began to sway and shake. Though it shames me, I confess this truth, and beseech you to place your trust in me once more. Trust in me and I shall make your voices heard, that together we can shape the future of the Twelveswood. As Kane finished her plea to the Great One, Arvon's ragged breathing calmed. Slowly, he began to mouth words, and taking great pains to choose each one. In this way did Kane address the elementals. Arvon speak their response, and Raya listened. The three siblings worked in concert and together gave form to the once unintelligible message. Within the moon doth our doom stir. With this grave revelation, the lesser troubles of Gridania were eclipsed by what lay on the horizon. The destruction of all Eorzea. A calamity which would have remained unforeseen if not for the efforts of the three Bajal. In that moment, Kane conceived a plan. A plan which surprised her siblings in its boldness, which they soon agreed was wise. In spite of the prophesied annihilation itself, Eorzea had found renewed hope, as she basked in the shade of the Guardian Tree. The thick branches rustled in the warm winds, until something fell from above and landed at Kane's feet. A gift and a promise. Upon returning to Gridania, Kane reconvened the Eorzea Council, and when the heroes arrived at Lotus Downs, they were greeted by a perplexing sight. The other Seer was present, as well as her brother and sister, who were not officially council members. Arpatat, who had scarcely been seen since retirement and convalescence, was in attendance as well. But the surprise of these unexpected guests paled in comparison to their horror when Kane spoke and confessed that she had been unable to hear the elementals. Thankfully, with the aid of Raya and Arvon were the elementals calmed, and their warning finally understood, she said. And once the heroes began to whisper among themselves, but when Kane told them of the coming calamity, they fell deathly silent. The trials ahead would be greater than any we have ever faced, and I do not possess the strength to lead you alone. I confess this weakness and this doubt, this truth, and after did receive the Guardian Tree this gift. Kane drew forth and held aloft a staff. This is colostrum, bestowed upon me by the Great One. The elementals often spoke in riddles, but the Great One's intent in this matter is plain. My siblings and I must work as one to say that the elementals are heard. 'Tis a key, a constant reminder that true strength lies in the courage to bare your soul and beg succor. From this day forward, I pray that the duties of Eorzea be carried out by not by one, but by three. Her siblings looked to the gathered heroes with a resolved and onward question. Seeing this, Arpatat stepped forward and spoke. Three hearts united in single purpose. Doubtless the elementals are overjoyed at this news, and together with the Seers shall lead the people of the Twelveswood into a future most bright. As their first act, the trio of Seers took inspiration from Kane's studies of the 5th Ashlar era, and proposed the reformation of the Grand Companies and the re-establishment of the Order of the Twin Adder. The Archons of Sharlayan had offered similar counsel, and the emergence of a shared threat provided the impetus, aid for Eorzea city-states to come together in a spirit of cooperation. Satisfied, Arpatat returned to his home to live out the rest of his days in peace. But Kane would call upon him again many times before he passed. In one of their final conversations, he reflected upon the incident which had spurred her to involve her siblings in governance. Only when we are true of heart does the path reveal itself, he reminded herself with a smile. Sage wisdom that delivered me and our people when all was nearly lost. And that I shall not soon forget. Are the others referred to as in-game? I don't remember. I know the others are like, the other two are super important when it comes to like bringing back your Stola. They're there for that. And I know that the other two talk about like the other siblings, yeah. I know the other two talk about like how they commune with the Great One as well, alongside Kane. So like I know when it comes to like actually talking to the elementals, they're super involved. Because again, they're there for bringing back your Stola, they're there to talk about like the Great One and the elementals. And, like, when they have, like, problems, you, like, deal with that, like, through role quests and, like, White Mage quests and stuff like that. I'm trying to think if they're ever called Seeds here. I mean, Gane's Elder Seeds here, but... But this is saying that all three of them are technically Elder Seeds here. Not just Kane. All three Seedseers and Kane, as all this is the Elder Seedseer. Because, yeah, I know the others get involved when it comes to, like, talking to elementals and stuff a number of times. And there we go. Ugh. Ugh. Crack the neck. Yeah, after this story, I will take a, like, 5-10 minute break just for my voice to recover. And then we'll do the end. Yeah. So we'll do 5 now. Small break. Another 5. End for the day. Come back tomorrow. 5. Small break. 5. Finish. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading with like no downtime. It's like very much a on the throat. An empty throne. So this is this is basically like proto role quests. This is basically proto role quests. This is just covering each of the city-states from the prior, from Art of Stormblood. Which is what the role quests in Endwalker do as well. An empty throne. Might have been the intention. Yeah, again, it's one of those things of just like, so we don't have to come back to these city-states again. Let's cover, like, all of them now. I imagine the Tales from the Dawn, which is funny that that has nothing to do with Dawn Trail. I imagine that's going to cover more, like, Sharlayan, Garlemald, Elpis, like, stuff. Yeah. At the far end of the audience hall in the holy vault of Ishgard, set upon the dais spanning its breadth, was the Archbishop's throne. From this sacred seat, the church's most powerful men had ruled for centuries, but the throne lay empty, a relic of the time before the war's end and the Republic's birth. Where once power was hoarded, it was now shared. Where once the privilege conspired in secret, the people now chosen now debated in earnest. Count Artuel de Fortom was one such representative, and on this day, like many others before it, he sat in attendance as a member of the House of Lords. There are no further comments. I move that we end this session with a vote, Aymeric declared, his voice echoing across the great flagstones of the chamber. Once yours is cast, you are free to take your leave. My apologies for keeping you all until such a late hour, my lords. I know full well you have great demands upon your time. Says the man with the greatest demands upon his, Artuel thought wryly. Between scrambling hither and yon on official business and presiding over house sessions, he knew that his friend had precious little time for himself. At the Lord Speaker's words, the members rose to their feet and began making their way to the ballot box in a predetermined order. Many were still fumbling their way through the unfamiliar business of Republican governance, Artuel himself not least of all, but he pressed on with dutiful determination. Having cast his vote, he returned to his seat to gather up his belongings, when the empty throne chanced to catch his eye. As he beheld it, his vision blurred as the memory of a day 17 years ago came flooding back, a day from what now felt like another life. The shirt's collar felt stiff as canvas, but Artuel endured the discomfort. The occasion called for a finest finery. The outfit his manservant assisted him into made his dinner garb appear uncouth in comparison. It was not every day, after all, that Ishgard saw a changing of its ordained ruler. Wishing to be part of the historic occasion of Archbishop Thornton VII's coronation, highborn and lowborn alike had gathered before the vault, the massive citizenry extending as far as the Hopland. However, none save the privileged few outside of high-ranking clergies in the Archbishop's personal guard were permitted to attend the official proceedings. In his capacity as the scion for House Fortom, Artuel stood beside his father in the audience hall, endeavoring to look as dignified as his 13 summers would allow. His youngest brother, Imanalan, was there too, and to his credit, he was behaving himself despite being too little to appreciate the gravity of the event. Orshapon, however, was absent, on account of not bearing the name for Tom, their Lord Father had earlier explained. Yet, even before this, Arturel had always sensed that there was something different about his brother, if only his aloofness and the same with which their mother treated him. Thus, the ceremony proceeded with his family sure to remember, but if anyone else was bothered by it, they did not let it show. And after a series of solemn rites, Thordan VII finally appeared in the sacred vestments of the Archbishop. Holding the Fury's grace, the holy crozier of his office, he strode purposely and majestically towards the throne as Arturel looked in awe. I, Thordan VII of my name, do swear to serve as an instrument of Halone's will, embodying the spirits of King Thordan, our nation's revered founder. I shall preach the faith and protect the faithful, that together we might defeat the dragon menace and bring the Fury's blessing unto all men. The Archbishop's words stirred Arturel to the core, reaffirming the lessons he had been taught since he could first remember. He was descended from the legendary Knights 12. His chest fairly bursting with pride, he made his own pledge. Like my ancestors before me, I will become a knight brave and true, and I will serve Ishgard until my dying breath. At length the ceremony came to a close, and the doors to the audience hall were thrown open to let in a flood of lesser peerage. Some wished to catch a glimpse of their newly anointed leader, while others sought to curry favor with the high houses. Together with the minor line, Arturel followed his father as he led them through the dance of nobility, keeping his eyes peeled in careful observance as he was taught. One day, he too would need to navigate these self-same waters. He noticed members of House Durandare and Zamal taking their leave early. Sharing fields of red on their crest, the two families tended to keep to their own, giving the impression they were ever plotting some manner of intrigue. In contrast, House Tom and Helion Art, which shared black fields and ancient ties, were hardly reclusive, and were in fact regular fixtures in social events. Even now, his father, Lord Edmund, had begun engaging in cordial conversation with Lord Baranduin, his counterpart in the latter. Of the children of that house, all were present save Francel, who was yet too tender in his years to attend formal functions. When the adults finally dispensed with pleasantries and began discussing difficult matters, the sons and daughters took the opportunity to withdraw and speak among themselves. Beaming his brightest smile, Imaline sidled over to where to Shoulder Bump and Lanier, the third and fourth born of House Helion, was standing. Arthur was not surprised to see a gaggle of younger children attending Shoulder Bump, as he had away with the little ones. Meanwhile, Arthur turned to face Stephanivian and Orvale, the first and second sons. Such noble children one day become allies and rivals both, he knew, and it would behoove him to maintain friendly relations, but not too friendly. My lords, he said, sweeping a well-rehearsed bow. Stephanivian chuckled. Oh, come now, let's not stand on ceremony. We are of an age, are we not? In a languid tone, Orvale added, Aye, and I've had my fill of the dry formalities. It's tiresome stuff, and I want to go home. Likewise, brother, I am on the cusp of completing my latest invention. Shall we beg leave of father? And as quick as that, the brothers bade Arturel farewell, asked their father to be excused, and happily trotted off. As he watched them leave, Arturel could not help but envy the carefree pair. Finding himself bereft of company once more, he returned to observing the people around him. Ere long, he spied a dark-haired youth, slightly older perhaps than himself, regarding the Archbishop's throne with what can only be described as a glare. Puzzled, he approached the ask. Why do you frown so? Is it a joyous occasion? The youth stared at the question and turned to face Arturel. His eyes widened in surprise, but soon narrowed as anger reclaimed his features. Clearly you've not heard the rumors of my birth. Not as any of your concern of yours? Arturel winced, and returned the youth's expression softened in remorse. My apologies, that was ill done. Clearing his throat, he continued pleasantly. My name is Aymeric. How was the ceremony, if I may ask? I did not have the pleasure of witnessing it. The excitement of the events was fresh in his mind. Arturel forgot his discomfort and held forth with unbridled admiration. Oh, 'twas truly inspiring. I shan't soon forget his eminence's oath. He swore that he would serve as an instrument of Helene's will and bless all men. Bless all men? Do you suppose he can do such a thing? Arturel was about to reply when another stole the words right from his mouth. Absolutely! The Archbishop is a great man. And so he turned to find a golden-haired boy, garbed in common fashion, regarding them eagerly. The son of a knight, perhaps. Seeming to remember himself, the newcomer bowed deeply as one does to one's betters, before resuming with his enthusiastic account. His Eminence graced our school with a visit last year. He prayed for us that we would become strong, righteous knights. 'Tis my dream to serve him one day. The boy's passion struck a chord with Arturel. He nodded in approval. Aymeric, however, simply stared. He parted his lips as if to speak, but thinking better of it, said nothing. Nary moments later, a knight emerged from the throng and barked, "Ah, there's Valhodin's lad." Placing a firm hand on their golden head gun-pot shoulder, he continued, "Come, your father's been looking for you." Drawing himself to his full height, the boy slipped them a bow and departed with the knight. "I too must be on my way," said Aymeric. "By your leave, Lord Atwell." By the time he had gathered his wits enough to wonder when he had given his name, his companion had already disappeared. Like himself, Aymeric too must have been taught to be observant, he concluded. To listen and learn in preparation for the day, you must join the dance. "Lord Atwell, are you well?" A familiar voice plucked him from his reverie. He turned to see Aymeric standing a few steps away. Glancing about the chamber, he realized it was empty save for him and his friend. How far you have come since that day. After that meeting, Atwell discovered that Aymeric de Borel, the adopted son of a viscount, was rumored to be the illegitimate issue of Archbishop Thordan himself. Out of kindness, his parents chose not to speak of the matter to him, though it did nothing to shield him from the gossip of others. And so Aymeric had sought an audience of the Archbishop to ascertain the truth, but as a child of a lesser house, such a wish was not to be fulfilled. In the end, he came to embrace his lot, and dedicated himself in service to his people. For his efforts, he was rewarded with the command of the Temple Knights. And now he held the highest office in the nation. "Lord Atwell," Aymeric repeated with the hint of concern. "Forgive me. I was lost in reminiscence. The Archbishop's coronation when we first spoke." "I see," said Aymeric as he turned his gaze upon the throne. Eyebrows furrowed, not unlike that day. After a time, he continued, "Feels like another life, does it not?" Atwell sighed. "Once I would have told you nothing. I am torn to remember that day. To remember the child I was, who accepted all he was taught without question. The lies. The pride I had in my lineage, my very existence. God, what a fool I was. Our scars will not soon fade. Though we may try to move forward, the pain lingers. A constant reminder of our father's betrayals and our traumas." Aymeric had told him the tale during the campaign at Gimli. How his friend had urged the Archbishop to renounce the lies upon which Ishgard was built, and was rebuffed as a naive child for wanting to tear down institutions that had endured for over 1,000 years. And indeed, built upon a rotten foundation of deception, though everything was, Aymeric had recognized the truth in his father's words, and they had remained a thorn in his breast. We cannot easily forget that which has defined us for so long. Thus do we struggle to rebuild our lives. Just as Atwell was making to speak, Aymeric picked up the thread as though he had been privy to his thoughts. "So let us forget neither the past nor the pain. Let us acknowledge whence we came, and whence we now stand set forth anew." As the setting sun shone through the window, Atwell nodded. In silence, they contemplated the empty throne, and the deepening shadow it cast. It's amazing how much the writers love Ishgard. Just like the idea of like young Aymeric and Atwell and everything like that, these characters that we know them as now, just being like young kids being forced to like act prim and proper is very funny. But also just like, again, the naivete of just like, oh, they were so young, they were like so committed, being like, yeah, Dragon Ball, let's go! I realized it in F11 for all of that, so it's not been full screened at all. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anyways, so that is the end of the Tales from the Twilight. All of this technically came out before Endwalker came out. I believe the thing here says that these are specifically 5.5. But they go like right up to the very end of 5.5, so there is that. But, so that is Tales from the Twilight. We now have Tales from the Dawn. Again, very funny that this is not Dawn Trail. So we have 5 stories here. We have 5 stories here. This one that says Encore, Days Gone By, Days Yet to Come. Deku has said to save that as the very last story, which I believe means after the new moon, which this is 10th anniversary, and after all of the stories that we have in the books. I believe we're reading this at the very, very, very end? As the very last one? Yeah. And then there's like an outro page as well. So yeah, so we have most of Tales from the Dawn. But before we do that, I'll be back. I'm gonna give myself like 5-10 minutes just to let my voice recover, because I can definitely feel it starting to be like a bit of a problem. We're done 5, so it's just the idea is just like another 5, and that'll be done that for today. So basically these 4, and then we start the first of the anniversary ones. But I will be back, and we will read more things. And we are back. We are now on to the Tales from the Dawn, but not the Dawn Trail. The Dawn of Endwalker. What? That's confusing. Anyways, we are starting with our first story here. A Friendship of Record, which we have Warrior of Light female chosen, so it means that... Well, I guess at this point, I was about to say it means that we're mentioned, but at this point it also could mean that Azim's mentioned. I think we had to do that last... I think we did that last time. For the last time that Azim was mentioned, we had to choose the Warrior of Light. For that, and there's Neath Dark Waters. I wonder what this story's gonna be about based on the music choice from Artesia. It's clearly a sad story because it's not the amped up version from P11 and unless you just don't have that orchestra roll, because it's probably a rare drop, and yeah. A Friendship of Record. In a quiet corner of Amarot, the bustling metropolis at the heart of civilization, sat a vault known as Amanisa's Ananda. Within its expansive walls, not only were creation concepts catalogued, but every known natural law and phenomenon was documented in exhausting detail. In short, it held the sum of mankind's accumulated wisdom. As vast as this collection was, it required the oversight of no few curators, whose responsibility it was to categorize, and subsequently organize, the ever-increasing number of papers, crystals, and other record-keeping mediums. Such duties demanded an unrivaled breadth and depth of knowledge, and thus for those who valued scholarly achievements, an appointment to Ananda Archivist was considered an honor. A great honor indeed. I'm just assuming that's Emmett. While others poured their passion into new concepts and creations, the man remained fascinated by the study of extant reality. He would ponder what made a stone, the properties which defined its existence. Those of the firm belief that one could solve the mysteries of one's surrounds, indeed of the star itself, but understand the fundamental building blocks from which they were formed. When time permitted, the man would step away from his meticulous archiving to peruse the works on the shelves, referencing their ideas to flesh out his own hypotheses. There was little he enjoyed more, likening the process to a tree gaining rings with age, or layers of sediments building up over the aeons. One fateful day, the man was summoned by the chief archivist to attend the needs of a visiting academic, a rather distinguished one at that. Over the last few centuries, this influential figure had produced striking results in the field of organic research, and her assertion that organisms were simply another form of matter was one which intersected neatly with these personal theories. I ate chocolates and now I have chocolate bits in my teeth. Thus it was that the bookish man, unable to deny his interest and finding no valid reason to refuse, agreed to assist the academic in her pursuits of reference materials. At the appointed hour, he took himself to the anteroom which abutted the entrance hall. A woman's voice, vibrant and clear, answered his polite knock. Pushing open the heavy door, he beheld the scholar standing alone, garbed in the same black robes and white half-mask worn by the majority of the citizenry, himself included. As he entered the chamber, however, she swept back her hood and slipped off her mask with smooth, unhurried motions. "I am Vinar. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The archivist was stunned because she was so beautiful. With the exception of circumstances where identification was mandated, it was inappropriate to bare one's face to anyone save intimate friends. The custom was otherwise broken only when seeking earnest counsel, entreating a mentor for aid, or making a life-changing commitment. None of which should apply to me. Regardless, it signaled her intention to engage him with candor and respect. With a deep breath, he reached for his own mask and returned the gesture. And so began a friendship that would endure until the end of their days. Seeing Vinar in the black robe is weird. Seeing Vinar in the black robe is weird. So this would be from before her appointment then, as Azim, right? Because if she was Azim, she'd have a red mask, still the black robes. And she gains the white robes after stepping down because she was viewed as an impartial observer. Huh. Vana was cheerful, well-spoken, and undeniably brilliant. Her carefully crafted arguments drew sighs of admiration from her audience and concessions from her opponents. A rounded gemstone without edge or flaw, the refracted light rendered a soft glow. His perception would evolve years later. Vana, having been writing furiously at one of Ananda's desks, at last put down her quill. Observing this, the archivist replaced the book he had taken from a shelf and peered over to her shoulder. The argument was whole and free of contradiction. No longer theory, but indisputable truth. His heart swelled with elation and relief. It seems congratulations are in order. Vana appeared to not have heard him. Puzzled, the archivist shifted to the side of the desk and saw the scholar transfixed by her own work. For a time, she sat perfectly still. Then all of a sudden, she brought her hands to her mouth and smiled. So broad and heartfelt that modesty could not conceal it. Unadulterated, unabashed joy. A jubilance that sparked in her ocean-hued eyes. I recall not when you removed your mask, but I am grateful that you did. A miracle. Vana muttered as if in a trance. Our existence is nothing short of a miracle. What an odd thing to say. Have you not just proven that life was the inevitable outcome of natural law? Yes, but that is the inevitability which amazes me so. The sublime mechanism itself. The revelation yet commanded her full attention. As he watched Vana stare at the parchment, he felt his image of her fracture. Sharply cut facets now reflected light with piercing intensity, all the more dazzling in her radiance. He knew in his heart that this was the Vana she was meant to be. Vana's perception of the world had changed, the archivist realized. As if for her, the true shape of things had been brought into stark focus. I am leaving on a journey. Her entrance was unexpected, her declaration abrupt. Where will you go? Nowhere, she replied. Everywhere. This star has so much to share with us. Whispered wisdom with which I would hearken. Untold experiences I yearn to feel. Mysteries and wonders I must understand. Then you'd best get started, he said, knowing full well that she needed no encouragement. But do take care. Maybe this is after she stepped down as Azim. She mentions having this epiphany and setting out on a journey, like, when we talked to her in Elpis. And I would assume that's after... Unless it's that journey that made her Azim. It might be that journey that she becomes Azim. The way that she says it in Elpis, I'm not actually sure if she gives us a specific timeline. She just talks about that journey and that journey being why she can't return to the star. In lieu of a farewell, Vana graced him with another joyous smile. Her robe twirled about her feet as she turned and strode from the echoing vault. He watched, waiting until the distant door had swung closed behind her, then returned to his labors. Looking over the documents with a practiced eye, he quickly determined the first item's rightful place. He reached for another, and then another, carrying out his task with a quiet efficiency. And his mind wandered. What will she seek when next she returns? I must be ready. The time he had set aside for his own academic pursuits was gradually consumed by the study of subjects outside his field of expertise, a diversion he found strangely rewarding. When Vana did interrupt her travels to return to Ananda, it was always without warning. Sometimes months would pass, and on occasion years, before she appeared again, seeking to deepen her knowledge on this or that matter. As she enthusiastically regaled him with her adventures, he was struck by how different this Vana was from the brilliant yet rather more subdued scholar he had met once upon a time. A crystal bathed in sunlight, so blinding in her delight did she outshone the very stars. Her discoveries astonished him, as did her daring deeds that allowed her to make them. He, in turn, astonished her, producing the resources she required ere she had finished describing her query. Vana's standing in society too began to change. In recognition of her work, she was elevated to the seat on the convocation. Okay, there it is. To the office of Azim, yeah. So yeah, when she talks about having that epiphany and setting out on a journey, it is that journey that elevates her to the seat of Azim, yeah. As well she should. The mantle of the traveller suits her well. Despite their history, her well-deserved new status demanded all the more respect and distance. When next she appeared, however, the ceremony with which she presented her documents did not sit well with his esteemed visitor. Must I suffer this exhausting prompt from you as well? She asked, her brow creasing in annoyance. Am I to speak to Azim if you were my study partner? He retorted. You represent our highest authority now. You must accept the trappings with which it comes. Azims in general just seem to fucking hate this shit. It's so funny because it's like, and I imagine they partially do it by design. I imagine it's partially by design. But it's like, to fulfill the role of Azim, to be a person who's appointed the seat of Azim, almost requires being the kind of person who would buck against the convocation and its, like, strictness and its, like, formality and stuff like that. Like, being the person of the convocation whose whole point is to go out and learn the world and learn the people of the world by traveling and interacting with them, just feels distinctly, like, opposed to how the rest of the convocation hold themselves. And I do have to wonder how much of that is, like, meant to be by design. Where it's like, oh, like, we want to have someone on this seat who is like this, as, like, kind of a counter to how other people in the seat act. It's like how you have the seat of Elidibus. The seat of Elidibus is literally meant to be the balance of, like, some of the seats kind of counter, like, some of the seats may counter each other in terms of their approaches, and Elidibus literally exists to be the impartial judgment, and it feels like the Azim seat is designed to be very far away, like, from how the other seats would typically act. I mean, like, fucking, like, Emmett himself makes that comment of just being like, the way that Azims act and how the fact that they're always this fucking ridiculous when it comes to, like, the absurd shit that they do. And Emmett wonders, it's like, I'm starting to think it's a requirement to be Azim, to be like this. Vanar went on to embrace her duties, accomplishing all manner of notable deeds in her time as Azim. When she caught word of a settlement beset by rampaging wildlife, she tracked the creatures to their lair and identified the cause of their hostility. When a citizen feared for a colleague yet to return from an expedition, she braved precipitous mountain peaks to find him. She doubled a towering creation born from a child's errant imagination, weeded out poisonous plants that infested a farmer's crops, and when a matter required greater intervention, she brought it before the Convocation of 14 with the solution she herself provided. Astride her golden familiar, she journeyed without cease across land and sea and sky. Thus, when Vanar announced her decision to relinquish her office, it was that much more unexpected. A jest, surely. Yet she spoke in glowing terms of her chosen successor, a fascinating woman she had met on her travels. You would surrender the seat of Azim with so much left undone? The archivist asked, still reeling at the implications. A true traveller has no need of a title, Vanar said, and my replacement would benefit greatly from the opportunities granted by the appointment. The journey is different for each who undertake it. Each following the same route and visiting the same destinations, she'll have different thoughts and experiences. She'll make her own discoveries and observe that which I have failed to perceive. Though she spoke of a successor, those are not the words of one preparing to return to the star. Not yet, please. Not yet. Having attained the apex of their personal truth, a small number of his Anada colleagues had gone to their rest amidst a shower of praise and accolades. But the archivist felt no pressing desire to join them. Rather the opposite. For there was but one purpose he considered worthy of fulfillment. To keep watch as this incandescent jewel walked her path, and bear witness when she arrived at its terminus. Vanar stepped down from the seat of Azim to don the white robes of a neutral advisor. The man, meanwhile, stepped up to assume the role of chief archivist. And so it was that when the final days were upon them, Anamnesis Anada would serve as headquarters for Vanar and her loyal followers. The final days brought fire and ruin until Zodiac put an end to the calamity. His devotees then resolved to sow new life, a bounty of souls to take the place of their sacrificed brethren. In time they would reap this crop, and by rendering unto it their god would be lost to their god would the lost be returned, and the world restored to its paradise it was and ever should have been. Vanar, along with the archivists and their like-minded companions, objected to this undertaking. The future, they believed, must not bear the cost for saving the past. Only in accepting pain and loss, by learning from the mistakes of yesterday, could they greet the morrow. A power such as Zodiac possessed was anathema to the progress of man. Vanar's faction thus resolved to manifest an entity capable of shackling that power. To have any chance of defeating the nigh omnipotent Zodiac, however, the sacrifice must be absolute. Not even their souls would remain. In the evening after this consensus had been reached, the archivist approached his friend. Vanar, please, he wavered. Why must it be you? Heidelin, as the entity would be known, required more than the collective souls to manifest. She needed a heart. Vanar was the obvious choice, though some believed that their leader should be spared, to carry on the cause in the event their efforts ended in failure. But as Vanar explained her reasons, he knew that she would not be swayed. Rest assured, however, that I shall not vanish from this world, she said. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I'll press you no more. Only know this. You'll be sorely missed. She stood before him in silence, and he knew he would never forget how the light caught the tears in her eyes. She dared not let fall. It is I who shall miss you. He had thought only of her sacrifice, and not of the pain his own passing might cause. What is a candle to the sun? And yet, unable to find the words, the archivist retreated into ritual. He held out a crystal, as he had countless times before, upon which was stored the last chapter of the cosmological wisdom Vanar had sought. Though she had spoken of its importance, he suspected she withheld the entire truth. Of her glimpse into the future, she had offered precious little. What we anticipate and what comes to pass need not be the same, she had once said. 'Tis best we work towards the greatest good without foreknowledge, which might cloud our judgments. The rounded gemstone before life and revelation shaped her into so much more. The change in you has been miraculous, he began, choosing his words carefully. The change in myself almost equally so. A small sample size, perhaps, but if all mankind can grow in similar fashion, then I fear not for our future. Prove my theory, Vanar. Prove it was worth the sacrifice. His challenge hung in the air between them for an age. Vanar sighed, a small smile playing about her lips as she accepted the crystal. The archivist grinned. I regret only that I cannot see it through at your side. If you were to be her heart, then I would be her eyes. I would watch, unblinking, until the very end. If only. He would fade into oblivion, and that would be his end. But his challenge would endure. May it bring you joy and solace on the long road ahead. And at your journey's end, I pray you look upon our fellow man, and know they shall carry on in our stead. Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Watcher. Yeah. I had the suspicion. I had mentioned this earlier. About my suspicion. Because, like, this dialogue here, this is literally in the game. This dialogue is in the game. This is after you do Anamnesis Anada. You literally see this dialogue in the game. And I think it was during the Mists of the Realm stuff. I had wondered whether the Watcher was the person that we saw speaking here. And it is. And it is. The Watcher is the person who watched Vanar and her entire journey, becoming the person that she becomes, and then becoming Heidelin. I would use the Silent Sinner version that is used at his house, but that one requires me to buy an old CD. I appreciate the extra, like... Again, I had the suspicion that that's who the Watcher was. I had the suspicion, because I think they mentioned... Did they mention it in-game? That the Watcher is the Chief Archivist? Of the, of Anamnesis Anada? I think they mentioned that in-game. And I'm just like, if it's the Chief Archivist, and Anamnesis Anada was, like, used as their headquarters, and that's where, like, where the discussions were held, then I imagine the person who is talking to Vanar here is the person who, like, the shape for the Watcher, and yeah, it very much is. I love Vanar so much. Love Vanar so much. So again, seeing her in the black robes, like, even, like, this is before, like, so this is before her, Asm appointment. And it's like, Vanar so early. But yeah, she talks about having an epiphany, like, she meant, because she also talks about this in game of having an epiphany that, like, recontextualized the entirety of existence for her, and learning that is what makes her set out on her journey. And yeah, she does that. She sets out on that journey before even becoming Asm. I mean, she does say it was like, just like, I set forth on a journey that day, so very long ago now. And it's like, yeah, it is very long ago. It's before she even became Asm. But yeah, it makes sense that it's because of that journey that she goes on that she ends up becoming Asm. And then over time realizing that it's just like, she doesn't need to, like, hold the seat of Asm to do this. And instead passes it on to someone where it's just like, I've met this person while wondering this person could do with the opportunity afforded to them by having this seat. I love Vanar. Have I mentioned that I love Vanar? I don't know if it's ever come up. I'm making sure I gotta, like, because we're using the game for music, I'm like having to make sure it's just like, have I made sure that my frickin' game doesn't go into accidental sleep mode? Because it's been like 2 hours and I'm just like, oh shit, is the music about to turn off because the PS5 is about to turn off? No, it's fine. It's fine. I forgot we have a next button. In pursuit of knowledge. Alright, click on this. There we go. In pursuit of knowledge. Oh. Oh my goodness. If you assist us, we shall share with you all we know. So ended the letter which his fellow gleaner had delivered to him in the snow-swept Ishgard. As Aaronville regarded the signature of the petitioner, Kral Bardessian, he recalled the eclectic group that he greeted him in Labyrinthos. What's your story? He was pondering the proposition in his lodgings when his link bell rang. It was the guild administration officer, who launched into the shocking news before Aaronville had the chance to speak. There's to be a great exodus! An exodus from the very star! In frantic tones, the man relayed the details of the forum's announcement. The coming of the final days is foretold by Heidelin, and the means by which they might escape. The moon. I knew they were hiding something. Even as he struggled to take it all in, he felt vindicated by the revelation. Time is of the essence. Do what you must and return to Charlian at once. Aaronville who says that. Despite his best efforts, it took Aaronville a full 3 days to return his animal charges to their natural habitats. Days during which he received unsettling reports of calamity and chaos in the Near East. Upon manifesting in the Charlian Aetherite Plaza, he marched to the nearby Valdesian Annex, where he found Kral in the middle of a discussion with the receptionist. Tell me the details, he said, declaring himself and his purpose in one breath, as he thrust out the letter in front of him. Kral stared at him dumbstruck, but quickly gathered herself and obliged. And what a fantastic tale it was! The Scions of the Seventh Dawn uncovered not only the true history of the star, but the cause of the final days. And now they sought to forestall them, that all might be saved. And Rill had always endeavoured to cultivate the broader knowledge of the world, both through his work and for himself. He had of course heard about the Scions, their renowned champion not least of all. He had not, however, expected to send said champion on an errand to round up runaway marmots, nor to encounter her again shortly thereafter in the form of a toad. So this is how adventurers amuse themselves. But now to be privy to the Scions' knowledge and their purpose, he couldn't help but feel the smallness of his own. Even within the limited scope of his experiences, there seemed no end to the star's mysteries. Kral's dizzying account made it plain that he hadn't even scratched the surface, and it pained him to imagine all those secrets left behind, never to see the light of day. All those stories forever untold. Tell me how I can help. The earnest plea tumbled from his mouth. Kral's expression softened, as she proceeded to explain the role the Scions would have the Gleaner's Guildship play in the preparations for the maiden journey of Charlian's first starship. The grand plan was swiftly set into motion. Employing their vast networks, Aronville and his fellow gleaners secured a large part of the manpower needed to enhance the vessel's ether burner. Those who answered the call assembled at Scholar's Harbour before transporting supplies to the central circuit. There they labored under Forum's watchful eye to complete the massive arc that would fly to the very edge of the universe. As the work entered the final stages, while the Loperit's hyperhopper was brought in, the specimens that had previously been loaded into the arc needed to be removed. Aided by the staff of Labyrinthos and members of the Ilsabad contingent, the Gleaners headed to the arduous task, bearing load after load from Thalmazine into the Archeon. Though Aronville was no stranger to heavy lifting, the sheer quantity of cargo soon left his muscles and joined screaming in protest. He delivered another crate to the lift and was vainly trying to stretch out the kinks in his back, when a weary voice called out to him. "Pardon me, old boy." Young Ellison was clad in Ishgardian mail, and the gold trim of his collar marked him as a houseful of Tom. Why are you the only character who's been brought up twice? The smirk narrowed it down further. It was bickering that pirate at the harbour like they were old lovers. It's not just us! It's not just us! It's not just us! Aronville sees that and is just like, okay, so they're gay. It's not just us! I'm supposed to take this package to Cockle's Forge, but I fear I'm hopelessly lost. Would you take so kind as to direct me? Cockle's, you say? In that case, you need to... Aronville began before thinking better of it. Actually, I'll just deliver it. Truly, you're too kind, a veritable saint, my heartfelt thanks. His face beaming, the lad surrendered the package to Aronville. No sooner were his hands free than he placed them on his waist and arched backwards, groaning in relief. Aronville felt a tinge of guilt when he gestured to the nearby mountain of crates. Well, I see to your package. Mind taking care of this in my stead? The colour drained from the lad's face, and the enormity of his fresh burden sunk in. He slumped forward in defeat, groaning again for an altogether different reason. Fury, take me. Had I known how hard this would be, I would have asked the dragons for help. I fucking love Aronville so fucking much. Aronville is so good. That was an option? The war between man and dragon had ended, Aronville knew. But had relations already become so amicable that they would labour side by side? He considered asking about it out of a professional and personal interest, but ultimately bit his tongue. His aversion to overly familiar individuals aside, there would be no future opportunities to engage with Dravanian should they fail to complete the arc. A brisk walk saw him to the forge, where enhancements were being carried out in the Aether Burner. The air was thick with the clanging of hammers and the chatter of engineers, punctuated by the barked orders of Kokol Danko. Aronville handed his package to the first person who spared him a glance. As he watched it borne away, his eyes fell upon a yellow, bird-like creature coming from the other direction. This is Alpha. In the course of recruiting collaborators for the great project, Aronville had learned that it was a member of the Golden Ironworks! Whatever it is. They'd been curious to know more, and found the right moment to ask. But if not now, then when? Alpha! Alpha! Alpha mentioned! Alpha mentioned! Alpha mentioned! The creature was accompanied by a Lalafell engineer. Which was it? Aronville began by exchanging casual pleasantries. Taking a hard-earned break. No rest for the righteous, as the chief would say. 3 of us are off on an errand. Which turned to the feathered enigma. Isn't that right, Alpha? So that's its name. Who makes 3? The diminutive beetle-like machina at Alpha's heel is an altogether different mystery. It's a matter of toy. Certainly doesn't appear designed for bearing cargo. Forgive me, but I've been wondering, what is Alpha exactly? Why, he's a member of the Ironworks. Ah, what I meant was, what matter of creature is he? Chocobo, of course. What else could he be? Chocobos were a common sight across the 3 great continents, having been domesticated long ago. There existed several major breeds, and I could readily identify all of them. Apparently not. In all his years, he'd never encountered a variety like this, either in the wild or in its home. His brow furrowed in response. Alpha gave Aronville an archetypical quack. Does sound like a chocobo, I suppose, Aronville conceded. He was trying to think of another question when little Machina suddenly ran towards his leg, causing the engineer to jump with a start. Ah! The chief! He blurted out. I've been painfully reminded of responsibilities. I need to get going, I'm afraid, but it was nice talking to you. And with that, Wedge hurried off with Alpha flapping in the Machina clanking along behind him, leaving the bewildered Aronville alone with his thoughts. As he watched the last of Alpha's plumage disappear from sight, he found himself unsatisfied. Oh, Must be an incredible story there. Couldn't be ruled that Alpha was an undescribed species. He himself had captured more than a few in his time. There were academics who were tasked with studying, classifying, and naming such specimens, and they could doubtless do the same for Alpha. But to what end? Lasan's discoveries were a stark reminder that truth has never been the province of a select few. Certainly not in the Forum. Nor was the future set in stone, as the end of a 1,000-year war between man and dragon demonstrated. Elementary and obvious conclusions, perhaps, yet they conspired to make him wax philosophical. How does one identify the unknown, and at what point does it become the known? Think. Keep thinking and you will find your answers. Your tale. A passing engineer brushed against his shoulder, pulling Aaronville out of his reverie. As the faces of those around him came into focus, he felt a newfound appreciation for their individuality. The cryptic yet colourful snatches of overheard conversations amidst a vivid landscape that suddenly stood out in sharp relief. So little I know. So much I've yet to learn. The silence must triumph, and he would do his part to make it so. With one last stretch and a deep breath, he moved on. The mountain isn't going to move itself. Work on the art continued at a breakneck pace, as if the busiest months of the year had been condensed into a week. We have a timeline for how long it took to build the Aether Burner. A week. The Loppers scrambled to and fro, picking their way between porters as they imparted their knowledge to attentive Sharlayan scholars. Careful urgency was the order of the day. Even members of the Forum could be seen moving on an uncharacteristic haste as they oversaw the efforts. Kokol's Forge remained a source of boisterous commotion, with its master bellowing orders in an ever hoarser voice. Ironworks engineers were present in Tharmasign at all hours, toiling beside harnish alchemists. Keeping this massive workforce fed were family members and servants at the staff of the Last Stand, who prepared meals in bulk with ingredients sourced from Meriol Argonomics and the Matato. Nary a moment passed when coffee, chai, and nutritional supplements weren't being distributed. Blankets were set aside for those who needed rest, and weary workers gently laid them over their slumbering peers. Eventually, the downpour subsided to a drizzle, and the cleaners began finding themselves free. By the time Aaronville had made his last delivery, more than half of his colleagues were idle. Nevertheless, they remained in Labyrinthos, ready to answer the call at a moment's notice. Until one day, when the ringing of a bell echoed through the artificial sky, when from these scattered amplification devices a crackling voice began to speak. "Attention everyone! This is Fortune Olivier there." Hands halted their work and feet froze in their tracks, as all listened intently. Fortune thanked them for their tireless labors and many sacrifices. The Arc systems were undergoing inspection, he continued, and the city held its breath, uncertain whether this announcement would be cause for celebration or disappointment. But the vessel itself stands completed. The stars are now within our reach. The Brenthos erupted into a chorus of cheers. Some laughed, some wept, some shook hands while others embraced. In their shared triumph, every soul rejoiced in their own way. Aaronville, for his part, only sighed in relief. To some, he may have even appeared indifferent, but the warmth that filled his breath was no less invigorating. We did it. With all his heart, he prayed that their hopes would reach the distant stars and deliver their own unto the morrow. And sometimes, wishes come true. The final days came and went, and peace returned to Sharlayan. On a morning much like any other, Aaronville approached the Bardessian annex. This time, however, he sought not to answer a petition, but to offer a proposal. In exchange for helping to rebuild the students of Bardessian, he would request their assistance in restoring the archives to their proper order. While he was somewhat concerned he might be dragged into troublesome science business once more, deep down he almost hoped it would happen. One day, perhaps when his part in their adventures is ended, he will lay to rest a long-deferred matter, that which had confronted him in his faraway home long before he took his new name, and chose to walk the Gleaner's path. With renewed purpose, he strode through the annex door to find Kryl, who again received him with a surprised look. Delight in their stories, but do not forget your own, for it is far from finished. I have to wonder if this is Dawn Trail like hints. I have to wonder if this is Dawn Trail hints. Cause like at the time of me doing this, I've done 6.5, but not 6.55. And it's like, we have a character who has been introduced by seeing only their legs, who is likely going to be the impetus for Dawn Trail starting, I imagine. And the person who's with them is Aaronville. The person who's with them is Aaronville. I have to wonder if Erenville's actually going to be relevant in Dawntrail. Now I'm wondering that. I do love Erenville's character. Erenville is fantastic. Erenville is great. Like, there's a lot of characters that get a lot of screen time, and I love them for, like, all different reasons. You don't get much Erenville and Endwalker at all. But the moments you get are so good. But the moments that you get are so good. And even just, like, the way that, like, you fucking, like the sassy snarkiness that he does sometimes here. But also just, like, the... Like, again, like, the Gleaner stuff that we had where it's like, he out-Gleaned as the Warrior of Light, and he's better at that. He's better at, like, part of the adventurer aspect than even the Warrior of Light, but also... While he's working with Charlene, he's also just, like, not just going along with everything they say, and he does question what they say. Not out of, like, ill intent, but out of just, like... Are they going to be too focused on one thing to not consider all the options? Like, he's been so, like, there's been so many moments of Erenville that have been so good. That if he's showing up a bit still in Dawntrail, I'm gonna be very happy. We now have a question of life. I feel like I need a lozenge at this point. I feel like at this point I do need a lozenge. I can definitely feel that my throat is approaching a limit. I can definitely feel that. So we have 3 left that I'm gonna read today. Not the 3 on here. Question of life, question of death, then we do the first 10th anniversary. That'll be 10 stories. And then tomorrow we come back with another 10. Right, because I can definitely start to feel the impact. I did stream earlier today because I did a Kirby thing. But I am also working tomorrow, so it's probably going to be the same impact either way. A question of life. Doing so much talking with the lozenge in my mouth is going to be hard. Apologies, this story is going to sound like shit. Few things in the world can be crueler than kind words, than the presumption of understanding. All will be well. Fret not. 'Tis passing weariness. I'm always willing to listen. The empty platitudes echoed in his mind. Polite dismissals wielded the render feeling... I'll talk with the lizard. Polite dismissals wielded to render feelings insignificant. Smoothing over jagged grief. Paring away thorns of anger. Until what remained could be molded into a socially acceptable shape. Sometimes he would resist, bristling at sympathetic colleagues, claw at their consoling hands as they urged him to bury his demons. But only look down at him, pity plain in their eyes. Tell them what they want to hear. And every time he was accepted once more, and the sacred pretense of harmony restored. This is a story about Hermes. This is about Hermes. But this time I am surely beyond acceptance. Hermes, there we go, stood on the prime artifice, high in the skies of Catisus Hyperborea. From the lower levels, the emergency announcement echoed faintly. Dangerous creations may be on the loose, joined to the pre-recorded voice. The facility had been placed in a state of alert. A field of dampening magic hung over its dimensionally interconnected spaces, suppressing the abilities of all present, save for authorized staff. All this chaos at my whim. With a hand greatly enlarged by his transformation, Hermes reached out the facility's Aethernet. He commanded more enclosures be thrown open, and images etched in light confirmed the result. The specimens thus released would fall upon his pursuers. His priority was not their well-being. In their haste, they would slaughter rather than subdue, and the blood of those innocent creatures would be on his hands. The choice is mine and mine alone, and so too is the blame. His heart wretched with shame, but disadvantaged as he was in both strength and numbers. He had precious few options. Never had he been offered violent resistance, had he offered violent resistance to anyone, and merely anyone his pursuers were not. When man is likened to the lifeblood of the star, it is not for the role he plays in nurturing it. In this collective duty, all must flow in a single direction, and disagreement seldom depart the realm of civilized debate. Hermes was not given to asserting his beliefs, but he was about to do so with force, and the prospect filled him with an indescribable dread. The intruders were pressing ever nearer, leaving a trail of death in their wake. As he set free more hapless creations to bar their way, his thoughts drifted to one of them. Asm's familiar, or so had been initially claimed. In truth, she was a traveler from the future, from a time long after civilization as Hermes knew it had ended. A person who, despite turning the Elpis flower a sorrowful hue, could continue to smile. What Hermes had glimpsed in her gentle countenance was neither kindness nor forbearance, but strength. And that strength had allowed her to overcome innumerable hardships. I must be strong too. I will be. He would confront and accept these feelings, even should they break him, even should they drive him to do the unthinkable. No matter what, Meteion, I will not turn away from the answer. He took his beloved creation, whose gaze took in everything and nothing, forever changed by the knowledge. He tried to take solace from the fact that she heeded his request to wait, which suggested that her shared consciousness had stabilized. According to Meteion's report, there was little joy to be found in the distant stars, assuming there were beings out there who could share what gave their lives meaning. He feared the answer would be too bitter for his fellow man to swallow. That's why he needed time. The time to come with terms with the truth alone, as his thoughts unclouded by well-meaning debate or pragmatic concerns for future implications. With a heavy heart, Hermes opened a higher clearance enclosure and unleashed the fearsome laden lord in concept review. The creation was his last chance. Vowed to hold off his pursuers, he had no choice but to confront them himself. There could be no justifying the crime, no turning back. So be it. Better to be seen as an aberration than abide in a fiction for their sake. I sent you unto the stars, and won't let your efforts be in vain. Hermes knelt low before Meteion, but in his transformed state he towered over her still. With enormous hands made to tame unruly beasts, the gentlest touch could nevertheless do harm. And so he gazed into her eyes, same striking blue as her wings, and recalled the days that had led them to this reckoning. Hermes blinked as the blurry images became the room at Anagnorisis. How long have I been asleep? He sat himself up on the sofa and was still trying to shake off the haze when Yuanth walked in. With a pointed sigh, she explained how they had found Hermes collapsed in a corner of the garden and subsequently borne him here. He shrunk in embarrassment as the memories came flooding back. Forgive me, I may have been neglecting to take adequate rest. I'm just so close now. I almost have the concept. Many years had passed since Hermes first conceived of a starfaring creation, an intellect he possessed of free will. Due to an utter lack of precedence, however, satisfying the design criteria was a challenge indeed. Drawing upon the power of Dynamis, it needed to be able to traverse the vast emptiness swiftly, and thence locate and communicate with other intelligent life forms. In pursuit of his vision, Hermes had experienced countless cycles of excitement and disappointment, but at long last the solution had begun to take shape. Smiling wryly, Yuan held out a basket of fruit, a not so subtle reminder of life's necessities. Does it mean you finally managed to settle an appearance? Hermes' hand halted halfway to the proffered basket. Unlike men who expected to conform to established fashions, it was with Evelyn Ming should look unique. Add colour to the star. Alas, while some such as the incumbents La Habrea, the foremost authority in the field of phantom creation, could produce beauteous concepts at will, Hermes was consistently at a loss. Aesthetics were never my forte. Its form should be as simple as its nature is complex, he began. Birds I know well, of course, and their attributes would suit the abilities it will have. But it's still a communication with sentient beings. And it should also have the features of a man. It's all well and good for guiding principle. What are the details? Its physical characteristics, personality, and so on and so forth. Hermes hadn't considered such things, hoping in vain that his subconscious would fill in the blanks. Since there was no way of knowing what qualities other life forms would favor, he could rely only on his own sensibilities. Furrowing his brow, he began rummaging through the cluttered chambers of his mind in search of a potential inspiration. The invisible spark of Dynamis. The universe and the stars. Birds soaring in the sky. Blue. I want it to be blue, like the sky of Elpis. Our portal to the cosmos beyond. The words tumbled out as even as he thought them. Yuan blinked a few times in consideration before favoring Hermes with an approving chuckle. A fine idea. In the days that followed, Yuan and other colleagues provided Hermes with the design documents, and even held private lectures for his benefit, all of which helped him to form a clearer image of his creation. As was his wont, it took him more time to settle on its appearance than its more practical aspects, but at long last he succeeded in finalizing the concept. He never forget the first time he brought her forth. The nervous anticipation as he channeled his magics. The gathering motes of light that coalesced into a brilliant storm. The moments of manifestation. Hello. The songbird was barely larger than his open palm. Her blue feathers tinged black at the tips. The threshold to the universe is seen from the prime artifice. Already could imagine her long tail tracing a line along the sky, like unto a meteor. Meteon. No name could be more fitting, for to speak her made his heart sore. So terrified he had been, he could do her not do her justice. But beholding the creature before him now, he knew there was nothing more beautiful in all the worlds. So began their exploration of the universe. Hermes created Meteon's sisters, the Matea. Through their shared consciousness made them more akin to a singular entity, and sent them on their brief forays beyond the bounds of the star. Early results were mixed. Though Meteon did not lack the ability she needed to fulfill her purpose, she encountered one problem after another out in the great expanse. But we have come so far already. We will go further still. Hermes caused nothing further test flights in Opus Twilight when Meteon, presently in the form of a girl in order to relay her sister's message, cried out. He turned to see her frozen in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape. Before he had a chance to speak, she reeled as if struck by a heavy blow, and it was all he could do to catch her. For a painfully long while, she remained stiff as a corpse in his arms, and gave no indication that she heard his worried words. Then all of a sudden, she awoke with a gasp for air, her body relaxing as if time flowed again. By the way she trembled, her feathers standing on end, it was clear she felt an intense chill. He was dropping her shoulders off her comfort when she wailed in frustration. We failed again. Lost another one. Though Hermes had expected as much, it didn't make the news any less bitter. As he struggled to console her, Meteon rose to her feet and dutifully delivered the report in her halting voice. Her sister had been caught in a raging torrent of dynamis, she explained, and subsequently unmade, like so many others before. As a being of dynamis, Meteon could survive in most any environment by reducing her constituent aether to a bare minimum. A star may be wreathed in flame, frozen from pole to pole, or shrouded in toxic gas, but such hazards would not trouble her. Should life forms be present who found their environment excessively harsh, she would share in their sensations. But this was purely academic, for life would not flourish in such conditions in the first place. Yet by the same token, being made of dynamis rendered Meteon vulnerable to its influence. Though its potential was suppressed on aether-rich Aetheris, it behaved in unexpected ways in the void beyond, ways that confused and confounded her. In one sense, there was a star that could manipulate dynamis. It was capable of harboring thoughts and feelings, if not in a manner man could comprehend. And in another, dynamis rages an endless tempest. At its heart lay a great pool of aether not unlike the ethereal sea, the intermingling of innumerable memories giving rise to the surrounding turbulence. In her search for intelligent life, Meteon relied on dynamis, and so like a moth to a flame, she was liable to be drawn to that which could destroy her. But don't worry, we learn more every time. Where places are bad, we'll find stars with life, I'm sure of it. Despite her recent trauma, Meteon retained her enthusiasm, but Hermes' own seemed to have deserted him. How many more of her sisters would be sacrificed for his cause? How many times would you have to see her collapse, the life driven from her body? Even if you suffer no lasting harm, I fear I do. Perhaps we will. And yet... He managed to say before falling silent and hanging his head in shame. He sighed and opened his eyes, only to see a pair of inquisitive blue ones peering up in his own. Scolding himself for failing to control his emotions, he took a deep breath to regain his composure, and felt a tiny hand on his head. Meteon was stroking his hair, the motions exaggerated and awkward. Have faith, Hermes. We'll get answers. Then everyone will be happy. You, me, everyone. The stroking continued for a good while before she withdrew her hands, leaving his dark hair an unkept mess, and his soul somehow comforted. Hermes looked at her and smiled, and she returned the favor, giggling in her endearing way. You're right, Meteon. We'll find the answers in the distant stars, and then we'll bring change to our own. He rose to his feet beyond the star-speckled sky once more, with hope in his heart for the future. That hope did not last. One day, Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which removed several days of memories from those in the vicinity, including visiting observers. Yeah, that's what happened. He later learned that several enclosures had been opened in Katisis Hyperborea, and many creations perished fighting amongst themselves. After delivering this report, his underling suggested that in his confusion, perhaps Hermes had sought to free them. It seems like something you would do, Chief, the man said with a pitying smile. Does it? Knowing the likely outcome, would I have been so reckless? So cruel? But it would not have been the first time. Hermes cursed himself for sending Meteion forth, for creating her, but most of all for daring to have doubts. Had he simply thought like everyone else, had he made peace with their morality, he wouldn't have inflicted such pain upon himself and others. Tell yourself what you need to believe. And so they did not resent him, and instead gifted him their cruel acceptance. All will be well. Fret not. 'Tis but a few days of memories. The creatures can always be remade. Utilitarian logic assailed him, but this time he offered no resistance. He internalized the lie and came to live as others did. When he was officially nominated the Convocation of 14, he rose to the occasion, and labored for the good of the stars at the very end. To the moment, reality itself was sundered. Of his desperate struggles, nary a mark remained. So it seemed. Yet be it in the ancient past or the distant future, the yearning for which he sacrificed so much would endure. The fire would rise in those who looked up at the heavens in defiance of oblivion. The desire to confront the answers which Meteion journeyed, no matter how terrible the truth may be. Yeah, that's what happened. It's one of these things. Seeing the way that people talk about Hermes in various ways. It's one of those things where, like, what Hermes did was ridiculous. Like what Hermes did was, like, incredibly destructive. In terms of, like, actively, like, egging on the final days. What he is doing there is just, like, this is a taste of, like, ancient, like, this is ancient society's taste of their own medicine, it is. Pardon me. It is their society being put to the proof that they demand of other creations, and that's, like, his whole reasoning for it and stuff like that, but also the level of destruction he's bringing on is significantly more and stuff like that. But again, it's one of those things where it's just, I see some people just be like, oh yeah, Hermes was just crazy. Hermes was just crazy. Like, why was he like that? Oh, he was just crazy and stuff like that. And it's one of those things where it's like, Vanar and Hermes are meant to be like the counters to the way that the Unsundered Society like thought. Because both Hermes and Vanar reject the typical ways that ancient society thinks. Because again, the whole point of ancient society is kind of like having a blind eye to the truth of like what the nature of existence truly is. They've managed to build up something that is so close to perfection that they delude themselves into believing they have actually reached it, kind of thing. And you have Hermes, a man who struggles with that because he refuses to intentionally shut out the, like, because Hermes can very clearly see that perfection doesn't exist there because of the way that, like, the creations and stuff are treated. And Vanar sees that things aren't perfect because, not because of anything inherent of the, like, the Unsundered Society, but because that's what life is. Like, life in of itself is inherently, like, impossible to be perfect. Again, that's that whole, like, that moment of revelation that she has of just realizing, like, how the life existing in of itself is nothing short of a miracle. The fact that the laws of nature work that way, but even the fact that the laws of nature work in a way that almost guarantees bringing rise to life is just like, it is a miracle that the laws of nature work that way, and kind of thing. So you have these two characters who are like the counters to how the Unsundered Society think, just to, you know, the most extreme opposite ends of the ideas. And also this realization of just like, even after these events, why does Hermes still go along with becoming Fandaniel? And it's because, well, in his memory, he lost, like, according to his memory, he accidentally got all of the Meteon destroyed. And so he just buried it all. This event was so traumatic for him, even though, like, what he remembers is inaccurate. This event was so traumatic for him that he gave up on trying to buck the trends, and that's how he becomes the Fandaniel that, you know, actually works with the convocation, actually works trying to, like, solve all that and everything like that. You know, I really like Hermes as a character. I really, really do. So I think, like, Hermes is a very flawed individual. But Hermes is a flawed individual who exists in a world that tries to constantly assert that flaws don't exist in of themselves. And so, again, it's very much one of those things where, well, the whole thing with Meteon and the stars that she visits is that, in some capacity, a lot of the stars that Meteon visits, the destruction of that place ends up being invited by themselves because of the way that they acted. And Hermes and Meteon is just that for the Unsundered Society. The Unsundered Society's refusal to accept that they didn't exist in perfection meant that it gave rise to someone who wanted to prove that perfection, or at least have a chance for the star to prove that perfection. And because perfection can't exist, they fail that, and then the final day start and stuff like that. That's the whole, like, you have, like, the society, like the whole dead ends is just, hey, here's, like, what happens if you don't, like, fix your society by, like, defeating the Garleans, or, like, making peace with other people in the star and stuff like that. And then the whole, like, final one is just, and this is, like, what happens if, like, even if the Unsundeds did truly achieve the perfection that they desire, that perfection just results in a society that just wants to destroy themselves, because they're just like, if we have perfection, then life is meaningless, kind of thing. Yeah, I find Hermes an incredibly fascinating character for just being one of the few people that you see in the Unsundered Society who rejects the false veil that they have. Again, there's so much about just how the Unsundered Society in this game is written that I just absolutely love. I absolutely love the way that they've handled it. And now on to a question of death. You know, if A Question of Life was such a happy, feel-good story, I imagine A Question of Death is going to be an even more happy, even more feel-good story. Yay! A Question of Death. Iulus awoke to the near darkness. He was but one of many soldiers, young and old, lying in Tertium. Every ilm of the carriage floor was covered in bedrolls, leaving no room for careless movement. Taking care not to disturb the others, he sat up, straining to make out the hands of the old cloak salvaged by who knows what that was hidden somewhere in the gloom. The near edge of dawn. Further down beyond his sleeping fellows was the wavering blue glow of the ceruleum stove. It was not the cold that had roused him from his slumber. We're old friends now. Before accepting the Osbardic contingent's proffered aid, his people had little material. and certainly no magic, to warm frozen fingers and toes. The exhaustion that had often carried him to sleep still failed to prevent him from regularly stirring in the night. Thinking he might pass the time with fresh air, at least, he reached down to drag his boots and bag toward him. Conscious of every noise, he dressed stealthily, holding his breath when Publius rolled over next to him. Fortunately, there came no word of complaint, and Ulysses was free to slip out and mull over the events of the previous night in peace. They'd been huddled around a lamp of an out-of-way corner. A familiar scent of honey and spices wafting from their cradled mugs. Once more comfort afforded by a surplus in rations. The conversation had again settled into a lull when Publius broke the silence. I made us leave for Charlian. The grimacing youth, of an age with Ulysses, though low in rank, had barely spoken a word all evening. Now that he had, none knew how to respond. It wasn't surprising. Inevitable, really. Survived the Teloforian final days they had, but Garlemald was still in a sorry state. The Emperor was gone, the Senate disbanded, and nations were hesitant to commit to any policy concerning the erstwhile Empire. There had been some hesitant steps towards forming an interim government, but neither Garlemald nor its neighbours had the means to establish one immediately. The provincial leaders waited to see which way the winds would blow, welcoming their countrymen home while making no moves to resurrect the Empire themselves. Rumours that this or that province was poised to formally declare independence, or it as good as seceded already, ran rampant. It was only natural to give Garlemald up as a lost cause. Even as some returned to rebuild, others who had been tempered and taken to other nations for treatment positioned to remain there. These nations, Charlian among them, welcomed the refugees with open arms. Though Publius might be the first among the present company, he'd not be the last to make a new home, far from the old. Publius started into his cup as the moment dragged on. In this nation of the fallen, what was left to say? You should speak with Alphino and Alice on the morrow. Put you in contact with someone you can trust, Ulysses ventured. The other pair was staying at Camp Broken Glass, and like as I had plenty to be doing already, it would be remiss not to mention them. I'll do that. With that small gesture, the atmosphere changed. Publius exhaled in relief, and the others were soon offering their own words of encouragement and vows to meet again. Though their drinks had long gone cold, their cheers could give them warmth. To our brothers and our homeland. The brisk winds carried away sleep's warm haze as Ulysses climbed the slope that led out of the station. Beyond the shaft's angular portal, the weak morning light revealed the stark outline of its reality. The remaining spire of the once shining Palatium Novum stood alone in the center, amongst homes reduced to steel skeletons and grey rubble. Beyond these unnatural hills loomed the Tower of Babel, grasping for the heavens. Tertium surrounds had been spared out-and-out obliteration, but were dead all the same. None remained to hurry to work or school, or stagger home after a night in the town. None remained to clear the snow from a neighbour's path, or rove helplessly in their dog's wake. The people who had given this place life a few short months ago were gone. How many even had a chance to say goodbye? Ulysses breathed deep in the frozen air, but through its icy pinpricks grounded him in the present. It was powerless to dispel the long nightmare. The vision endured, implacable, without regard for the dreamers. To the shrewdest of minds and the purest of hearts, fate offered no justice nor justification. Yet you would ask me why. That injury should have healed. Yet it itched at him now. A scab that bled and bled, threatening to hollow him out from within. Even as he picked at it, his feet carried him forward, better to survey the surroundings of threats, and into the silent city. Unforgiving grey, destruction and loss. All silent as the grave, even as beasts preferred not to pick through these bones of an empire so early in the morning. A flash of movement caught his eye. A scrap of old newsprint, trapped in the tumble-down debris of a roadside ruin. The last will and testament of someone's breakfast table. Drew closer, mindful of potential for the further collapse. I remember this. A special edition, distributed on Unity Day several years past. Celebration commemorating Garlemald's founding and the heroes who had labored for the Empire was always a tremendous affair for residents of the capital, most of whom spent the day reveling. The elders told stories of meager harvests and desperate clashes as choirs sang old marching songs. Hawkers along the avenues sold food, drinks, traditional adornments from the campfire, and latest majestic baubles. Nor was more highly anticipated than the military parade, a show of strength and patriotism that never failed to inspire both awe and pride. Countless soldiers and matchmaking units moved in time through the city, beating a steady rhythm towards the Imperial Palace, where the Emperor's family stood, assembled to receive them. They led us to greatness. We who formed the vanguard of history's grand march forward. His city was the heart of the world, through which flowed blood stronger than steel. A bond forged between countrymen that would remain unbroken even should their every enemy join them to oppose them. Glory be to Garlemald. The Unity Day described in this print has taken place while Yules was in the Academy. Marked the last year that the youngling Solus had been in attendance. The lead article detailing the events and speeches that he was in tatters. The accompaniment and portrait of the Imperial family remains. At its center naturally was a stern visage of Solus Galvus. Though still dignified in his old age, the gaze with which he fixed upon the reader was more melancholic than proud. Never saw the man smile once. The Emperor's right stood Titus, second of Solus' sons, along with his wife Aracina and son Nova. Both Titus and his son had strained to look about them, not dissimilar to the young Solus found in the history books. On his reigns left with his grandson Varus, the only legacy of the deceased Crown Prince Lucius. A proud one, too. Varus was tall and broad of shoulder, and his comportment marked him a prime candidate for high legatus even then. His wife and right hand, Carosa, had passed away in her prime, and so he was flanked instead by his mother, Hypatia. Though she had departed to join Carosa a mere year after his portrait was taken, she supported Varus' claim to the throne until the very end. And those young men with a faraway look in his eyes and their attachment. Would you be happier had I a good reason? Xenos ye Galvus. Though his anger had cooled since the encounter on the Upland Rime, Yules nevertheless found himself wretched back to the present with no little displeasure. His helmet had gone. How much was plain, even as he clung to the ragged scrap of remembrance. He had known then whence the further of that day would lead. But he knew well now that it would never be reborn. Even should Garlemald rise from the ashes, its age had ended. And what's of us? A new day had dawned, and Yules would not suffer his people to remain in the dark. Yet what star were they to follow? Yules shook out the paper, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his pocket before leaving the room behind. The streets were still and silent, his crunching footsteps the only sound. Playing his role of watchman, he investigated the semi-intact structures he came across, but found little of note. Nor food or supplies remained, only the detritus of peaceful lives, nor worth saving then or now. Fire and layer of ash-covered splintered furniture and forgotten trinkets, forming carnets in the gloom. After a time, he arrived at a house he had never explored in his prior wanderings. With the roof torn off and the walls half crumbled, it seemed unlikely to hold anything of value. But he nevertheless picked his way through the frosted rubble that would have once formed the intel. Once inside, he dusted himself off and took to his surroundings, and drew a startled breath. Yules had seen enough deaths by now to recognize it at a glance. He approached the soldier and knelt to examine his corpse. Though the cold prevented significant decay, it was clear he had died some time ago. Had it been during the war, the body would have been removed, certainly been one of the tempered or the victims. The bite and scratch might suggest the latter, like the scars my family gave me. He removed his helmet carefully, not a face he recognized, so probably not a member of the First Legion. Just another poor soul who escaped the tempering, exhausted the last of his strength, and died anyway. Yules would offer no godsbound prayers as an Orsian might, but nevertheless set the helmet aside to pay his respects. Though the sentiment rang hollow, he silently encouraged the deceased to find peace with his ancestors and watch over his kin. Alphino and Alisei claimed that the Silence had visited the ethereal sea where all souls returned. There they were healed of their traumas and washed clean of memories, even should not a single prayer be offered on their behalf. Their deeds in life had no bearing on their place within the relentless machinery of death and rebirth. Made no difference in Garlemald's vaunted unity had to its ultimate fate. If the twins spoke true, then what meaning was there in any of it? What is life if not another pointless parade? It occurred to him that it was probably not the most respectful place to remain in life's worth. I mean, your friend here would certainly have an opinion. He had no tools for a proper burial, but if he could at least make known the man's name. The lifestyle was not identification to be found. On his way, not a priority for you at this time. His armaments was an issue, and provided no hint either. Although, what have we here? Gently prizing open the corpse, Fist revealed the empty case from Magitech arm identification kit. Had it been stolen after his death? That makes sense. A thief wouldn't have repositioned the dead man's hand, which had been clutching the thing so desperately. as if in prayer. But he had reason to hope that a comrade might escape, while the rescue was on the way. You gave it away, Eula responded. Just another memory surfaced to his mind. It was summer. Of the same year as a newsprint he found earlier. A friend insisted he read some poetry collection. In a period of camaraderie, Eula was obliged. He had a little interest in elegies, often finding himself difficult to pass. One inscrutable passage had stayed with him. Let this be my final gift to you. In death, my love. In death do we have the power to bequeath the life we might have had. Possibilities and potential to others. To grant them what they need to go on. Or so the poet said. Was your key one such gift? Would my mother, my brother, my sister, would they tell me to accept theirs? Lord Quintus with his suicide, my comrades whom I failed, my countrymen gone without a word. Did you leave your lives and your love to me? The dead do not answer, yet the wound within ceases its bleeding for a time. If that is our truth, then let it be our meaning. Let it be the chain which binds us through generations. Live on in me, as I would have had in you. And perhaps it may yet live on in others. The dead do not answer, but light shines through the broken ceiling. You also also to behold a brightened sky. His comrades at Tertian will be waking soon. An apology and gratitude. He offers one last silent prayer to his kinsman ere departing. Be at peace, and know that you're with me. Eula stands and forges ahead into the dawn. Like, this is post everything. This is like post fun, like this is post 6.0, this is like after Garlemald is like accepting all the help and everything like that, and it's just like, you know what? It still fucking sucks. It's still horrifying. It's still a nightmare. Question about this though. Is this the body that we get the key off? Is this meant to be the body that we get the key off of? For the in from the Colds quest? Because like praying to some of the bodies is like a thing you do in that quest. And you do get like a Magitech identification key off of someone. So I have to wonder if that's meant to be like, oh, the warrior of like got that and they like more peacefully like had the body to like pay respects to them. Like, I'm using your key to survive. I pay respects to you by like treating your body nicer. Stories are heavy. None of them have made me cry yet. But it's Endwalker. It's dealing with Endwalker stuff. It's heavy shit. It is shit that's fucking heavy as hell. So there is one more story on here of Days Gone By, Days Yet to Come. However, this was added quite a while after everything else, apparently. And even if it wasn't added after everything else that we're doing for this, Deku has said that this is the correct story to save for last. So, for this session, I will come back tomorrow and do more, and then I'll put it all up as a single VOD. We have one story to read for Tales from Under the New Moon. This is the 10-year anniversary stuff that they did with the 10-year Rising. Things have slowly come out since then. I love how there's like several moments of explicit character deaths on here. This is really fun. I'm glad that like the exact moment Papalymo dies, the exact moment that Oshimon dies is there. Let's see. That's one of Minfilia's many deaths there. That's it. That's one of your Stola's many deaths right there. That's Zodiac's death, I'm pretty sure. I guess technically right before Thordan's death. Baby nearly died here. That's right before Asel's death. That's before Graha gets locked away forever. That's before Arbor becomes a part of you. There's Alphino with the fucking firewood. Alphino and the firewood. There they are. Yay. Yeah. Oh, there's a Selenorsh font, like, right at the end of that. What other ones do we have? I guess this is technically right before Elidibus dies. I guess technically right before Elidibus dies. This is right before Tsukiyomi died. There's a lot of, like, either this is as a character is dying, or, like, this is at the beginning of a duty where after this duty, the character dies. There's a lot of those on here, actually. There is a shocking amount of those here. I mean, to be fair, not all of those deaths stick. Your Stola's here. This is like, this is only our first one. This is like a baby level death for her. There's the very end of ARR, like 2.0, where they're all like they're all like Silver Tear Falls like Cartano, and they all like put the things up. So there's stuff up here. I can't quite tell if some of these are like when people are dying either. Oh, that might be telling Edmon, which is like that's what like that's right like that's one of Thancred's fake out deaths. That's this one. I recognize that. I recognize that at least. Anyways, we have these ones don't have like an interesting backgrounds. These are just here. Like, there's no interesting background for these. This is just black text on a white screen with nothing around them. That's a little interesting considering like. Okay, it's cookies. I was about so like a color palette that I can change. No, it's just cookies. Anyways, we have one story that we're going to do now, and then I'll come back tomorrow, and I'll do the next 6 that are here. Yeah, I do one. Yeah, if I do one now, then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we have 3 from the book, and then we have the last one over here. So, yeah. Because the first of many festivals, that is Dawn Trail. And then there's one in the book that is, again, Dawn Trail that I can't read just yet. So there is that. This is before Midgard Summer comes back to life? Does that count? I don't know if that counts. I don't know how much that counts. Anyways, as Azure fades, we can already I mean, I already saw this was about Estinian, but just the name as Azure fades, there's only one character this can be about, and it is Estinian. Estinian Valinor. Play Dragonson. Yeah, I think actually, oh, god damn it. Estinian Valinor was quickly discovering the potency of Harnish spirits. Back when the hunting of dragons consumed his every waking moment, he had seldom partaken of drink. Indeed, he might have well abstained completely were it not for the cajoling of a persistent friend. But having cast off the mantle of Azure Dragon and taken to the road at the end of the Dragonsong War, he'd been surprised to find he rather looked forward to the reward of a drink in the evening. And this evening, he had met his match in a new variety of liquor. More fire than water, this. Trust an alchemist to concoct such stuff. He followed his first step with a strip of dried squid, supplied by a local fisherman. The savoury morsel was equal to that he had tasted in the Far East. It served to settle the palates, and dared to drain his cup of the rest of the fiery liquor, its warmth spreading through his body as he reclined in his lavish chamber in Radzat Han. After the exertions of his quest to the very edge of existence, life in the city as Sartrop's honoured guest suited Estinian well enough. Yet despite the lack of an impending threat, he continued to train as diligently as ever. He had taken out the lance that he might avenge himself upon Nidhogg for the murder of his family, and even having done so, found that a habit formed over a lifetime was not so easily shed. Thus did an old custom meet a new one, and after Estinian had trained to his satisfaction each day, he permitted himself the indulgence of a drink or two. But given the enthusiasm of the Harnish alchemists, only one was required on this occasion. He had scarcely savoured a second strip of dried squid when exhaustion and liquor swept him over like a tide, gentle yet insistent, bearing him away on the land of slumber. Dried squid. Beyond the veil of consciousness and the depths of dream, he was fighting a dragon. The beast roared, and he felt his unbridled rancor as plainly as the stirrings of his own heart, thanks to the eye, the source of the Azure dragon's might. He leapt higher to avoid his opponent's snapping maw, twisting in midair as he channeled the Dread Orb's power into his lance. Then, like a blazing meteor hurtling from the heavens, he plummeted back down to the earth. The lance found its mark, piercing the seamless scales on the dragon's neck and sinking deep into flesh, where it released its energy in a fiery explosion that shattered bone with a telltale crack. Be still. The great beast howled in agony, thrashing desperately to throw him off, but it could not long sustain the effort. With a final shudder, it collapsed and moved no more. Another victory, he thought, though he felt neither joy nor relief. Now let us count the cost. As soon as he set foot on the ground, the searing pain racked his chest, bringing him to his knees. Worse than expected. While the eye lent him strength in harboring the dog's undying malice, it was also slowly corrupting his being. Ere long it would finally consume him, leaving naught but a vessel for the beast's dark will. An untaught truth he knew to his very core. Silence, worm! Though little more than a whisper, his voice defiant served to staunch the pain. But words could not halt the eye's growing influence. The fits grew more frequent by the day, more intense. The hour is nigh. He slumped against the body of his fallen foe and closed his eyes. Just a moment's rest. He awoke on the floor of an unfamiliar room. Furs laid under him tickled his cheek. Struggling to his elbows, he blinked his surroundings into focus. Battered stools cried around sturdy tables, and a counter spanned the length of one wall. The lingering scent of charred meat and mulled wine completed the story. This was a tavern. Father! A maiden's voice rang out. He has awakened! The call was answered by pounding footsteps, and a brawny man well into his middle years burst into the room. Alone be praised, he said, relieved of the pain. How do you feel, Lord Haldrath? Sidian's mind reeled for a moment. Oh. This was a dream of the past, and his experiencing events as Haldrath, one of Ishgard's founding fathers. Together with his sire, King Thordan, he had slain the Grey Worm Ratatoskir, and later gouged out her brother Nidhogg's eyes, whose powers he had harnessed to become the first Azure Dragoon. As his memories rose up, he found he could remember the men regarding him with such worry. Sir Arankana? I am no sir, my lord. Haven't been for a good while. Arenakard replied with a grin. Just the keeper of a tavern now, as you can see. 20 long years ago, Haldrath had sworn to live out his days in exile as solitary hunter of dragons. In the course of stopping for supplies in nearby settlements, however, he had learned of Sir Arenakard's retirement from service and subsequent purchase of the establishment which he now found himself in. The news that one of their number had chosen a quiet life had come as something of a shock. But to behold his old comrade in his new home, he could not help but feel assured. And neither am I a lord, my friends, be it yours or anyone else's. Tell me, when I come to be here? Birdsley, my daughter. Arenakard replied, gesturing at the dark-haired maiden beside him. She found you lying next to a dead dragon. Father has regarded me with tales of your deeds ever since I was little, said Birdsley, her words tumbling out with ill-concealed excitement. You're an inspiration to me, my lord. Like you, I wish to protect our people from the Dravanian menace. She's bent on joining the Temple Knights. Arenakard interjected with a grunt. Nothing we say or do will dissuade her. As a matter of fact, she was out training with Elance when she stumbled upon you. As he gazed at Berceline, Haldrath knew a twinge of sorrow. For in her determined eyes, he saw the fire that once burned his own. It's long since extinguished. My first thought was to seek the Temple Knight's aid, Berceline continued. But you spoke my father's name in your sleep, so I brought you here instead. Well, now, Haldrath grinned. What good fortune to be found by the daughter of an old friend and not a friend of my fallen foe. Berceline did not return his smile. Begging your pardon, my lord. 'Twas more than good fortune. A voice sent me to you. A voice? Whose? I do not know. She conceded, frowning out of recollection. But I am in my mind, and they sound like storm winds. More than good fortune indeed. Haldrath looked to the heavens, thanking the goddess Helone for ordaining this meeting. At long last, he had found the one to whom he might entrust all. What you heard, Haldroth began, was the will of Nidhogg. So speaking, he laid a hand upon his silver breastplate, where a grotesque object had fused itself. One of the great worm's eyes pulsing with baleful light. His eye calls to those who seek power, to corrupt and conquer their minds, that it might be free once more. Then maybe we should get to the mites after all. Bertolini exclaimed, taking a step forward. The Tri-Rangers may be able to help you. How did I say to her with a raised hand? There's no use, child, he said gently. It's already joined to my body, armor and all. When Nidhogg could not claim my mind, he turned his attention to my flesh, and it will not be denied. Soon I will be his puppet. Revelations on both father and daughter into silence. Haldroth allowed them a moment before turning to look to his old friend squarely in the eye. Ere I cease to be myself, I want you to end it. Anger flashed across from Renekart's face. You lost your bloody wits if you think I'm gonna kill you, he spat. Damn you if you're even asking. The erstwhile knights had been wont to betray his low-born roots in moments of passion. Haldroth could not help but smile to see that the years have done little to change him. There's no still thing I ask of you, I know. He continued. Would I left to become Nidhogg's thrall? I deliver unto his prize unto him. And not say what would befall that should come to pass. Shorn though the great worm was his full strength, he and his horde remained a dire threat to Ishgard. Thus the nation's new ruler, the Archbishop, established the Temple Knights to lead the fight against dragonkind. Bolstered by noble houses, the Order had managed to hold the walls so far, but only barely. The Nidhoggites were to reclaim his eyes, he would visit untold devastation upon the Holy See. Damn it. I swore on oath, Haldroth, you and you alone, that you did. We made our choice together when we learned Nidhogg's mind, that he believed mankind weak and unworthy. In order to preserve our sovereignty, we committed the grave sin of betrayal. We chose a path of blood for ourselves and our children both, and we cannot turn back now. Lo, though you have lain down the sword, your daughter has taken up the arms. To that end, Renekart got off no reply, and so he stood there, jaw clenched, staring on the floor. Haldroth turned to his gaze to Bertolini. To you who would hunt dragons, who did answer Nidhogg's call, I entrust his eyes. As custodian of their power, I charge you with the protection of our people. Bertolini's eyes widened, her lips parting as if to speak, but Haldroth pressed on. Time was running low. So long as justice burns in your heart, Nidhogg will never claim your mind. Yet your flesh will eventually succumb. Ere it does, you must find another to take up the burden and carry on the fights in your stead. Lest you forget our enemy is nigh immortal. So we'll rage on long after we have returned to dust. This much he managed before the haze seized him once more, doubling over. Someone beyond his stifled scream heard the cries of father and daughter, desperate to help but with no means to do so. Save me. To it, Renekart, Haldroth rasped. If your oath was true to me, I'd bid you end it now! Through the haze of agony, Haldroth saw his old friend take up his faithful lance with trembling hands. The deadly point came to seem rest at the seam of his breastplate. But there it stayed. As Haldroth beheld his old comrade, someone ripped plain upon his face, he was struck by the true enormity of his request. He extended the hand of fellowship to Renekart, raising him up from a ruffian to a knight. Renekart had never forgotten the debt. He had rewarded Haldroth's absolute loyalty. He could do no more than harm him than he could harm his own. Cursing himself, Haldroth sought for the words to compel his friend to do that which his heart forbade when Bertolini's voice rang out. Help me, father. And without waiting for an answer, she wrapped her hands around the shaft of the lance, just below her sides. The burden of this sin I shall bear with you. The bear shared a solemn glance, and Renekart nodded with a look that was equal parts sadness and pride. Haldroth managed to smile, in spite of the pain. Thank you, my friend, my successor. And farewell. May the bloodshed come to an end one day, and our progeny know peace once more. With that, the mighty lance that had slain countless dragons plunged into his chest, impaling his heart and bringing an end to the dream. Asinian woke with a start. A film of sweat had formed on his brow. As he wiped it away, his eyes wandered to the fearsome halberd propped in the corner of his chamber. a weapon which bore the name of his nemesis. Of all the things to show me. Once upon a time, he had taken both Nidhogg's eyes in hand and been possessed by the worm's vengeful spirit for his trouble. Could it have been the eye's twin, once embedded in Haldroth's ageless corpse, which had given rise to the vision? Asinian shook his head. Why waste time wondering when the few whom I visibly know were long dead? Sighed, it's over now. Rising to his feet, he walked to the window and opened it and let in a breeze. It took 1,000 years, but we have peace again. Rest well, Haldroth. Outside beneath the veil of night, Razadhan shone resplendently at him in all its many colors. I just so much of the Dragon Song War. And just like the whole thing of how it starts. It's like again, like it's big, like it's why the lyrics for Dragon Song like hurt so much. Because so much of it is just Hydaelyn asking why. Why does it need to be like this? Because like again, there's like Haldroth and the other people, like, do what they do, knowing that what they're doing is horrifying. But in their eyes, it's just like, this is the only way to ensure that Nidhogg, like, doesn't lay waste to us, is to take Ratatoskir's power and put an end to Nidhogg. It's the only way that we can ensure that Nidhogg doesn't, like, put an end to us. And then you have Nidhogg, who is like, the only way to ensure that the humans won't kill all of us, because they've already killed Ratatoskir, is to try and kill all of them. And it's just... You're a bastard. Again, it's why it's like it's such a big reason of why 3.3 is so good. Like the fact that the big thing you're trying to do in 3.3 is not defeat Nidhogg, but save Estinian. Yeah, it's why like Oshwan and Nacelle have such a huge impact, because it's just everything about Heavensward's about like this horrific cycle of violence, and amidst that cycle of violence, you have like Oshwan and Nacelle. Like, you have so many characters who are willing to, like, sacrifice themselves in the name of killing their enemy. Like, that's Estinian, like, for so much of Heavensward. Of just, like, I'm willing to die if it means I take down Nidhogg with me and stuff like that. And that's, like, the general viewpoint of a lot of the characters. I mean, even Nidhogg, to an extent, is that, like, when he comes back as, like, the Shade of Nidhogg, is like, I'm okay dying if it means, like, I kill all my enemies and stuff like that. So having the characters of Oshwan and Nacelle, who are just like, I'm willing to give up my life to ensure that I protect the people that I care about. Like, it's such a strong counter to that. And even, like, when you kill Thordan, it's not an end to the Dragon Song War. Because, yeah, like, Thordan needs to be got, but you don't break the cycle of violence by killing Thordan. You break the cycle of violence by saving Estinian. And like that's the whole conversation that you have with like Crestfell right before it, of just like the thing that convinces Hreisvelger to help is not, we need your help to kill your brother because your brother is so bad he needs to be stopped. So the thing that convinces Hreisvelger is, we need your help to save our friend. And like even like Horace Vilga even says that afterwards when it's like after you do rescue Estinian, and it's like and you saved him, like Horace Vilga's first response is just, so the pact between dragon and man has proven its worth, or something along those lines. I have obvious issues with Heavenswood. Like, there are parts of Heavenswood that, like, Heavenswood is clearly them improving over Realm Reborn, but it absolutely is still struggling with some of the things that, like, a Realm Reborn also wasn't great at. And just, like, how it handles the entire, like, Bloody Banquet Aftermath is, like, not great. But, like, what this game is good at, and what this game is good at doing thematically, they built, like, the basis of a lot in Heavenswood. And then they just really brought it home with 3.3. Like, there's a reason that 3.3 is, like, the first big moment of the... Like, there's big moments in the game, but, like... I've seen, like, I mean, I cry a lot of the game. I cry all the time with this game, so I don't, like, have, like, oh, this is the moment that I cry. But, like, I've seen a number of people who talk about the game who say that the first time the game made them cry was 3.3. And it's like, yeah, there's a reason. There is a reason for that. There is a reason for it. And it's like, it's one of those things where the game can make you cry. Not because of, like, how tragic something is happening, but just the sheer overwhelming emotions of what's happening, of saving Estinian. And it's like, holy shit. But it's like everything about Haldrath here is just like, again, it's one of those things where it's just like, how much, like, the first people who started this entire thing were, like, aware that what they were doing wasn't good, but they still, like, went down this dark, horrible path. And just, like, Estinian having these memories of, like, the people who came before him going down this path, and how close Estinian was to also going down this path. But what this is like a nice compliment to the level 80 Dragon Drop Quest. Cause like the level 80 Dragon Drop Quest from Shadowbringers is about, like, kind of honoring Nidhogg. Or at least, like, not, I don't know if honoring's the right word, but it's like, hopefully at least now Nidhogg can be at peace. Hopefully now that, like, all of the worries and all of the fears of man have now subsided, and there is, like, unity between dragon and man again. Hopefully now at least Nidhogg can be at peace. And hopefully the rancor that has, like, defined Nidhogg for centuries, if not millennia, because a lot of his reaction to Ishgard is because of also just, like, shit's happening again. This shit happened to the Allagon Empire, and now it's happening again. At least hopefully now he can be at peace, and that's kind of what we're doing here as well. These people went down this horrific dark path, believing it was the only way forward, where in reality it made things worse. But at least now, hopefully, there can be peace. So that is our first 10 stories. It's been about 3.5 hours. I can definitely feel the toll on my voice. There's no way I can do another 10. I mean, even just outside of how long it would take. So as soon as I'd never drink Harnish booze ever again. Harnish booze hit fucking different. The fucking drunken memories that shit gives me. I can't fucking do that shit. Actually, you know what? Totally unrelated to anything. But, it is Christmas, it is Boxing Day for me. I think, like, for Deku, it is still, like, the very last half an hour or so of Christmas. But just in terms of, like, the fiery spirits that Estinian's drinking here, that does remind me of the bottle of alcohol that I got for Christmas this year. This is probably what Estinian was drinking that gave him the Haldraff memories. He was probably drinking Tennessee Mango Habanero whiskey. This is probably what he was drinking. This is what a Harnish alchemist from Tennessee can concoct for you. Mango Habanero whiskey. This is a very interesting alcohol. It is intensely mango flavored in a very delicious way. It is very heavily mango. You open it, you smell it, and it's like there's a little bit of a burn there, but I can't even tell if it's chili or because of the chili or because of the alcohol. But the overwhelming smell is mango, and it's like, and then when you drink it, when it's in your mouth, it's like, ooh, that's a really nice mango flavor. I really like that. And the moment that you swallow it, the moment this goes down your throat picks up, oh, that is really fucking hot habanero. It's such a weird, distinct, like, very specific. Your mouth gets the mango and your throat gets the habanero. It's very odd. And how distinct that is. But this is probably what Estinian was drinking. Because I imagine if you had, like, enough of that, yeah, that would give you some time traveling memories to your ancient ancestors who started a millennia-long war. I imagine that would happen if I had a decent amount of this right before I went to bed, especially if I was drinking dried squid with it. Anyways, with that, we are going to take a pause for the moment. It is all going to be part of the same episode on YouTube. It'll all be part of the things together. Sure. This song is good. Like, Civilizations is legitimately one of the best, like, locale themes I've heard in any video game. The sheer atmosphere that this song gives off and how, like, perfectly it represents the place that you hear it in. And how much hearing the song transports you to there immediately. And just, like, how, like, fun the song is to listen to. Civilizations is legitimately like an all-timer for video game music in terms of, like, locale music. It really is. But how much the Lahi hits you just immediately is so strong. Anyways, so yes, I will come back. I will be part of the same YouTube episode. I'm coming back tomorrow after I finish work to do the last 10. We got through 10 today, and I definitely feel like I could do like 1 or 2 more. I feel like I could probably do 1 or 2 more. But we're literally halfway through the stories. So we will come back tomorrow, and we'll edit in right here of us doing the last 10. More anniversaries, and then book stuff, which I'm just going to assume the book stuff is just like from anywhere. And then one final one from the Tales of the Dawn to round us out. I really like reading these stories. It's a lot. These are definitely some of the, like, it's more difficult to stream these stories than most other things because it is just non-stop reading. Like, non-stop reading, just like, it's a combination of just how much physical talking there is. And I'm trying to, like, read it and not just, like, monotone it. So I'm trying to, like, give things like that. But it's also just, like, the level of focus of just, it is constant reading, and I'm reading a thing just, like, non-stop, and it's non-stop words. Like, it's definitely more difficult to... The reason that all of these episodes that I do the stories for get broken up into multiple streams is because it is, like... I cannot do this for, like, extended periods of time. I'm almost feeling that with Disco Elysium from the 2 streams that I've done for that. It's just, thankfully, Disco Elysium is voice acting. Like, if I was playing Disco Elysium before the Final Cut was released and I had the voice and it didn't have the voice acting, those streams would be like 2.5 hours max. And it's a thing that I have here as well, where it's just like it just like the constant reading it is way more like intense. Like it's like I feel more exhausted. I feel more mentally exhausted than just like playing the game. I feel like it's more mentally exhausting to just read and talk that constant. I think it's because of like the lack of break. Like if I'm during a normal stream, what I'm talking about, what I'm focusing on is constantly changing. Whereas this is just non-stop all this, and it's just like it's mentally much more exhausting. I like doing them. I love the stories and I love the way that these expand the world and everything like that. I do really like reading these stories. It's just from a streaming perspective that it's just like a lot more than it's. So we will come back tomorrow and we shall read some more stories, and hopefully get through them all, because not tomorrow but the day after we're also ending Endwalker, so I kind of have to do it tomorrow. And this is why I'm not doing any more today. We're gonna end it before I die. We'll be back tomorrow. And we are back. We have another batch of 10 stories to read. We are here. We've got some fancy music going on this time. We've got some fancy divine music. We have another 10 stories. Let us get that emote ready so it looks appropriate. We'll get that right as I swap over to the thing here, and it will be like a seamless thing of just like, and now Mindifus goes to read from her book, and we are transported into the world of the stories. Seamless transition. So last time we finished with As Azure Fades. So now we're moving on to Bringer of Shadow, Bringer of Light. A story that I am sure will make no one cry. There's definitely no part of this that will reference either Elidibus, Ardbert, or the Warrior of Light. Or possibly Ammon. Bringer of Shadow, Bringer of Light. Look at how bright and white the 10-year anniversary ones are. They don't have anything. They don't have anything on the side. They don't have like any like detailing or anything. It's just a bright white screen. It's a little odd. I kind of wish they had like the little details that the other ones did instead of just being plain white. It's a little much on the eyes. Did the music change? I think the music just changed. I think the music just changed. I don't know the headphones in, so I'm just trying to hear it from the speaker. So I gotta have it a little louder. I gotta have it a little louder without picking up. Bringer of Shadow, Bringer of Light. North of the central mountain range lay the seat of the Gallian Empire, where the snow lay thick upon the earth, hiding its features beneath a nondescript veil of white. A tense silence pervaded the region, as if the land itself knew that its suffering had not ended with the final days. Even in this modest city, more than 400 miles west of the ruins' capital, the people shuffled about with sullen expressions. What brief snatches of conversation could be heard on the streets were hushed and hurried, serving only to punctuate the oppressive quiet. A man walked down the main avenue, clad in the sand issue overcoat and cap of the Imperial Army. He cast his gaze about with the same hard look worn by the other patrolling soldiers, none questioning his purpose. After a quick glance over his shoulder, he slipped around a corner, proceeding down a succession of narrow, shadow-filled alleyways until he reached the city's outskirts. When the paved path gave way to a field of snow, the man's gaits became more languid, whereupon he stopped dead, as if struck by a sudden thought. A solitary creak of leather served as a prelude to the attack. In one fluid motion, he turned and drew his sword, deflecting the slash which would otherwise have opened him from stem to stern, and drove forward into his opponent, jerking his elbow sharply upwards as he did so. The sound of crunching teeth was his reward. His assailant staggered backwards, dropped his scythe, and fell mutely into the waiting snow. Let's call this one a draw and go our separate ways, shall we? Thancred had come only to observe. Although the Scions of the Seventh Dawn had officially disbanded, he maintained a lone vigil. It was all he could do to honor the memory of the woman he had loved like a sister. The woman who had given her life to save what she held dear. For the time being, a tentative peace had settled upon the world. It was true. But whispers of unrest within Garlemald had lured him from his leisure. Thancred regarded the motionless form of his would-be assassin. Clothed entirely in black, only his eyes were exposed to the elements. The deep creases in their corners marked the man as a seasoned veteran. Doubtless he belonged to the Reapers, agents of the Empire who culled its enemies before its advent of Magitek. Clinging to the tattered glory of his nation, this lone survivor had likely identified him as an outsider, and thus a target for elimination. Bad luck. Even as his gaze shifted back to the blanket of white stretching off before him, Thancred found his mind's eye turning to the past. The sight of the old soldier and his slath lying in the snow had stirred memories of another. One who had dwelled in a world of light, world filled with light as blinding as his frigid waste. Within that brilliance the man fought, and within that brilliance he died. General Ranjit had been an implacable foe. Thancred had made it a priority to delve into the General's past as he prayed to rescue Minfilia from her prison in Yulmore. His search had led him to records which mentioned a group of assassins that operated within the shadows of the First before the Flood of Light. The contracts they accepted were few, but they had never known failure. What scant details Thancred could uncover of their inner workings beggared belief. Purportedly a brotherhood bound by blood, they obscured their origins by rearing offspring of every conceivable race and instructing them in the ways of their bloody art. Even the forbidden magics of foreign lands were at their beck and call, but such mastery came at a great cost. The training they endured was said to be tantamount to torture. The wellspring of their devotion and the beliefs which drove them had been lost to history. What stories remained indicated a zeal that bordered on obsession. A century before, Zalbard, the leader of this secretive group, had visited Yulmore for an audience with its mayor. It required little imagination due to the purpose of their meeting, but even Thancred had been taken aback by the twist of fate which was to follow. For the flood of light had poured over the First even as the mayor and Zalbard parleyed. Consequently, Zalbard and his followers had little choice but to remain in Yulmore as the mayor's guests. Whether out of gratitude for the hospitality they duly received, or simply necessity in the face of the world's seemingly imminent destruction, the assassins drilled Yulmore's unbloodied soldiers in the art of warfare. And thus did Zalbard come to lead the defense against the Sin Eaters, surging forth from the empty, driving them back and buying a precious reprieve for the beleaguered city. After 12 years in Yulmore, Zalbard sired a son. Considering the dearth of information pertaining to the child's mother, it was plain that his main concern had been to procure an heir to whom he might pass down his skills. Records told that the boy began training in earnest before he could form a sentence, and that his father named him Ranjit. 12. Makes him fucking... That makes Ranjit, like, fucking 88. If it's 12... If Zalbard had a kid 12 years after the flood, that makes Ranjit 88. By the time of the, like, Shadowbringers. That makes him by far the oldest character in the game that isn't, like, of Viera. I don't even think any Elizons we know are that old. Like, Thordon is said to be like King Thordon is like 60s or 70s when we kill him. Like Thordon 7. The guy who became King Thordon Prime, you know what I mean. The world had been driven to desperation by the relentless onslaughts of the Sin Eaters. Verbert teetered on the brink of collapse and would surely have tumbled over the precipice had it not been for a miraculous occurrence. Among the populace, a girl was discovered who could not be turned by the Sin Eaters' corrupting influence. 2 years later, she came to be sheltered in Yulmore and was given the name Minfilia, after a figure of legend said to have stemmed the Flood of Light. Knowing that Minfilia's unique talents would prove invaluable on the front line, Zalbard resolved to train her himself, though she was then a girl of but 12 summers. Young, perhaps. Yet older than Ranjit, who had only recently turned 5. Ah. So I guess, like, he had a kid, and then this is, like, 5 years after he had a kid. Okay. So it took, like, a couple of years after Minfilia sacrificed herself for, like, the first Minfilia to be born. Cracking knuckles. Together, the two children started under Zalbard. One the world's would-be beacon of hope, and the other the heir to its darkest arms. The path each followed would ultimately lead them to different destinations, but for now they walked side by side. Whether they viewed each other as friend or rival, comrade or competitor was never recorded. Yet one account from the period described Renfilia during her days in Yulmore as a bright and cheerful girl who was taking a life in the city as if she were Yulmoran born and bred. Despite her singular gift, she remains humble and devoted to her mission, displaying an appetite for training equal to that of her master's firstborn son. In time, Renfilia grew into her role, and after years of secrecy, her existence was revealed to the world. She would, it was announced, take her place in a newly formed elite battalion known as the Sinbound, commanded by Zalbard himself, and they would lead Yulmore's counter-offensive. Every drop of blood shed in battle afforded the Sinbound a deeper understanding of their foe, and it was thanks to this hard-earned knowledge that they finally succeeded in tracking down the most elusive quarry, the region's Lightwood, hidden in the Dwago Mountains. Could they but defeat it, the theory went, all of Kalusha might be liberated. Though the battle that followed was long and brutal, victory came at last when Zalbard landed the killing blow. Yet the Sinbound's joy was proved short-lived. Their cheers replaced too soon by cries of horror. Phineas, even as the Light Warden perished, the corrupting radiance stored within its body poured forth, engulfing its vanquisher body and soul. The great general let out an inhuman howl before transforming that which he most despised. It was then that a terrible truth was laid bare. Those who slay the Light Warden were doomed to become one. The Sinbound had no choice but to retreat. Upon their return to Yulmore, they declared that Zalbard had given his life to put down the Light Warden, his heroic sacrifice paving the way to ultimate salvation, a half-truth at best, but one the people could tolerate better than the bitter reality. And so the first grieved the death of a leader, while celebrating historic victory, and Renfilia dutifully smiled and waved. Later, far from public eye, it fell to her to disabuse the realm's leaders of their false hope, and to propose a solution. If she were the one to slay the Light Warden, then perhaps her natural immunity to the enemy's baleful influence might prevent victory from dispelling defeat. And so the Sinbound continued their hunt, with Ranjit still scarcely more than a boy, assuming his father's command. While it was unclear how far his training as an assassin had progressed, it was every bit as ferocious as his forebear on the light-drowned battlefields. The loss of father and teacher did not deter him, rather it seemed to kindle the lens of the youth, an as yet unseen steel. Ranjit's prowess was beyond doubt. Military record showed that Renfilia was in fact the mastermind behind the Sinbound stratagems, and the general's equal on the field of battle. For every Sinate slain by Ranjit, Renfilia would slay another, and he would answer in turn. On and on this cycle continued, until the land was littered with their foes. But all good things must come to an end. 10 years after the Sinbound's founding, Renfilia was dealt a grievous wound. Though immune to the Sinate's influence, she bled like any other, and this time no Kyrogen could save her. Fading fast, she summoned her comrades to her side and delivered a prophecy. That Renfilia would come again. The Oracle of Light spoke through her, she assured them, and they saw from her undimmed smile that she told the truth. Her duty thus fulfilled, she requested a final moment alone with Ranjit. What words were then exchanged that only two would ever know, a bringer of shadow and bringer of light? Did the dying Renfilia falter at the last, or did she part this world with her familiar smile undaunted? Ranjit never told. State records spoke of a grand funeral where all whose lives were uplifted by Renfilia's presence mourned her passing. She was interred in Yulmore's crypts, her mortal remains carried there by Ranjit himself. It took nigh on 3 years of searching to find Renfilia's proposed reincarnation. The girl delivered to Yulmore had the same flaxen hair, the same bright eyes, and, it was duly confirmed, the same resistance to the sway of the enemy. That was where the similarity ended. She was young and almost painfully shy, greeting the approach of a stranger as most would greet a senator. Regardless, she was destined to bear the people's hope, and just as Zalbard had taken the previous Renfilia's pupil, Ranjit resolved to do the same with her successor. In the end, she lasted but a dozen summers, and did not live to see her 10th battle. While the world awaited her rebirth, scholars worked feverishly to discern the true nature of the senators, hoping to discover some hitherto unknown noticed weakness, one which even a child might exploit. Yet their findings dashed any such hopes. Though the Senators looked like living beings, the truth was quite the opposite. There were no vital organs to pierce, no arteries to open. Like dolls, the loss of a part served only to diminish the whole and not destroy it. Only brute force could stop their advance. Ranjit continued to train Renfilia after Renfilia. As she was born and reborn, some taking to his methods while others did not. A few begged him to end their lives, that they might make way for a more suitable student. One way or another, to save all that was left, they gave all they had. who would break this merciless wheel. 80 years after the Flood of Light, Yulmore came under the rule of Vorthri, a man who could bend the Sin Eaters to his will, and thus were the Sinbound rendered surplus to requirements and despondent. Yet when Phileas was still born into the world, after having a dream that he would someday meet his end at one's hands, Vorthri ordered that the Oracle's current incarnation be put to death. From that day forth, Ranjit was tasked with a new mission, to seek out the next Minfilia and confine her, that she might never rise against Vorthri or the Sin Eaters under his thrall. None can say for sure what the aging general thought of his sad duty, but his words to the Warrior of Darkness and their companions, who aided in Minfilia's rescue, were recorded for posterity. Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this God's forsaken world. Man is an inherently flawed creature. In his vain pursuit of righteousness, he but sows the seeds of future conflict. Thus I have chosen my place, my hopes upon he who has transcended men, upon he who is unbound by the vagaries of conscience. Ranjit died in battle at the age of 88. His body was found lying before the graves of his former pupils, all taken before their time. So, yeah, like, we knew already that Ranjit had, like, trained multiple Minfilias. And I'm pretty sure we knew that Ranjit was also tasked with, like, after Vorthri came into power, executing new ones. But Ranjit knew every single one of them. Ranjit knew every single Minfilia. The first one being more akin to a sibling, and the rest being more students. Or children, after enough time, I imagine. Yeah, he knew absolutely every single one of them. Again, Ranjit's an interesting part of Shadowbringers, because I feel like Ranjit and his daughters, his many daughters that he either got killed in battle or personally had put down. It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like Ranjit's a really interesting part of Shadowbringers in terms of like his characterization and his lore and his history. And I feel like he's really underutilized in Shadowbringers. I feel like it's one of those things. It's one of those aspects of Shadowbringers, which there's a couple of things of Shadowbringers that I think this of. I also think this of Emmett Selk, of the concept is really cool, and if you read into the character by like understanding their history and understanding all the stuff about them, what's there is really good. I wish it got the level of presentation that other stuff in Shadowbringers got. Because, like, the many aspects of, like, Minfilia who becomes Rain, you see all of that. Like, you have so many cutscenes to, like, get across the multiple parts of Rain and all of her, and all the doubts and all the thoughts that she has until her moment of resolve before, right before Thancred fights Ranjit, which Ranjit should have died then. That's also another part of it. The fact that, like, Ranjit has the big character moment that, like, is the big character moment for Thancred, and then survives that, and then you just put him down later while, like, storming Yulmore is really weird. Like, that's an odd, like, Ranjit really should have died to Thancred. That's one of those things where it's just like, oh, they don't want to have someone they don't want to have a character who beats the Warrior of Light but then gets beaten by Thancred later, because the Warrior of Light's got to be the strongest ever, so, I guess he didn't kill Ranjit. Ranjit got away. And it's one of those weird... It's a weird moment like that. Hello, Annabelle. What's up? We're talking about older men who kill their daughters. I promise this makes sense in context. We're talking about a villain of a story, so... If the context is this is one of the villains of the story. I see. But, like, there's a lot interesting to Ranjit, and... like, why Ranjit goes for the path that he does in Shadowbringers, you can really see of just, like, why does Ranjit, like, side with someone who commands Sin Eaters, despite that Sin Eaters are, like, the cause of all the fucking problems and the things that he fought for so long. And it's like, oh, he does that because he wants to put an end to the cycle of suffering. And it's just like, he doesn't care what the end result of that is. He just wants the suffering to end, both for the Minfilias that he cares about and himself having to, like, personally at this point now put them down and kill them, or lead them into battle and they get killed when they're like 12 years old. So, like, again, there's a lot of interesting stuff to Ranjit, and I do think Ranjit's an interesting character to read about. He's an interesting character to read about. But unfortunately, I feel like his use in Shadowbringers ends up just being, wow, this random old man is really strong, huh? We must find a way to beat up this random old, really strong man. Again, there's a couple of aspects of Shadowbringers that I think that of. I feel like because Shadowbringers is focused on, like, because of the fact that Shadowbringers doesn't rely much on what came before Shadowbringers in its main story, because Shadowbringers is very much just this is a new world, new history, new lore, new characters outside of the Scions. Because of that, I have, like, less forgiveness towards Shadowbringers when it doesn't do enough with one of its ideas that it brings up. Because something like Endwalker, right? I gotta turn my thing. I've realized what the air conditioner does. The air conditioner will bring the, like, if I set the temperature, like, I've set the temperature now to 19. If the air conditioner detects that the temperature is at 19, it stops and it turns off, and it won't turn it back, and it won't turn it back itself back on until it detects that the temperature has gone back above 19. But the thing is that without it on, it will rise in that temperature really rapidly, and it doesn't kick on fast enough to actually stop that. So the solution is, once it gets down to that cool temperature, just turn the fan on. And just, if it starts getting hot again with the fan on, then I can turn it back to the cool mode. I need the batteries for it, so I can just do it with a button. But yeah, like something like Endwalker, right? When Endwalker has a character, and it uses that character for one or two cutscenes, I'm a lot more forgiving towards something like Endwalker, or even like Stormblood. I'm a lot more forgiving to those expansions because they're trying to cover so much stuff, and they're trying to bring up so much stuff from prior expansions, that I'm just like, I'm more understanding of, you have a lot to cover, so therefore I understand that you're not going to go super deep into, like, everything. But also, I just, while Shadowbringers is very good, I find that there are certain elements of Shadowbringers where it's not as efficient in its storytelling as Endwalker. Like, Endwalker is able to do so much in such short amount of time. Like, I think about a character like Marzia, who we don't meet that many, like, we meet him, like, what, 3 times across Endwalker, and how much they're able to do with his character in that short of a time, and how much they're able to do with that, I think is, like, really good. Whereas Shadowbringers, it does have characters, and it does have moments where, like, it is that, like, that efficiency. Tesleen it is an example of that. The man who lost his wife for the Talus, like the Rothka. His name begins with M, and I constantly forget him. Like, that's another character where it's like, the character doesn't have to be on screen for very long, and they do a lot with that character. But because they're spending so much time with so much stuff in Shadowbringers, Magnus, that's what I'm thinking. There's a lot of characters in Shadowbringers where they want it to be a slow burn, and that's totally fine. There are other things in other expansions that are a slow burn as well. Like, Emmett's a slow burn, the Exarch's a slow burn, the Warrior of Light's a slow burn, Arbert's a slow burn, all of the Scions are slow burns, except for, like, I guess, kind of Alisei. Alisei's not, like, Alisei's stuff is kind of dealt with very quickly in Shadowbringers, but, like, Y'shtola's stuff, and Urianger's stuff, and Thancred's stuff, and even Alphinaud's stuff, like, we revisit those ideas several times before, like, their things happen in Shadowbringers. Rain, obviously, like, Shadowbringers takes its damn time for a lot of its characters, and I do think it works really well for most of them. I just think, like, Ranjit and Emmett are characters where they spend so long with these characters, And I feel like they don't do enough with either of them in the time that we have with them. Like, again, I stand by my opinion to this day that I think Emmett is one of the biggest misses of Endwalker, of Shadowbringers. I stand by that to this day, that I think one of the biggest swings and misses of all of Shadowbringers is Emmett Selk. And I know that Emmett Selk is like this beloved villain that like people talk about being the best villain in the entirety of Final Fantasy. My thing is, I don't think Shadowbringers does enough with him. I think there are way too many cutscenes with Emmett that waste his presence. I think there's way too much screen time of Emmett in Shadowbringers where we are not advancing his character and we are there for just shenanigans, and those shenanigans are way less interesting than what Emmett had in the patches for Stormblood, when we saw him interacting with Varus and shit like that. We just have worse versions of those cutscenes for like 3/4 of Shadowbringers. And like, again, I think of Elidibus compared to Emmett in Shadowbringers, how rapidly in those patches they are able to establish why Emmett is such a strong villain, why he's so different to other villains that we've overcome, why Elidibus acts the way that he does, why Elidibus thinks the way that he does. They do so much with Elidibus in such a short period of time. It is over 2 patches. Honestly, it's over 1. 5.2 alone does enough for Elidibus. It's just they go even further with it in 5.3. And it's like, I feel like they do less with Emmett across the entire base expansion. There are too many cutscenes where Emmett is just there to fuck around. And also just too many, like, Elidibus is aware of the futility of like trying to bargain with us or reason with us, and half of the time even explain to us his plans. He's like, why would I do that? You're my enemy. And I find the entire draw of Emmett for so much of Shadowbringers being, we're here, I'm trying to compromise with you, I'm trying to find a way for us to resolve this peacefully, is just bullshit and just doesn't work at all. It just does not work, because Emmett says that he's there to do that and then presents a completely unreasonable position that he absolutely knows in no uncertain terms that no one will ever agree to, and he refuses to have any form of compromise. So why is so much of Shadowbringers about Emmett trying to work with us when, like, nothing about that concept is ever presented as being even close to something that is possible to happen? And so much of so much of Shadowbringers waste time on Emmett Selk with this shit. And I think that's part of the issue with Ranjit as well, is that you have a lot of cutscenes where Ranjit shows up before he fights Thancred. And the point of most of those cutscenes is, wow, Ranjit's scary, huh? I'm glad that we managed to get away from him this time. Or, wow, Ranjit's scary, he did some fucked up shit this time, huh? And then, like, you get to the fight with him and Thancred, and, like, then Ranjit's entire backstory is laid out to you there, and it's just like, it would have been nicer to spend some of the time that we've already spent with Ranjit trying to cover this. Like, you get that one line of just like, you're delaying the inevitable by trying to protect her because all the Menphilias will die forever. Like, and that's all you get? And I was just like, yeah. Ranjit, like Emmett, I think they just waste way too much. Like, they give these characters way too many cutscenes and then do nothing with them for so long and then try to jam a lot right into the end. Which is also what they do for Emmett. I think, again, it's the thing that I said where it's like, I don't think Emmett Selk as a character in Shadowbringers is very good, because I think they waste too much of his characterization and they don't spend anywhere near enough on it. His characterization's expanded a lot in Endwalker in very good ways, and it really helps, like, actually round out what we're told is apparently Emmett's character in Shadowbringers. But, yeah, so it's like, as I mentioned in Shadowbringers, I don't think Emmett's a great character in Shadowbringers, because they just waste too many of his cutscenes and don't, like, give him enough characterization that isn't just, like, shenanigan bullshit nonsense that doesn't even make fucking sense. But when you get to Armorer and you understand, like, why the Ascians have been doing what they're doing and the, like, the mentality of the Ascians, like when Hythlodaeus is explaining why they wanted to keep sacrificing the Zodiac, why the people rose up as Hydaelyn's followers to oppose that and everything like that, why Emmett is still going on with this after this much time, how much of a toll it's taking on Emmett, and like why him trying to like compromise with you is more so him trying to say, can you prove me wrong because I feel like what I'm doing is wrong, but I can't admit that to myself because myself doesn't allow me to give up on what I believe in, even though I'm starting to have doubts about what I believe in being the right path. So, like, all of that stuff that you learn about Emmett, like, from, like, Armorer, is really good and makes him a really good villain. Because, again, how much just, like, his worldview and everything is such a stark counter to, like, the hero's worldview and how they clash. It's a really, really interesting clash and really good. He makes a really good villain in that regard. I just don't think as a character he's done very well in Shadowbringers. Which is another positive of Endwalker, of just how much Endwalker really does expand on the characterization of Emmett Silk and why you understand why Emmett Silk became the kind of person that he ends up being in Shadowbringers way more rather than what you actually see in Shadowbringers. So like getting this stuff where it's like it's nice to get this in the short stories, but like I either want the short stories to be about like completely disconnected stuff from the main game that's just cool extra things to learn, or an expanding of something that we already got in the game. Like the stuff with Estinian is that's expanding on what we like. Estinian already gets so much in the game that getting more Estinian stuff in a short story is just, oh, this is even more Estinian stuff, this is nice. Whereas something like this feels like we didn't get any of the proper Ranjit stuff in the game, and this is to make up for it. And I'm just like, yeah, it's nice to have it, but I wish this was... I kind of have the same feeling of, like, the $4 and Eda story. Where it's just like, yeah, it's nice to have it, but, like, this should be a short story that's expanding on something that we got in the main game, not here it is in a short story because it doesn't exist in the main game. You can have stuff that's a short story that expands on stuff that doesn't exist in the main game if it's, like, more disconnected or something that doesn't have a reason to show up in the main game. Like, I would say, I guess the Vanar stuff is still expanding on that. But yeah. It's still expanding on something that's actually in the game because of the Watcher. And like, it is confirming who the Watcher is, which you already do learn from the Myths of the Wrong stuff. Anyways, it's Storm's Wake. Oh, nice neck crack. You have a letter, Raha. It's Carl. It had been some time since the turmoil of the final days, and Grahatia was making the most of a rare moment of quiet with a leisurely lunch out in the midday sun. Duty would eventually call him back to the Bardessian Annex, however, and he had barely arrived when Kral emerged from the office to greet him. In her hand was an envelope marked for his personal attention, a rare occurrence, as nearly all missives the students received were addressed to the collective. He examined the envelope and the elegant Aeolsian script in which the name had been written. Note that sender's name was curiously absent. Availing himself of a letter opened up from Ajika's desk, he quickly extracted the missive, and barely began to pore over its contents when a sudden, sharp gasp escaped his lips, drawing quizzical glances from Kral and Ajika. In disbelief, he read the message again to confirm his eyes were not deceiving him, before turning to his companions in bewilderment. I've been invited to Doma for a private audience with Lord Heian. Lord Heian, Kral repeated, doubtfully. What business does he have with you? I should very much like to know that myself. Had he bade me bring our adventuring friend, I could understand it, but I haven't the faintest idea what he could possibly want with me. I don't think they met, even during Endwalker. Graha flipped the letter over and held it up to the light, searching for a clue. Some hidden cipher or sign that might explain this unusual correspondence. Yet none was to be found. Considering that there was no secret subtext, he began to contemplate how best to proceed when the Warrior of Light stories of Dharma sprang to mind. Well, I can hardly reject an invitation from the great Lord Heian, he pondered aloud, hoping the words might convince his colleagues that duty and obligation were foremost in his thoughts. But the smiles playing on their lips quickly gave the lie to that. Donning what he hoped was a neutral expression, he ignored their knowing looks and the burning of his cheeks, and set about making preparations to depart forthwith. Passing through Kagane, Graha made for the small fishing village of Asari in the Ruby Sea, where a chartered skiff awaited him. From there, a gentle tide bore him along the One River, all the way to the Nomen Enclave. No sooner had he disembarked than a towering lupin welcomed him with a graceful bow, introducing himself as Sakuro, a retainer of Lord Ian. In keeping pace with the wolfman's giant strides, Graha scarcely had time to take in the distinctive architecture of the Enclave. Ornate stone walls with round gates and fan-shaped windows lined either side of the street. He caught glimpses of the craftsmen hard at work within, but quickly averted his gaze, lest he be distracted from the purpose of his visit. Duties first. At the end of the road stood a manor nigh as grand as the mountains behind it. According to Hakuro, the structure had once been the residence of the Enclave's magistrate, but had since been renamed to the Kiankan, roughly translated to the Swallow's Homecoming, and had served as Lord Hien's domicile since the end of the Imperial occupation. Hakuro ushered him inside and swiftly guided him through a labyrinthine series of halls. There was a uniquely floral fragrance in the air, though it was unclear if the aroma was inherent to the aged wood, or if the halls were purposely scented. In any case, the serene surroundings did little to settle his nerves. As Graha struggled to recall what he knew of Far Eastern customs, he made a point to be mindful of his posture. He was no envoy, nor less an emissary come on stately business. But even so, his time as the Exarch had taught him the importance of appearances. I remember that much at least. At last he reached the center of the maze, and there, sitting cross-legged in a massive chamber, was the man he had come to see. Ian! Well met, friend. Pray accept my apologies for bringing you all this way, Ian said with a warm smile. Water. Oh, they had met once before, when the leaders of the Eosian Alliance held council on the matter of the Tulafere. Gra had been thrilled to meet the man he only read about, a hero from an altogether different book of history. It was a tale that would thankfully never come to pass, and he knew all too well it served no purpose to retain stories from its tattered pages. Thus he endeavoured to separate the man from the myth, pledging simply to introduce himself as the newest member of the Scions. Since their first meeting, Graha had known the Doman Lord to be every bit as impressive as the heads of the other city-states. Yet seeing him there in the Kiankan, framed by the imposing ink painting of Yangsha, the man seemed somehow larger than life. Blinking, Graha reminded himself that he had been born the year after the annexation of Doma, which would make them the same age. But his demeanour betrayed no hint of youth. Graha can only imagine the hardships he must have endured in his childhood to foster such presence of mind. It was no trouble at all. I am most grateful for the invitation, though I am not sure what I could have done to deserve such an honour. Is it truly me you wish to see? But of course! There's a matter upon only which your counsel will suffice. The young lord gestured for Graha to sit, and he gratefully obliged, curious to hear what his host had to say. As Hien explained it, the seeds of change had begun to quicken in Garlemald, and Razat Khan, having reopened trade with the ravaged nation, was now organising a summit between the leaders of the resurgent Garlean community and the dignitaries of various surrounding countries. And, lest he further strain relations between Doma and Garlemald, Hien wished to gain insight into the Empire's present state. The acting viceroy of Locus Aemonus, or Corvus as it had been formerly known, would be in attendance, and intelligence regarding the province was therefore of particular interest. Graha and Hien being the same age feels wrong. Well, I mean, soulfully, Graha's a lot older. In terms of the age of the soul, Graha would be a lot older. Recalling that Fingrid had infiltrated Locus Aemonus during the final days, and trusting none more than the Silence to keep an accurate account of events in the midst of such chaos, he again had reached out to the grizzled rogue for any information he might care to disclose. Imagine my surprise when he told me there was another Scion better suited to the task, one who not only joined him on the mission, but hailed from Corvus besides. Graha nodded slowly. Be that as it may, I was brought to Sharlayan as a child, and have had little contact with Corvus since. I fear what knowledge I can provide may not prove as useful as you hope. 'Tis not uncommon for those of us born in the provinces to become estranged from the land of our birth, Ian replied with a knowing smile. But I'm eager to hear what you're able to share. To this, Graha gave a self-deprecating shrug, and after a moment's thought, resolved to start with what he knew best, the province's history. If one were to ask who the land belonged to in the very beginning, both Corvosi and Garlean would surely claim it as their own. Yet from the perspective of a scholar of Allagan history, the facts were clear to see. It was the site of a provincial city founded by the Allagan Empire more than 5,000 years ago, when the Allagan set scores of Makote's slaves to till the fertile land south of the continent of Ilsabad. After numerous unborn calamities and centuries of war over territory and resources, however, only the Garleans or Corvosi had remained, and it was the latter who had subsequently driven the Garleans into the frigid northern wastes, where they would live in obscurity for 800 years. This lengthy exile had lasted until roughly 6 years prior to the present day, when Legatus and future Emperor Solus Galivus harnessed the power of Magitech to revolutionize the Garlean military. In the name of reclaiming their ancestral homeland, he marched Garlemald's great army south to crush their former nemesis, who could find no answer to the might of the Empire's Machina. After brutally subjugating the Corvosi, the Garleans wiped the name of Corvos from all records, retitling it Locus Aemonis. As the only province in the history of Garlemald to have its name entirely erased, it was clear the Garleans were not above holding a grudge. So just like the idea is like the founding of Corvos is just, oh yeah, slave. It was just a slave city. You know. As an Australian myself, I have to wonder if this truly is the start of that, or whether there were people living there who were kicked out to make way for the slaves. It's a thing, it had been more than 50 years since the name Corvos became all but a footnote in the annals of history. He had murmured, no doubt imagining what might have become a dome had it met a similar fate. Graham nodded. Thankfully, its legacy lives on in the city that remains, and the culture that survives there to this day. Yet it should not be forgotten that those who have taken the helm of governance were born during the period of imperial rule. Graham remembered vividly the Corvosi response when the final days had arrived. Even allowing for the fact that it was a calamity without precedent, they had been slow to act compared to the neighbouring Rats at Han. Not that this is entirely surprising. After Garlemald's construction, a Corvosi youth, one notably not of Garlean descent, reported that the chain of command had quickly disintegrated once contact with the homeland had been lost. He unclosed his eyes and exhaled as slowly as he considered Graha's words. When at last we won our liberty from the Garleans, Dorma had been an imperial province for 25 summers, Al Amigo for 20. But had neither nation borne the Empire's yoke for another 10, or even 1, who's to say we would have prevailed? He paused for a moment, staring at the polished hardwood floor. It is difficult, after all, to find the strength to fight for a way of life you still remember. Aye, he continued. I think of no more force more formidable than time and its inexorable flow. Had it not been for my parents and the guidance of my mentor Gosetsu, I cannot say for any certainty that my conviction would have held through the years. It may well have been washed away by the tides of time, my imperial education molding me into an altogether different man. I doubt there is a dominant in this world who has lived a life free of the wages of imperial rule. Ian's face darkened as he recalled the suffering visited on him and the other children born during the imperial occupation. Without imperial citizenship, Dormans and Alamegans alike have become foreigners in their own lands, branded savages by their subjugators. The only reprieve to be had from their mistreatment came from citizenship, which could only be obtained through distinguished service in the military. Yet to gain the favour of their oppressors was to invite the contempt of kith and kin, to be labelled a hot loyal hound of the Empire. And so, from the earliest years, they struggled amidst a maelstrom of anger and resentment to discover who they were, Dorman, Alamegan, or Garlean. The elders might speak of halcyon days, but how are they to understand that which they have never known? There was only the Empire. A dreary silence fell upon the room. Graha breathed deep of the calming floral aroma in the air, wondering how he might lighten the mood. After a moment of searching, an answer came to him. Historians and archaeologists like myself attempt to identify the turning points of civilizations, where one era ends and another begins. Yet the reality is not so black and white. Rulers come and go, as may a country's name, but the people remain. Life goes on. When the winds of change blow, they set their sails accordingly, become the pioneers of a new generation, their course leading them ever onward, be it unto joy or sorrow. And when, centuries later, we scholars look back upon their journey, we see the history not of a nation, but of a people. Ian gave Graha a look of faint surprise before bursting into laughter. Forgive me, my friend. Well, so it's not my intention to sour the mood. Yet I do not regret it, for I've been rewarded with some unexpected morsels of wisdom. Graha shrank back, his face reddening. Mayhap I spoke too freely. Not at all. You but spoke your mind. 'Tis little wonder the Scions welcomed you with open arms. Though for a moment I could have sworn I was listening to the words of a wizened sage. Graha's ears drooped in embarrassment as he interrupted into laughter once more. At length the young lord gestured apologetically and fixed Graha with a grin. 'Tis as you say. We must not fear change, but accept it as a part of life. The dominant beloved by our ancestors, like our own, and that of our progeny, shall all become part of a single shared history. His grin fading, Ian gazed past Graha as if peering into the future. It was a look Graha knew well. He had seen it on the faces of other brave souls who, no matter the hardship or danger, never strayed from their course. Brave souls who had saved to the very start. Recalling them, Graha pictured the Dharma of tomorrow. Whatever land store for this liberated land in the era Hian and his people would help to shape, he looks forward to seeing it. Well, he answered at last, I suppose there's nothing for it but to make the most of this summit, and set our sails accordingly. Come, tell me more of Korvos. I want to know of its delicacies. There is no better way to find common grounds with another than through his belly. He answered as he spoke, pausing when he saw the look of confusion on Graha's face. He chuckled softly. Surely you do not think me so heartless as to make you speak of such delights on an empty stomach. You have travelled far to answer my questions, and as my honoured guest, you shall taste the best Doma has to offer. Graha's stomach growled in response. His confusion quelled and appetite duly whetted. He stood up and together with Hian exited the Kiankan. Across the One River, he could see the ruined remnants of what stood at the very centre and the symbol of the land, Doma Castle. Yet the enclave was bustling with people determined to restore and rebuild. Even after the storm of blood, the people remained to usher in the dawn of a new era. And life goes on. That's a sweet story. I like that one. Yo! Yo! This is the lady who runs the 1,000 stalls. It's Kazakura. It's the two blacksmiths. It's the old gay men blacksmiths. It's the Doman Adventurers Guild. Let's go. I think even in the back is the two Budaja who are like hanging out there. Was it Budaja? I can't remember which clan they were. Yo. They have the Enclave characters here. Yo. See, this is like the perfect thing for a side story. This is the one they want to keep kidnapping Ian. Yeah, they're the ones. Yeah, they are Budaja. They are Budaja. I was about to say, I want to say they're Budaja. This is like the perfect realm of like of what a side story on the website here can be. This is a perfect example. Two characters who don't interact in the story having a conversation about like stuff like this. This is the perfect realm of the type of stuff you can have in the side stories here. This is like a great use for this. Oh. One of the big things that like this is brought up several times throughout Final Fantasy XIV. The idea of like a nation being its people and the history of that people more than anything. Because like obviously there's like real life things you can look to for this where it's just like how long, like for people under like occupation or colonization or anything like that. Like how many people born into that even like like the idea of what was life before it is something that like does disappear and is like something that is passed down. I mean, like, I'm trying to think of ways to describe this that like, even outside of like specifically like, oh, this place has been like occupied, like under imperial occupation by another country or anything like that. The whole idea of just like trying to find your identity amidst something like this. I think of like in terms of like people that I personally know. I think of like the people I know in Australia where it's like they're born in Australia but their parents were like both born in China. I'm using China specifically just because I've known quite a few like Chinese people throughout my life. Like I've known quite a few who are like very specifically parents were born in China, moved to Australia, and now they're born here. And like the experience that they have of being like, okay, there are people in Australia who don't treat me as Australian. Because they're just like, no, you're not Australian, you're Chinese. And so it's like, they're like that full, like, that like people reject them from like feeling like they belong to the place that they've born in, the place that they've been their entire lives. But also when they have visited China, that doesn't feel like visiting home either, because why would it? It feels like visiting like the roots of where like the ancestry comes from, but it doesn't feel like visiting home because they've not ever lived there. They've not ever lived there, so they don't feel like, oh, this is where I'm from, this is where I am, because they've never lived there. But then they come back home to Australia, and then like they still feel like that, and it's just, I'm not a lot of people who have gone through this, always an outsider. It's yeah. Like one thing that I can think of an example of like seeing on seeing it somewhat recently on podcast versus Wolves, Wooly versus and Super Eye Patch Wolf. They had a thing where they were talking about boondocks. I swear I'm going somewhere with this. And Wooly, a black Canadian man, talks about how it's just like being a black kid in Canada who like likes anime and stuff like that, and how there is just like, well, the people in Canada are just like, oh, you're not one of us because you're black. But then it's also just like even black people in America are just like, well, no, you haven't lived the black American experience, so you're not quote unquote black enough. Or it's like, oh, you're not into, like, you're into these Japanese interests, that makes you not black enough, kind of thing. And just like that constant, even like that's what he talks about in that, where it's just like it is what. By the way, just like as a heads up, if you ever never like even joke about the idea of like someone who isn't white being like not their color enough because of like their personality or anything. Like, don't make that joke, because that like there is like actual fucked up like things about that. Again, that's like what Wooly talks about, where he's just like, other black people have told him that he's not quote unquote black enough because he isn't from like one of like the main like hubs of black Americans in like United States. He's not from like Africa directly, or because he's into these interests or anything like that. And it's just like the idea of just being like constantly rejected from like any form of that belonging has got to be like, it's got to be like so maddening. It's got to be so frustrating. And like obviously like as a super white person, I don't experience that to anywhere near the same extent that like people of color would. As a queer white person, I get a little bit of it. As a queer white person, I get that, because I'll have white people just being like, they wouldn't reject the white part. Like, it's like I never get that, right? As like a super white person whose like entire like biological heritage is like European descent. Like, my fucking ancestors came to Australia before the first fleet. Like, we're like the proto-colonists of this fucking country. Like, real assholes. So, like, as someone who's got that heritage, I never experienced the idea of, like, being told that, oh, I don't belong with other white people. That would never happen to me. But there is the element of just, like, but you're not truly one of us. Like, you're not part of, like, the white supremacist culture if you're also queer. Like, again, it's not to the same extent. It's not to the same extent, but it's like the queerness has like a little like there's like a little bit of crossover in terms of that of like that kind of feeling of just being like. But there's also like, and this is probably more exclusive to white people, of the idea of being told that yes, you do belong to whiteness, and like I do, like I can't take away from myself the way that I'm treated in society because I'm white. I can't remove that. So like I am a part of it. But then being told by people that it's like, oh yes, you are white. You are part of this culture. And you should be proud that you're part of this culture. And then they just describe white supremacy. Like, you should be proud to have this history of colonization, of like taking over people here. You should be proud of being part of a superior race. You should be proud of being part of a superior culture and stuff like that. And like, I wish I didn't. I wish I did. It's frustrating. It's frustrating that like I have to belong to that. And I'm not trying to compare it. I'm not trying to say it's like just as bad. But it's like I'm forced to be made an insider for something fucking horrible. And it's just like, well, because like in terms of comparison to this, that would be like the Garleans. That there are like white people culture things that are cool and worth celebrating, but most of the time white pride is very ugh. The thing is, yeah, it's just like, I mean, especially for Australia, like the stuff of like quote unquote Australian culture is either the most bare bones fucking, this is the most basic element of like human existence. This is not a like, oh, part of Australian culture is having friends. And it's just like, one, no it's not. No it's not. People here fucking hate the concept of having people that they like. People in this country fucking hate everyone. No, it's not part of our culture. But two, having friends is not like a uniquely Australian concept. But then there's this like, everything that seems to be celebrated as white culture in this country is just white supremacy. And it's like, I don't want to belong to that. I don't want to belong to that. Stop trying to say that I'm like you. But like, I also can't say that I don't belong to it. Because no matter what I do, I exist in that society. I am therefore, like, I receive the benefits of being white in a white supremacist society, regardless of whether I want to or not. Like, I'm made culpable by that very existence, and that is, like, a frustrating... Like, again, that's obviously a very, very different thing here. It's a very, very different thing to, like, the idea that they're discussing here of, like, how do you know your identity? How do you know your culture? How do you know your history when there are people who aren't even currently alive who remember what it was like before it was, like, scarred by the horrors of colonization, imperialization, and stuff like that. And again, there's like obviously like comparisons in real life from now. Yeah. I'm not the person here who's gonna say that Stormblood is perfect about everything it tries to discuss. I am not the person to have an authority on that. It's one of those things. I've seen people be back. Like I've seen opinions go in all different ways of Stormblood specifically in terms of its handling of occupation and stuff like that. And I've seen people who have like either people who are like more close to what we were talking about in terms of just people who exist in between cultures and they're not like told they truly are part of either and they just exist between them, or people who, or seeing people who are straight up like been part of like occupied cultures, and either they've personally been able to get out, or like the occupation is like different now compared to what it was before. But I've seen people of like different types talk about Stormblood and praise and admonish like the same parts of it, and some people saying like, I appreciate that Stormblood like doesn't have everyone just immediately gung-ho yay revolution. I'm glad that Stormblood does show the elements of it where it's just like, yeah, part of the whole point of occupation is to drive out that idea of rebellion from you by making you feel like you are completely and utterly trapped, like the way that the people of Namai originally act, or when you try to like rescue the forced laborers and just none of them leave originally because they're just like, if we do, it will just make things worse for us, no, and stuff like that. And they're just like, I'm glad it shows that, because that is like, that is what occupation does to people. You shouldn't like tone back the reality that like occupation is designed to break people. But then I've also seen people admonish that same element of just being like, it sucks that it like that the willingness to fight back is not shown within the people and is something that is instilled in them by the Scions. And I'm not here to say which one is right and which one is wrong and everything like that, but yeah. Stormblood has a lot of very real shit to talk about, and I've seen people who have varied opinions on the way that it handles that. But also, just when it comes to any topic like that, when you come to a topic that is as like close to real life scars that people would have, like Stormblood does, I don't think it's possible to write something that everyone's going to say this is an accurate representation, just because I don't think it's possible to write something that represents every single possible viewpoint. You can absolutely write something that's horrible. You can absolutely write something that everyone says is fucking awful. You can absolutely do that. But like, the idea of like Stormblood, but it presents everything quote unquote correctly, is in of itself like a false thing to ask, because there's so many different like not the word opinion, there's so many different interpretations and understandings and things that people would want out of art representing something like that I believe I do not think it is possible for art to cover the entire scope of human existence. And nor should art be judged based on that metric. But if you personally don't vibe with something, or if something personally doesn't do what you would personally prefer, and you want to say that, that's also totally fine. We now have another story. I've taken an hour on the first two. This is a good sign. A legacy of hope. Rearranging even a single chamber in the Grand Leveilleur estate was a monumental task, yet Emilian's welcomed the challenge all the same. Having volunteered to host an exchange student from Fathnare, she had seized the opportunity to repurpose the dusty old meeting room. Gone were the conference tables and stiff-backed chairs, replaced by a plush feather bed and a carefully curated handful of cheerful knickknacks. With each new furnishing the attendants delivered, the space had grown cozier, until the air of cold bureaucracy was quite dispelled. Once everything was in place, Emilian's paused to survey her work, a satisfied smile beginning to form on her lips, until a jutting desk drawer caught her eye. A single discordant note spoiling the harmony. Well, that won't do. She gave the offending item a hearty shove, but the drawer remained stubbornly open. That's the trouble with these old antiques, always in need of attention. I'm not gonna make a joke about Emilian's now. She's not that old. She's not that old. Her kids are teenagers. Need of attention. Indeed, with its faded wood and old-fashioned decoration, the desk are more than qualified. This must have been the family for 2, maybe 3 generations? Her husband's father had likely purchased it when he was but a young man, after which it would have been passed down to Fortuno when he came of age, before he in turn entrusted it to Alphino. What a wonder it won't budge an ill. Subsequent attempts to close the drawer proved fruitless. With a sigh, she pulled it open instead, and the source of her troubles became clear. Towards the back, the cover would appear to be a concealed compartment had worked itself loose, obstructing the drawer's closure. Louis Suave had been rather rebellious in his prime, and undoubtedly acquired the desk to serve as a home for his secrets. Yo! Louis Suave buying a desk with a hidden compartment to store his weed in. Let's go! As Emilian's raised the two rebels of her own, she had stumbled upon more than a few contraband-filled nooks and crannies in her time. Naturally, she couldn't help but take a look, and inside found a leather-bound journal. Notebook. An old journal, perhaps. A moment later, it was opened in her hands, and a grin crept across her face to recognize the confident curves of Alphino's letters on the faded parchment. It was 1572, a year that would go down in history as the last of the Sixth Astral Era. The first sun of the third astral moon had risen, and spring winds from the south had finally reached old Charlian shores. A crisp, refreshing morning like this held boundless possibilities. Yet Alphino Levela was insufferably bored. Though he'd been accepted into the studium, at the remarkable early age of 11 no less, it would be some time before he walked through its hallowed halls at hallowed gates as a student. His day's schooling already concluded, he drifted about the manor, aimless and anxious. He had hoped to pass a few hours with his grandfather, but as they had set off with the Archon at dawn to browse the markets, and while his sister had taken their dog Angelo with her... Oh! She had conveniently forgotten to invite her own brother. Still, he did not blame Alice for wanting to spend as much time with her grandfather as she could. Louisa would soon depart for the benighted realm of Eorzea across the sea. But it was not in his nature to ignore the plights of those in need. Because that is indolence! Alvino eventually resigned himself to an afternoon of reading in the gardens and made for the estate's great hall. The chamber stood dark and empty when he entered, save for a figure standing tall in the doorway. There. Have you business to attend to, father? An inspection. Forshaw dressed his own flesh and blood with the self-same terseness he would a junior colleague. Not that Alphino was deterred. It had ever been thus. How very industrious. But was this not to be a day of rest? I do this of my own accord, not at the farmer's behest. In that case, might I join you? The young prodigy attempted to hide his excitements, but his wide eyes betrayed him. Fortunato regarded him thoughtfully. After what felt like an age, he answered with a nod. So it was that the boy escaped the stifling walls of the estate and followed his father unto destinations unknown. Alphino breathed deep the crisp air as he basked in the pale sunlight. Their path afforded them a view of the Agora, and unexpectedly of Alice. Curious yet cautious, he cared not to be spotted as they passed, his gaze flitting back and forth between the path ahead and the distant plaza. Alice was unattended, kneeling as she played with Angelo. Nearby, Louisois was surrounded by a small crowd of academics. Scholar Monteshane stood tall in the midst, flanked by the rather more diminutive professors Rarusha and Nenalimo Totalimo. I think I know who that is. I'm going to assume I know who that is. I know who Rarusha is. We meet her in the role quest, but an impassioned discussion, no doubt. I've been suspected it would go on for quite a while. I mean, yeah, that is that. Oh my god. Hi, by the way. Hi. It is so funny. It is so funny seeing Louisois in this outfit. Like, compared to the other people at Charlian. Like, just Louisois and the fucking Justice act on and these giant fucking, like, metal solarates. As the bustle of the city grew distant and the path steeper, Alfredo realized they were bound for the rostra. So someone put a million into Louisois cosplay recently. As the bustle of the city grew distant and the path steeper, Alvino realized they were bound for the rostra. The proud hill had once been an open forum where all were welcome to take part in grand debates. Now, however, only the 99 members of the forum, his father included, were granted that privilege, and they conducted their deliberations behind closed doors. what manner of personal matter would necessarily visit here of all places? Stay close. They entered through a small doorway on the building's left, where a dimly lit stairwell awaited them, extending deeper and deeper until it finally gave way to a sizable chamber. Alphino's eyes were drawn to a set of two metal gates under heavy surveillance. From somewhere below, he could hear a quiet chatter of scholars, though he was more acutely aware of the sentry's questioning gazes. There were few in Charlian who did not know his father, however, though visibly relaxed with his fortune to identify himself. After fielding the relevant procedural inquiries and paperwork, the Leveilleur stepped through the gates and entered a circular room. Moments later, the floor shuddered and sunk beneath them, a metallic hum accompanying its descent. They had, Alphino blithely realized, boarded a lift. As his mind raced with possibilities, the cold marble walls of the forum suddenly vanished, and a beautiful horizon stretched out in front of him. Father, what is all of this? You must surely have heard the rumors surrounding Labyrinthos. Charlian had been built over a dormant volcano, and some whispered of an artificial ecosystem hidden in the hollow caldera. A vault to the house flora and fauna from every corner of the star. But never in my wildest dreams. Alphino gaped in awe at the artificial sky, brilliant blue in the lights of a man-made sun. The lift screeched to a halt as they reached the grounds, and he caught his father smirking as they strolled into a stone courtyard. A marvel, is it not? The wind generators here were but recently completed. After initial testing, I was not convinced they would function as required, but it appears my concerns were unwarranted. Artificial though it was, the breeze was no less pleasant than the one they had enjoyed on the surface. Strands of Alphino's hair danced in the wind while the false sun warmed their shoulders. He approached the parapet, admiring the rising and falling of the verdant hills. Civilized Charlian entirely, he answered in quiet wonder. His father was but a few steps behind, ready with an answer. We sought to recreate the modern climes of Corvus in southern Ilsabard. The Garleans call their region Locus Amonis, their utopia. Seeing this, one can understand why. It was rare for his father to speak at such length, with such passion. The scenery was idyllic, but Alphino suspected this utopia had not been created without substantial difficulty. Later, Fortunato took him to Logisticon Alpha, where Alphino listened intently to lectures on the weather systems. It was a veritable feast of knowledge. To be surrounded by the latest in Charlian technology made his heart soar, and he wished for nothing more than to learn all he could about the inner workings of Labyrinthos. They had joined a tour to see more, and once it had ended, Alphino motioned toward the wooded road to the north. Might we venture in? His father shook his head. Our business here is concluded. It's time I took you home. Alphino's heart sank like a stone as he felt the magic of this wonderful world begin to fade. But he knew from his father's tone that the matter was settled. It must be reasonable. Mature, said the 11-year-old. The boy took a breath and nodded, his calm countenance befitting that of a Leveilleur. And then he felt the spark of childish hope flicker once more. But Fortunato, dearest, 'tis the perfect weather for a picnic. As if by divine providence, Alphino's mother had materialized behind them, bearing a hefty woven basket and the promise of a delicious respite. Alice and Louisoire waited not far beyond, laughing as Angelo frolicked in their midst. You've been having such lovely adventures without me. I think we're overdue for a proper family outing, don't you? Emiliance's voice was gentle as sunshine, but neither Alphino nor his father were so naive as to presume this was a suggestion. Perhaps even the Forum United could deny her. Again, I appreciate that you do, like, see those moments of, like, Emiliance is way more than just, like, the wife of a Forum member. Like, we saw her fucking outplay Rowena, of all people, for the custom delivery stuff. Like, Rowena is the one who has everyone's balls in a vice every single time we see her, and Emiliance outwits her, like, pretty handedly. Thus did the Leveilleurs proceed to picnic on the grassy hills in the medial circuit. At the base of Numa they unfurled their blankets, and from Emiliance's basket withdrew sumptuous sweets from the last stand, all packed neatly in rows. They would be paired with equally fragrant teas. Naturally, the gathering garnered attention, and those who recognized the family could not resist stopping for a chat. She's also been, like, directly funding the Scions, so there is that. Dog is sad. Dog is sad. The wise old gull of Baldessian spotted them first. He excused them after brief pleasantries, and returned with his adoptive granddaughter, whom he was eager to introduce to Alphino and Alice. Knowing that Kral would be their senior at the studium, Emiliance was delighted to share a cup of tea with the young Lalafell. Kral accepted with a smile and assured the Leveilleur matriarch that she would keep a close eye on the twins. Okay, so I have a question. I have a question that I'm now, like, it's actually dawning on me what it means. What does it mean that Kryl is Garloff's adopted granddaughter? Like, we've known that for a while, but what does that, like, actually mean? What does, like, did Garloff adopt Kryl's parents? And so it's adoptive granddaughter? Or did Garloff adopt Kryl and say, the age difference is large enough, you're not my daughter, you're my granddaughter? What does adoptive granddaughter mean in this context? It's now just dawning on me that I don't actually know what that means. Because, like, Garloff's always been grandfather. Like, I know that. And I know that it's, like, not by blood. But I'm now just actually, like, thinking about the implications of the term adoptive granddaughter, and I now realize I don't understand it. Or is it, like, was it Garloff's kid who adopted Kryl, and just for some reason Garloff's kid is no longer around? That would make the most sense, but then that would imply that there was a father who adopted Kryl, and a son of Garloff, who is no longer around and is dead, and has never been mentioned. So I'm now actually, I don't know what that, like... I'd assume I am too old because Kryl never brings up her parents. Yeah, that's kind of my thought process. Like, is it just that Garloff adopted Kryl and said, okay, I'm adopting you, you're now my daughter, but you're way too young. Fuck it, your granddaughter. Which is very funny. It's very funny for the idea of just being like, I'm going to adopt you, but I am too old to be your dad, so I am your granddad. Because I can't think of a single moment that Kryl's ever mentioned family outside of Garloff. This is now dawning on me. This is like, wait a minute, I don't actually realize what that means outside of just, I guess you're just too old. Kryl accepted with a smile and assured the Leveilleur matriarch that she would keep a close eye on the twins. How old would Kryl? Kryl wouldn't be too old here though, would she? Like, Kryl's the senior at the studium, but, like... How old's Kryl at this point? Thing is, I don't know how old Kryl is now. Because, like, obviously, she's got to be a number of years older than them, because the whole point is that, like, oh, they get into the studium super early. They, like, finish their entire schooling experience there in the studium early, and then Kryl is... their senior past that. So, like, if they get accepted into the studium at 11, assume that's the same as university, that would be, like, earliest would be, like, 17 or so for that. And being their senior. That would make, I would assume Kryl here 18 or 19 at this point, so I guess she'd still be a teenager. Kryl is 22, so it would be 17 in the story of the twins are 11. How the fuck is Kryl 22? How is Kryl... She has to be older than that. I guess the idea... For her to be their senior at the studio, which means she's finished at least a year. Like, she's done at least a year at the studium. That means she started at the studium when she was 16. Kryl switches between 22 and 38, depending on who was writing her. Is the idea that just, like, Kryl also got accepted into this... The only way that makes sense is, like, Kryl also got accepted into the studium early, just not as early as the twins. That's the only way that can really make sense. The only way that can really make sense is that Kryl, like, started at the studium at 16. Still a young age, just not as ridiculously young as the twins. Like, the twins are prodigies. Because, like, they're fucking going into uni at the age of 11. Like, they are once in once in several generations prodigies, and that's how they've always been described as. But I guess Krile just like got in a year or two early. Yeah, Alfie is record breaking. Yeah, but yeah, Alphinaud and Alice are just like prodigies of heretofore unknown levels of like academic wisdom. But I guess Krile got in a couple years early, just not as early as the others. Not long after the Baldessians had taken their first sips of tea, Alphinaud spied his grandfather's stalwart disciples. Moan breeder Wilferswin announced her arrival with a full-throated greeting, before dragging Urianger Orgerelt in the direction of the picnic blanket. Urianger, for his part, expressed a reluctance to intrude upon their leader's leisure, but Moan breeder simply stated, "The more the merrier," and pressed down upon his shoulders until he was seated, whereupon a warm cup was thrust into his hand. To Moan breeder's delight, it was not long before her straight-laced companion was drawn into a vigorous discussion of prophecy with their mentor. I mean, Urianger's been around the twins like their entire life. Like being a direct disciple of their grandfather. I know Urianger's like mentioned stories of like being around the twins like their entire lives and everything like that. As the afternoon wore on, the Leveiller's impromptu picnic continued to grow. Archon's Rambros arrived to captivate Urianger and Louis with these insights into the cultures of ancient Alag, while Dickon of the Last Stand answered a million summons with a fresh batch of confections, to prove his hotly debated theories on baking the perfect sweetmeats. Angelo! It's Angelo! Look, it's Angelo! Oh my god! Yo, Urianger! Every named character in Sharlayan showed up. Holy shit, Urianger in different clothing. And same with Moon Breeder, but we only see Moon Breeder like for 6 seconds before she dies, so seeing Moon Breeder in a different outfit is not that surprising. Rambros, I think, is actually wearing the same thing. But yeah, that's Urianger in the Shire coat. Like the fucking Heavensward Tome gear. Yo. And it's dyed black. I like the idea that Krile has the cat ear coat at this age of like 17. And it's just like Kryle's this respected scholar, and it's also just gonna be like, I am wearing the cat ears and you can't fucking stop me. Urianger looking nice because Membredo was there to stop him from wearing a potato sack. You're probably right. You're probably right. I also notice how the twins aren't in this shot. Notice how the twins aren't in this shot, so they don't have to be like, what do Ella's and children look like? What did Alphinaud and Alize look like as 11-year-olds? They don't have them in the shot, so they don't have to show that. Conversation flowed as freely as the tea they shared. Every back and forth, every peal of laughter warm and comforting, until azure skies blushed crimson, and the pale sun faded, making way for a shadowed moon. Mians gingerly closed the journal, then shut her eyes to recall the journey home that fateful evening. In the fading twilight, Louis Soir, Fortunato, and Alphinaud had each made a solemn vow. The flames of hope yet burn bright, and I shall not see them smothered. Louis Soir knew only too well that his efforts to forestall some ethereal calamity would place him in mortal danger. Yet on that day, surrounded by family and friends, he had been the picture of contentment, and our hope burns brighter still for your legacy. Mine is a difficult path, but I shall walk it gladly, for our children and their children. Fortunate's meaning was clearer in retrospect, with knowledge of the Exodus. Though he had not seen eye to eye with his father on matters of politics, Louis Soir had never pressed. He simply listened and nodded, aware perhaps of the secrets his son had sworn to keep. But you need keep them no longer, my darling. Our children live, and these burdens are not yours to bear alone. I shall study, learn, and grow, that I might become a man worthy to follow in my father and grandfather's footsteps. Young Alphinaud's aspirations had been pure and selfless meanwhile. A child's promise, but not an empty one. He and Alice had done so much for so many. They defied their father, and in doing so rekindled his hope. And together with countless allies they had met on their journeys, they had spread peace far and wide. Against all odds, you each remained true to your word, and will each remain forever in my heart. Aww. 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 I'm gnawing. I'm knowing, because it's not. See, not all the stories are depressing. I mean, this one had Moonbreeder and Louis Suarez who died, but like, they're not always depressing. I guess Garth was also mentioned, and he's also dead. Oh, the neck. Whispers from the dark. Proud Alamigo, squirming under the Empire's heel. Castrum Oriens, poised atop its western border with Gridania. Concealed as he was by the Shroud of the Rift, the sight... Just the music change. I feel this story may not be about a heroic character. Concealed as he was by the Shroud of the Rift, the slight upturn of Laha Brea's lips could hardly be thought indecorous. He waited as the black-plated figure traversed the castrum in the moonless black. Gaius Van Baelsar, legatus of the 14th Legion, was far from his comfortable chambers now. The guards watched as he took an unassuming position in the corner of a lonely storage sector. There was conduct far beneath the legatus' station. Veritable cloak and daggery, but then, what choice did he have? Poor fellow. Labre's smile widened quite against his volition. He feared he might laugh at any moment. Gaius' imperial will pumping out of his speakers in his armor. This will do. Show yourself. Gaius ordered into the night. Sorry, he has the vocal speaker, so it's... This will do! Show yourself! It's more of a ARR Gaius. The speaker's still in his helmet at this point. Gaius ordered into the night. Talking is hard. The legatus... How do audiobook readers do it? The legatus had been hand-selected for the task ahead. It would not do to keep him waiting. Lahabrea called upon a trifling bit of magic to reposition himself behind the man. How kind of you to arrange for this reunion. I presume my gift was to your liking? The first conversation had taken place only a few days prior. Doubtless planning decisive action and turn the unfolding turmoil to his advantage. Guy's taking a solitary rumination upon his return from Cartano. He was not sort of fool to take his safety inside the walls of the cashroom for granted, however. Even deep in thought, he was quick to notice the uninvited presence at his back, and as swift to draw steel. A mortal intruder would have been dead in an instant. Lahabrea, on the other hand, had merely drifted like a shadow from the blade's path, unperturbed. Black Wolf, he acknowledged. I am Lahabrea of the Asians. I come to offer you the power to conquer icons. The power had lain dormant beneath Girabanya for 5 millennia. Lost to history with its Alagun makers, he who unearthed it, the Aspian whispered, would no longer need to cower behind steel walls. Guys had given no indication that he believed the shadowy figure's tale. Yet neither did he interrupt its telling. If nothing else, the intruder's presence confirmed to him that the Frumentarians' report of the Paragons were accurate. And thus did he see fit to dispatch his most trusted tribunus to excavate the sites and ascertain the truth. All had unfolded as promised. Legatus had acquired his proof, and now he found himself inclined to hear more. You will soon order a new conquest of Eorzea. For one such as yourself, there can be no finer prize than the ultimate weapon. Or am I mistaken? You are well informed as to the inner workings of the Empire. I can't do this. The deepening crease in Gaius' brow was evident despite the concealment of his helmet. But what of those of your so-called weapon? It will not serve. Oh? It was what you said it would be. A machina of immense proportions. Yet it is little more than a fossilized relic. Though Lahabrea had left closer inspection of the weapons of his inferiors, he was well aware it was inert. There was no need if I divulge this just yet, however. Among the countless mortal lifetimes the Asian had witnessed, Gaius Van Baelsar's was exceptional. This was a man who had subjugated 5 city-states and still hungered for more. The ultimate weapon is not serving. Okay, poll. Which of all of the weapons serves the most cunt? Is it Sapphire weapon? Because of the tenties? Is it Ruby weapon because of the naked chick that comes out of its back? Or is it Diamond weapon because it takes off his clothes? Can't think of a way that emerald does. Who executed orders without compromise, never hesitating to strike his enemy at the first opportunity. Such a pragmatist would not have slunk his way into this shadowy corner, merely to express his displeasure. He wanted something. La Brea waited. Given its age, his condition was not unexpected, nor is it a problem in itself. Black Wolf hid his consternation admirably. His words were chosen carefully. The Empire has some experience with Allion technology. Analysis of comparable relic should yield a means to restore the weapon, he went on, his tone almost conversational. And then he stopped. Yet it would all be for naught without its core. La Brea smiled. He'd been encouraged to judge this matter worthy of his personal attention. I see you grasp the predicament. Spreading his arms for dramatic effect, he continued. The slaying of gods requires energy beyond measure. Thus were the vaunted technologists of Alad compelled to employ a source of power even they did not fully understand. Spare me the theatrics, the Gaius interjected. That you thought to tempt me with the weapon is proof enough of your knowledge. The nature and whereabouts of the core are no mystery to you. Indeed. La Brea paused before resuming his tale. Though they knew little beyond the fact that it worked, what the Allegans employed as the source of energy was itself a stored relic. La Brea flicked the fingers of one outstretched hand to reveal a Stygian crystal, the very power that the legatus desired. I entrust it to you and no other, that this star might know the peace it once enjoyed. Your hopes for the star do not concern me, Ascian. The stone can grant me the power to end this section of feeble rules and false gods, to free this land and its people from their enervating influence. Then that is that it is used to which it shall be put. Of course, wield it as your hopes decree, or in the name of those you would protect. I shall not obstruct you. Gaius made no move to accept the crystal. Perhaps he had harbored reservations about aligning himself with one whose true nature was beyond his comprehension. But not for long. To a man who dreamed of bringing the world to heel, in the name of his radiance, the call for power would be irresistible. Go forth, conquer, rule. Those are the words of your emperor, were they not? Legatus' silence remained pleasingly steeped in suspicion. Yet you alone see the greater cause. You alone see our unconquered lands cry out for a strong hand. It had taken some time to find a suitable candidate for this endeavor. Naturally, La Brea's agents had furnished him with considerable background information in the course of their search. That Gaius was a formidable martialist and iron-fisted ruler weighed in his favor, but it was his fair-mindedness that had been the most compelling factor. He welcomed talented recruits of any origin, and was so diligent in his care for freezing orphans that, had he belonged to a more religious nation, he would have surely been destined for sainthood. Such virtuous zeal made it a near inevitability he would seek to make use of the ultimate weapon's power, never believing it could beget the chaos that darkness demanded. You may have been watching me, Ascian, but do not presume to know my mind. Though his words were defiant, they rang faintly of defeat. Gaius stepped forward, his hand outstretched like the proffered stone, but he paused at the last. Tell me, for whom do you fight? How did you become to possess the core? As he searched for an appropriate response, an image drifted up from the recesses of his mind. An England's faces of which he had no memory. Why should they appear to him now? La Brea forced back the unease before it could overtake him. The resulting pause did not escape his interrogator's attention. We retrieved it, lest it be discovered by the ignorant. The soul alive understands Crystal's true power, nor have any ever. The unease resurfaced, giving new life by the thought of the distant past. When did he himself learn of the heart of Sabik? And from whom? It was of no moment, nor mattered beyond the rejoining, which will return to Star to its rightful state. An old anniversary present from my ex-wife who I murdered. Oh, and you can't remember that? Oop. He had labored to that noble end for over 12,000 years without rest, abandoning countless bodies as they become too frail to sow the seeds of chaos. Even as the years whittled and the centuries gouged, and the millennia ground his once bright passion into grey and lifeless dust. Each time scoured his heart of the faces of those he had once loved. He could no longer recall his family, or even the face that had first been his own. Yet his purpose remained, along with Zodiac and those who would see him restored. That was sufficient. There was no cause for this discomfort. Nor have any ever, Gaius prompted. Library assumed an impassive expression. He had said all he intended to say, no need to place Crystal in the Guardian's open palm. Why won't those damnable faces disappear? A smiling woman with a spark of curiosity in her eyes. A man with flaming red hair on a determined brow. Who were they? No, victory was close at hand. Gaius would use the ultimate weapon to sow darkness in Eorzea. And even should servants of light attempt to thwart the rejoining, the Orocyte's magic would lay them low. Only you could surrender the accursed thing. Why do they stay in my hands? They should have been a long-forgotten memory, cast aside in pursuit of his duty like countless others. Why do they remain to plague me when so much else was lost? Vexed, he thrust hardest to begin a Gaius' hand in the face of him. Not explaining himself to Legatus. Set once more upon his long-decided course, he turned away from the crystal. Away from the voices that called to his heart still. Spark of curiosity. Yeah, that's what Athena had. Yeah. A spark of curiosity in her eyes. That's what she had. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Definitely. Just that. A little bit more about Laha Brea also just being like, yeah, Laha Brea was like completely out of his mind by the time we met him in ARR. Emmett seemingly the person who retains the most out of all of the Unsundered. I imagine Emmett's penchant for having constant naps between every life is probably a decent aspect of that. Yeah. Everything itches. Everything itches. Everything itches. Footprints of a traveler. Yeah. Yeah, my hair. My hair. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable when it's like this. When it's terrible and shit like this, it's uncomfortable as well. And now my hair's blowing around my face. Ah! I recognize this music. I recognize this music. It's finally time to read a story about Halone slash, what's her name? Nofika, Toxic Yuri, let's go. The Song of Oblivion, which had wrought untold ruin upon Atheros, had been silenced once and for all. In the wake of this joyous event, the Traveler and his brethren had convened at the heart of the realm to discuss the future of the star for the last time. At length, the proceedings came to an end, with the inseparable siblings who chaired the assembly directing their closing words to Oshan. May your final journey be fulfilling, the mayor said with a smile as gentle as starlight. To this, her brother Alfec added, his voice tinged with hope. We look forward to receiving the adventure here in the Umphalos. Oshan said naught in answer, choosing only to nod. Really are inspired by the Warrior of Light. In that moment, he was overcome by emotion, and he would know that it was the same for the others. Thaliak was as relieved as that man's history would endure, as he was proud of those who had fought to preserve it. His aimless breast swelled with the elation that, after so very long, Benar's plan had succeeded. Halone and Menfina, meanwhile, shared in their ardent admiration of their children's courage, and fondly spoke of the day the shuttleship Ragnarok had set sail for the edge of existence. How they had hoped that then that mankind would triumph. How they hoped now that their long-held wish would be fulfilled. The wish that their aether, accumulated over millennia of prayer, would be restored to the star as a blessing both for those who lived and those yet unborn, and that their cause, forged from the souls of Benar's stalwart allies, would return to the ethereal sea to arise as new life. With the final days averted, they concluded that the time was right to take the necessary step, to face and be felled by their beloved children. A question that I've been wondering, just in the back of my mind. Are we gonna start having quite a number of Unsundered start being born? Are we? Oh, well, not fully Unsundered. Are we gonna start having people be born who are way less sundered than others? Just both between, well, A, the three Unsundered themselves dying, and their souls coming back. These particular ones of the 12, but also all of the souls that can return to the life stream from Zodiac. Those ones are still partially sundered. Well, I don't actually know that. The ones that were part of Zodiac, I don't know if I assume their souls are still partially sundered. Because of the first. Oh, sorry, not the first, the Void. Because like that was always a thing for the Ascians. The Ascians were gonna have to work out how to fix the void to like finish the rejoining. Not much point finishing the rejoining if you don't do the last part. But like Hythlodaeus, he's still Hythlodaeus, like in Zodiac, but like he also is missing 1/14 of his soul. I don't know if the 12 plus Watcher or Elidibus would be able to come back, or if they're dead like Vanal, the Zodiac Souls. Well, the 12 here, it says, like, this is the 12 here. The 12 here is explicitly this. Their cause, forged from the souls of Vanal's stalwart allies, would return to the ethereal sea to arise as new life. So the 12 can. The 12 can. Elidibus isn't, well, we know if Elidibus is in the ethereal sea. We know Elidibus is in the ethereal sea. Because it's from Elidibus' soul in the ethereal sea that Themis is plucked for the final tier of Pandemonium. So Elidibus using up the last of his Aether is probably just like a way of like the Aether being used, but the Aether like still returning to the ethereal sea. Elidibus does return to the ethereal sea just because we know, because of Pandemonium. So we know Elidibus does. The Zodiac Souls, we know they've gone back to the live stream. We know the Zodiac Souls have gone back to the live stream. One, because Hythlodaeus. Like, we summon Hythlodaeus and Ultima Thule. We literally bring his soul there. But also, the whole thing in the Void is that that part of Zodiac didn't return to the live stream. So the other parts definitely did. But like Emmett's in the live stream, La Brea I don't know, just because I don't know whether La Brea's soul is still within Ascalon, or whether like that soul was then put into the eyeball that like the sword had, and then the eyeball like became like then went into Sinium, which went into Nidhogg, which then went into Shinryu, and then was stabbed by at the Royal Menagerie. Maybe that's the moment that La Brea's soul returns to the live stream. Because La Brea's actually no, we know never mind. We know that La Brea's soul is also in the live stream. Actually, no, that one I'm not sure of. I was about to say we know that La Brea's soul's in the live stream because of Pandemonium, but no? Because the La Brea that's been summoned from... La Brea might still be in the sword. That's very possible. Depends whether La Brea came out with the eye or not. The La Brea that was summoned in Pandemonium, was that like Elidibus where it was plucked from the soul in the live stream? Or was La Brea like Erichthonius, where within the crystal, the memories of that soul were there? I can't remember for La Brea specifically. Because La Brea, when he summons, doesn't know about becoming an Ascian. So that kind of implies that it's his memories from before the Sundering of the Star. So it doesn't have to imply that La Brea's soul is in the ethereal sea. But the Themis that shows up, La Brea and Eriquidus memory stitched into the some random souls Athena found. Yeah. But Elidibus, like they say that Elidibus is explicitly from Elidibus' soul in the live stream. It's why the Themis that we talked to at the end of Pandemonium has all of the memories, including us kicking his ass at the top of the Crystal Tower. But yeah, I mean, like, the cycle of rebirth does take its time in this world. The cycle of rebirth is not fast in 14. Like, souls take a while to stay in the ethereal sea before they come back. With the way that it's, like, shown. Because, you know, the ethereal sea just slowly washes them and stuff like that. But I do have to wonder if that's going to be like a plot point. I feel like it would have to be a plot point. Like, I feel like if they use it, it might be a while from now. But I feel like a plot point that would have to come up at some point, just because the possibility has been raised now of just, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be of a soul that we know. It doesn't have to be like, oh my god, this person is reborn and it's Elidibus reborn. It doesn't have to be anything like that. But I feel like at some point we have to have a character, like, learn about people being born who are sundered. Who are no longer sundered. Because just those unsundered souls now exist. Hey there, hey Yunza! Welcome. Sorry, I'm theory crafting instead of reading the story that I'm meant to be reading. More of Light versus suspiciously Emmett-shaped baby. This baby has a constant slouch when he walks around. Could be Emmett. With the final days averted, they concluded that the time was right to take the necessary step, to face and be filled by their beloved children. Bayagot and Ralga promptly set about preparing the stage for what would be the first and only battle. Limland transformed into a seabird and took wing for Limsa, that she might gaze upon the deeds of her faithful one more time. And assuming his guise as the mortal Derek, Oshon set forth from the Infalos to enlist the aid of the hero central to the plan. Look, it's all of them! Look at all these models at once. Although accorded dominion over mountains, Oshon was better known as the deity of travel, he who roamed the star and shared immense solitude. In his role as the Wanderer, he had spent more time without the god's domain than within, and was careful ever to re-enter the world of men where he had left it. This precaution he took lest rumors spread of a peculiar travel capable of vanishing and manifesting at will, unlike the realms of many Aetheryte-bound adventurers. World's weariest baby, newly born and already fed up with the world. I did see, I saw like a person who was like on Blue Sky playing through Shadowbringers. Like I saw their thread of like reacting to Shadowbringers and stuff like that. No, sorry, they were in Endwalker, because it was a thing they realized in Endwalker. They were in Elpis in Endwalker. I was getting confused because it was the thing with Emmett. Of just another person getting to that moment post Katasis Hyperborea. And the idea, and when like they talk about how they've lost their memories, and how Hythlodaeus talks about how there's a rumor that says that when we go back to the Ethereal Sea, we remember everything that we've forgotten. And Emmett's something like this. It's like, you can look forward to remembering that if you won, I'm not gonna care. I'm not gonna give a shit. And just the realization that dawns on your face of just like, oh my god, the moment Emmett died, he fucking remembered everything. And holy shit, would he be so immediately pissed off? And oh, that's probably why he helps us defeat Elidibus. Like, I feel like that's one of my favorite oh shit moments of like realization of the entire game, because outside of just like the implication of it, the game spells out to you that like the characters will remember this when they die. But when you start thinking about what that means for Emmett specifically, that it's just like, oh, the moment that he died in Shadowbringers, he remembered everything. And would be so fucking pissed to realize what he forgot. And, with that knowledge, that's probably why he helps us fight Emmett. So it was that he first teleported to a quiet corner of Treespeak in Twelveswood. The nearby fauna scattered in shock at his sudden appearance, but no other eyes were present to bear witness. He took a deep breath and set off westward with the nonchalance of a traveller carrying on after a rest. It was not long before he heard the rushing of Murmurrills. The Rumor Mills. The river that marks the start of the Elder Springs. Prior to the gathering in the Infalos, Derek had sojourned near Hurstmill, and had been able to enjoy several relaxing days in the area unremarked, despite the hamlet's relative seclusion, thanks to the steady stream of adventurers who passed by it. During that time, he had become acquainted with the local wood whalers, and was thus favoured with warm smiles by those standing guard when he crossed over the bridge. As he proceeded along the forest trail, his eyes narrowing across the descending sun, Derek pondered the route ahead. It was but a short distance to Kurthus, and thence to Mordona, where, posing as an explorer, he would approach the sun St. Koinuk with the claim that he had discovered an entrance to the mythical Phantom Realm. Far too brief a journey. The words rose unbidden to his lips, and he knew of the pang of melancholy. To ensure that his quarry undertook the request, their meeting needed to seem natural. He could not simply seek out the now disbanded Sons of the Seventh Dawn, much less their champion directly. Given said individual's keen intuition, Derek knew his trade and he was not like to remain hidden for long, but it would not do to arouse suspicion from the outset. Thus, he contrived to have a petition reach the students of Ardesian, or of a closely connected organization. Such was the plan that Thaliak and Nalthal had conceived, the reason Derek was now bound for Mordona. Or that it could have been somewhere farther away. He looked down at the trail upon which he walked. The passage of innumerable feet had trodden the earth into a hard-packed path. Much as the weight of momentous events, one layer upon the other, had defined the course of mankind's history. As a god, he yearned to become one with all the souls in the ethereal sea. But as a traveller, he could not deny that a part of him still yearned to continue exploring the star and observing men as they made their way. As such thoughts tugged at his mind, Derek passed through the gates of Foregod Float. Built upon a lake less any trees befelled, this village was famed for its hospitality of its inn. Its location made it a popular waypoint for travellers and merchants en route to Kurthus, and even now a group of adventurers could be seen in the air around the central isle. He could not help but smile as he skirted the crowd, close enough to regard them, but far enough to escape their notice. And it was then that someone called out to him. "Hey, you're not heading out now, are you?" He turned towards the voice, seeing a man on a bench, likely a resident of the float. "Only, it gets dangerous after dark. You better stay off the night at the Bob and Cork, if you ask me." Somewhat bemused, he glanced up to see that night had indeed begun to fall, and that lampposts were already aglow throughout the village. "Thank you for your concern," he replied, eventually finding his words. "But I must press on. I am in some haste, you see." It was true enough. Derek's brethren had bid him from to find the adventure as soon as possible. But quite apart from that, he could not bring himself to deprive another of a bed. As one of the 12, it was only natural that he placed the needs of mortals before his own. The kindly resident's gaze drifted down to Derek's feet, and it appeared that he had something else to say. But after a moment's silence, he seemed to think better of it and bade Derek safe travels. He thanked the man once more before taking his leave. The scenery changed dramatically the instant he stepped out of Foregod Float. This area had once been home to a lush and towering forest like the rest of the 12's would, but a large swath had been laid waste by the fragments of the Darlinwood which had rained down during the Seventh Annual Calamity. What met his gaze was a scarred land whose boughs lay exposed, with naught remaining of its ancient residents save jagged stumps and gnarled roots. For the benefit of the 12's surviving inhabitants, however, the roads were still maintained and patrolled, and taking advantage of the rent earth, industrial souls now gathered here in droves and overstriking rich mineral veins. Truly, the children of man are nothing if not resilient. Determined to reach Kurthus before the last light faded, Derek made to quicken his steps, only to be stopped in his tracks by a familiar voice. Ere you go any further, there is something you may wish to know. He spun on his heels to spy a hovering seedling with a pair of hand-like mines raised to its chin. I recognized it at once as Novica's avatar. "Thought you should call to me out here," he began, his brow darkening. "What is it?" "Pray look down." Novica instructed, her tone amused. Derek did as he was bidden, and immediately noticed the baby up by his feet. Trembling faintly, he grasped the corner of his cloak with a tiny hand and, looking squarely up at him, let out a pleading whimper. His eyes widened in surprise. "Have you been following me, little one? Since when?" "Since before Foregod Float," Novica answered in the creature's stead. "Its pack fell prey to a beast of the forest, leaving it orphaned and wounded. And when I saw you passing by, I decided to follow you." As the patron deity of Gridania, Novica had no doubt come to watch her faithful, while their brethren made their preparations. And in the course of her observation, she must have caught sight of him, along with his unexpected companion. "Since you seemed entirely oblivious to its existence, I thought it might be best to bring it to your attention before you went too far. That's all. I shall be on my way now." Without another word, Novica transformed into an orb of light and vanished into the darkening wood. Derek regarded the Oppo, his face the picture of consternation. The creature returned his gaze unflinchingly, trusted in expectation plain in its large, innocent eyes. Alone and wounded as it was, could not survive in the forest, and to turn it away would be to betray its faith in him. Very well, for the time I've left as a man, I can at least keep you company. Thus resolved, Derek resumed walking using the light of a nearby lamppost to guide his steps. The frontier guard tower soon came into view. He descended into the rise that led to it, the Oppo scampering after him, and announced himself to a woodwhaler warming himself by a campfire. "Might the traveller share the fire a while? My little companion here has come to some harm, and I'll tend to see its wounds," he said, gesturing to his charge. The sentry said with a chuckle and waved Derek to sit on one of the tree stumps that served as the seats. This he duly did and, taking the upper onto his arms, quickly located a deep gash on its hip. When injured, he knew wild animals would want to move normally so as not to appear vulnerable to would-be predators. But such a wound must have been painful to conceal. Derek rummaged in his knapsack and produced a pot of healing ointment, a gift from a merchant who had worried that he travelled too lightly. He applied a generous amount to the wound, glad to have the chance to make use of it, and noted with satisfaction how the upper ceased trembling and settled on his lap. Certainly trust you, Sentry observed, grinning. Now, assuming you intend to head through the pass, I'll let your companion rest a spell. You might yet return to Fallgood, but if you do not mind the lack of comforts, you're welcome to stay at the Spire. Always enjoy hearing the tales of travellers. Derek took in the sky as he considered his options. Night had well and truly set in, and the stars glinted like jewels scattered upon a veil of black. To press on to Kurthus now would be punishing on the baby upper. The sun be wide to heed the host's suggestion, included. A tale in repayment for their kindness, then. One he had overheard at the tavern in Uldar, perhaps, or about those individuals known as inspectors, who dealt with all manners of mysteries. Or of his visit to Alamigo in the days following its liberation, or... The idea that someone for the 12 are fucking watching Hildebrands play out is so fucking funny. As he gazed into the flickering flames, searching for the well of recollection, fragments of a distant memory came rising up. A woman who shared a campfire in the wilderness. She too had gazed into the flames as she passionately spoke of the joys roaming free, of seeing new lands and meeting new souls as she journeyed the star in search of problems to solve. He cast his mind to the past, present, and future, to that woman who so loves the world, to the little comrades who shared her dreams, and to the adventurer in whom she had entrusted her hopes. Would they forgive him this indulgence? Let him enjoy his final journey just a little while longer? The upper shifted in his left wing and a snore. Well, that settles it. With glinting eyes, he looked around at the gathered whalers and cleared his throat. Upper. Oh, that's another story that gets a gnaw from me. That's another story that deserves another gnaw. That's making sense now. Anyways, that is another 5 down. We have one last one here for Abiding Aspiration. We're not reading First Many Festivals. That is a Dawn Trail thing. But we have Abiding Aspiration. We have 3 from the book, and then we go back to the Encore one. So with our last 5, I'm going to take another pause, let my throat recover. I also now have... Well, there's that much water. I am now out of water, so I need to refill my water. I will let my throat recover. I'll refill this. Probably go to the bathroom, so I don't have to for the next half. And we'll be back with our last 5 stories. And Walk has a lot of stories. And they're nice and cute and sweet. I haven't cried as much this time as the Shadowbringers ones. But that does make sense because the Shadowbringers. I shall return with the last of the stories. And we are back. We are on to our last story for the 10-year anniversary that we are allowed to currently read. Let me just move my controller and make sure I still have audio coming in from our DJ, I guess, who's changing tracks. So we're on to An Abiding Aspiration. In a nameless domain floating beneath an endless night sky, walked a figure clad in ivory armor. Zero! Half mortal, half void. Ivory armor, this must be post everything. Oh, no, let's cry again. Ugh. Around her, inexplicable structures piled haphazardly on one atop another bespoke a simple truth. Then the master of this place was lost to reason. Indeed, the horde of void sent lurching towards her from the shadows seemed incapable of mortal speech, driven only by an insatiable hunger for her aether. I had hoped for an exchange of words, but if it's to be blows, so be it. Centuries wielding the Reaper's scythe had not served to dull her swordplay, and with graceful strokes she felled the encroaching creatures one by one. The last was larger than the rest, but dispatched in a similarly effortlessly flourish of steel. Zero sheathed her blade. Our host, no doubt. Having watched the battle to its conclusion, an incongruous creature drifted forth. A Nixie summoned by Zero's friends from another world. In this realm ravaged by darkness, it made for a precious companion. One well worth the regular morsels of aether required to maintain its presence. Zero domain music, not an orchestra roll. Are you just... I was about to say, can you just like, what if we just like play it on YouTube? But I mean, it's fine. I'm shocked at how much music in this game isn't in orchestrion rolls here. But as she lifted her hand to stroke the familiar's head, a stygian pool of aether whirled up beneath its floating form, from which a shadow reared, bent on devouring it. Damn it all! Even as Zero clasped the hilt of her blade, she had heard the peal of thunder, and looked on and bemused as the dark denizen was unmade by a timely bolt of lightning. Careless, let your guard down, Zero. Messages of the 11th spell crackled along the gauntleted fingers of a massive figure encased in heavy black armor. Another companion of Zero's, or rather, a comrade. Much obliged, Golbez. He nodded, but the two of them could share such a nonchalant exchange was still bizarre to her. She's so pretty. So pretty! Sorry. But it seems our hopes for this domain have come to naught, he began. None here possess even a modicum of intelligence. Casually, he stretched out an arm to absorb the misty residual aether of the vanquished. Though he wore the armor of a mortal, Golbez had long since joined the ranks of the Void Set, and thus was bound by the rule which united them all. Devour or be devoured. The natural law of the Void. Yet in that act of feeding, Zero saw him hesitate, and he turned to face her. Aether is here for the taking. I desire it not, she replied with a slight shake of the head. Ambient aether is enough to sustain me. So ambient aether does exist in the void. It's darkness. Golbez regarded her in silence for a moment. If that is true, then you possess a strength unlike any other in this world, and a temperance to match. Wherefore do you deny yourself that which we all crave? I dislike the feeling of merging one's soul with another. So you have fed before. Zero turned away, wishing she let the brim of her hat to hide behind. But Golbez's words hung stubbornly in the air. At length her lips parted, and she began to speak of things long past. Zero's mother was a Memoriat, a warrior who sealed away the power of Eidolons, creatures of great malefic power. In a battle against one such fiend, she had been bathed in a surge of darkness, which had tainted the kindling life in her womb, condemning her child to be born a daughter of both man and the Abyss. All Zero remembered of her mother was a single bedtime story, the story of Zeromus, a hero who had appeared when the world was at its darkest to restore the boon of light. And though Zero knew the tale to be little more than a fantasy, it was burned within her breast. Even as time passed, even after her mother was slain in battle, even after Zero could no longer remember the lines of her face or the color of her eyes, the tale remained etched in her heart. But reality is not as merciful as tales. For when the final Eidolon was at long last laid low, it did not herald an era of peace for mankind, but one of new conflict. Seduced by the very power they had once sought to vanquish, many former heroes turned their gaze upon their fellow man, their hunger for strength beyond sating. And thus the Memoriat yet clung to the light, like Zero and her mother, set forth to defeat these traitors, not for the glory it might bring, but for hope. There was a fantasy, but there was a finality to it. Alas, the Memoriats of Darkness were strong, brutal, and above all else, numerous. Only alongside stalwart allies could the likes of Zero hope to prevail against the corrupt. Yet how could she place any faith in fellowship? She had been ostracized as an aberration from birth, a child half mortal and half void sent. She could not. And when at last a pair of knights bid her join them, she would not, her heart having long since become closed to the dream of companionship. If only had given them a chance. If only had been stronger. Her defeat was not long in coming, the sheer number of her adversaries having rendered it inevitable. And it was in the very hour of her defeat, as she lay stricken on the battlefield, that it happened. The stars were blotted out in the heavens, as a pole black as pitch enveloped creation. The world broke. Yet her tale would not end there, for when the flood of darkness came crashing down, she was slipped through a tear in reality onto the rift, in what would prove a peculiar mercy. That place beyond time served to preserve her as she was, and saved her from the calamity which befell her home. whose fate she would discover when she found her way back through the faintest of fishes. What greeted her then was unrecognizable, a sense of destruction absolute. The earth had rotted away, in its place assorted isles of substant darkness now floated in a starless sky. No familiar forms of life remained, only corrupted monstrosities, hostile to man. Her body weak from an eternity in stasis, she trudged along, scanning this unknown territory. Yet the more she looked, the heavier resignation weighed upon her. She would not find any living in this wasteland. Everyone was already dead. It was then that she heard a sound, a familiar sound, a voice. "Someone, please, help me!" She flew. With a strength she didn't know she possessed, Zero flung herself towards the cry. No sword, no shield, no plan of attack. But if someone yet lived, if someone yet called out for succor, she could not abandon. There was yet hope. "Where are you? Tell me!" "Me?" the voice whispered. "I'm here." On the air's breath did she manage to evade the descending claw. Rolling, she whirled to meet her attacker. A gruesome face leered back at her. Nay, not a face. The abomination had neither eyes nor nose, only a grinning jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth. How strange! A meal that chose to keep its mortal shape. These sinister words spoke all. Zero's heart sank as she understood what had become of mankind. "Then I am the last." "Yet hardly the least," came the smirking reply. "For in devouring you, your strength will do much to greaten mine." The beast howled and drew back one of its great claws, primed to finish its prey. Yet the thought of fleeing never crossed Zero's mind, defenseless though she was. Even this world has ended. No, because it has ended, I cannot. As if in answer to her determination, the ambient darkness began to stir, swirling, bending, lengthening, until Zero felt the weight of a great scythe within her grasp. Surprise seized her only for a moment before she clenched her hand, and swung reflexively at the horror above her, cleaving the wailing creature in twain. Foe vanquished and strength spent, she fell to the ground. Aether. Instincts guiding her trembling hand as she reached out, gathering the creature's dissolving essence and absorbing it. An instant later, she began to feel her body heal, a strange new energy imbuing her limbs. Power. I need more power. This was what the beast had spoken of then. This is what it was meant. This is what it meant to devour. A wave of disgust washed over her. Dizziness and pain scattered her thoughts, her body convulsing as if fighting to expel something vile. A second voice echoed in her head. "More, damn you, more! Only once have I been devoured, will we be complete?" What? No. The voice of her vanquished foe now harrowed her consciousness, as if boring into her very being. Death itself then had also become distorted. No longer did souls return to their source, to be cleansed before rebirth. They were simply bottled by those who devoured them. And thus began a battle of wills, during which the stronger would bring the weaker to heel. She had to fight. A chuckle reverberated behind Zero's eyes. "Stubborn one, aren't you? And pure. So intact in self and purpose. Let's see what's in you, The creature pressed further into her mind, freeing memories she had long since locked away. Of a lonely child pale as snow. Of her mother's face. Of a statue? Of whom? Why would you treasure such a pitiful, ugly thing? Zero thought. Yet try as she might to resist the fiend, she and it were now one and the same. She could no sooner stop her own thoughts than she could keep from knowing her innermost secrets. Zoromus. I wanted to save the world like Zoromus did. The creature howled with laughter. She could see the faceless monstrosity again, its grinning jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Simple fool. You really don't know how the story ends, do you? But now that the thoughts of that vile voice permeated her mind, she found that she knew only too well. Zoromus did indeed save the star. Only for his fellow man to cast him out in fear of his all-conquering strength. A hero turned pariah. Perhaps her mother hadn't known the tale's end. Or perhaps she withheld the truth to protect her void-sent daughter. Whatever the case, knowing it did nothing to shake Zero's conviction. If the light to save mankind makes me an outcast, then gladly shall I become one. Thus, with clear resolve did she purge the lingering rancor from her thoughts. Her mind grew quiet, so had never been host to another. Nor did she ever hear that dreadful voice again. Brought to heel, it would seem. But being forced to face her innermost thoughts left Zero disconsolate. How am I to save mankind when no one is left to save? Thus did her aimless journey begin, Countless times others came to claim her soul, and countless times she tore them asunder. But never again would she consume their aether, even if it meant starving to death. Rebirth was but a small inconvenience, after all. And so it went on. For thousands of years she travelled, losing herself piece by piece, until one day... I'd completely forgotten, Zero concluded. But now I remember, thanks to you, Golbez. Having listened to her tale, her comrade responded in his ever-dispassionate tone. So long as one possesses sufficient strength and fixed resolve, one not need fear dissolution. Even should one be consumed, I would never lose my sense of self. I must have harbored some lingering doubt. Zero shook her head. Not doubt exactly, more an unreadiness to accept myself. To accept that someone as weak and alone as me could dream of becoming a hero. She raised her head and gazed upon the endless sky. I always wondered about that statue in the center of my domain. Now I finally understand. Broken and time-worn though it is, feared and ostracized though he was, Zeromus ever lived within my heart as the hero who wished to save the world. As I do. The armored figure appeared to consider this for a while. Then I too shall devour others no more. I do not believe the practice contradicts my desire to save our home, but mayhap in forswearing it, I will come to know who I truly am as well. Zero's eyes widened at his words, and she began to feel the beginning of a smile tug at the corner of her lips. Then let us move on. We may find allies in this vast world yet. And so the pair set off again, trailing a Nixie forged by bonds of the past, with hopes for the future, and for a world made whole once more. Aww. Aww. Aww, that's adorable. If I recall correctly, there are parts of Baron you can find in Zero's domain. Yeah, the thing is, we never got an answer of this statue in the story. Like, they never explained the statue in the story, other than the idea of just, it's clearly something that Zero aspires to because she becomes a paladin at the end. But this is literally a paladin doing passage of arms. It's protecting people, and she becomes a paladin at the end. That explanation, that's really sweet. I like that. Yeah, the idea that Zero's always been like this, I do like. Because again, she's always retained her form. She's always retained her shape. And when we meet her, she is adamant about not absorbing other people's souls. It's very clear that she's, like, very different from the Void Scent. So the fact that, like, this has been a part of her all the whole time, and it's just over time, like, the trust in other people is something that is even harder and harder for them, even though that was always hard. The one part I'm about here. Yeah, this one here. The flood of darkness comes crashing down. She'll slip through a tear in reality onto the rift. Unukulhai and Silver described this as being pulled into the rift by Elidibus, right? I believe Unukulhai and Elidibus, Silver talk about how Elidibus pulled them into the rift to save them from there. Whereas it seems like Zero accidentally managed to end up in there. I mean, the idea that, like, the rift opens up as the flood happens makes sense. Because the whole point of, like, the flood is that it's meant to be a precursor to a calamity where one reflection rejoins with the source. So the aether from there is going through the rift back to the source. But because it's not fully but because the flood of darkness didn't actually cause a rejoining with the source, I guess that implies that, like, the bounds of the void kind of completely shatter, and gaps to the rift between appear as it's shattering. And what's left is what the void is. Because it doesn't seem like there's like if there was Asian involvement for Zero, there would be like a mention of it here, but there's nothing. So it seems like Zero ending up in the Rift Between was just something that happened because the barrier between the 13th and the Rift itself was breaking down. Because normally that would be how the Aether returns to the source, but it never returned to the source, so it just like pulls there, I guess. I appreciate this is like, I mean, this one's about Dawn Trail, so it's like the next expansion. I appreciate that this is kind of like how the last story for Shadowbringers was about the 8th Umbral Calamity timeline. We're in a similar thing here of just like, how do the people of the like broken worlds continue fighting on? I mean, we did in the 8th Umbral Calamity timeline, we weren't certain whether that still existed or not until that side story happened. That side story was the confirmation that world continues to exist. Whereas this is just a like getting a glimpse into what Zero and Golbez are now up to, like, because we know that this is what they're going to do. So it's a little different, but I do appreciate that it's, once again, this is like what the last of like this specific story batch is about. Itchies. Anyways, so that is our stories that are from the website here. We do have one more in Tales from the Dawn that is our final one to read. But before we read those, we also have some more stories to read from the book. Take a look. It's in our book. We read this one before, so this is the pre-word of it. So we have 3 stories to read here. There are 4 unique ones to the book. But again, the last one is Dawn Trail exclusive, so we'll have to wait for them. So we have 3 stories from here, which I'm curious for these ones in terms of length. I don't. Deku, you own the physical book because you're the one who scanned these, which thank you very much for that. I do appreciate that a lot, because I do not own this book yet. Are these stories like roughly? I know we've read some before, but I've forgotten. Are these stories like roughly like length equivalent to the other ones? Like, because I saw, like, the ones that you sent me average between, like, 3 to 5 book pages. And I don't know if that puts them at, like, longer or shorter compared to the other stories when they're also put into book form. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of Alf. Now I'm pog form. Knuckles cracking. Neck cracking? My joints on it. Maybe that's what the cold does to me. Maybe I'm old and the cold makes my joints slicker. Because I'm also cracking my knees a lot. Although that may have just been because I was at work today. I was very shockingly busy at work. Well, not shockingly. It's the 27th of December. Completely unsurprisingly, very busy at work today. It's a combination of people get money for Christmas now so much that people go shopping immediately after Christmas to buy that. But also, I work in a news agency which sells lottery, and in Australia, lottery is a very, very common gift that people give. So in the immediate days after Christmas, we have a lot of people checking them to see if they want any money. Check some random ones, and they were each around 8 pages. Oh, so these are shorter then. So these ones are kind of shorter than the online ones. Huh. I kind of figured because they were in a book they'd go even harder on them. But anyway, we have our first one. I know these come with illustrations. I've tried not to pay attention to what the illustrations are. But now that I see this one, I immediately know what I immediately know who this is. Lottery as gifts, seriously? They are so fucking common in this country. Lottery gifts are incredibly common. That's technically the one from the previous story. Oh, we've read this story actually, yeah. No, this is the story about the princess, right? This is the story about the princess, right? Poldia or something? There's one about Poldia. Yeah. Sorry, I feel like hair or something. Yeah, lottery is super common as gifts in Australia. Having like always worked in a news agency, I sell like a lot. Very long hair, Jesus Christ. Like for an just for like a context, for my one store, like we get envelopes, right? We can order we order specific Christmas lottery envelopes that are like designed to be like, Merry Christmas, here's the gift. It's the lottery in this lottery envelope. For context, just my store, which again, my boss has 2 stores in the same center, and mine's the quieter one. Just my store, this year we ordered 500 gift envelopes. We ran out 2 days before Christmas and started using just the general just for you envelopes for that. But also there's a lot of people who don't take the envelopes because the lottery that they're buying as gifts, they put into the card that they're buying. So like Lotto as a gift is incredibly common in Australia. Gambling, I mean, we are the biggest gambling country in the world. Like, Australians spend the most amount of money on average per person per year on gambling compared to any other country. We are the gambling capital of the world. So it's not that surprising, but yes, it is also a very common gift. So most of my day today was people bringing in scratch cards, because like the big lotto draws that have like post-Christmas haven't been done yet. So it was mainly today was just pretty much nothing but checking like scratch cards. I think there was like 2 people who won more money than how much the cards they got cost. Because one person won like 75 and one person won 50. And all the others were like 10 or less per ticket that they won. I would just accept cash. Yeah, look, I'll be honest. I've had extended family members give me Lotto as a gift before. And that's what I said to them. Like, I was very honest and upfront about it because... Especially because, like, I work selling Lotto. I feel like that giving me a Lotto present... Giving a Lotto present as a gift in of itself, I feel like is just, like... Bottom of the barrel, legitimately no gift would be better. Like, I think it is one of the worst gifts you can buy someone. Legitimately no gift would be better. But for an extended family member to buy me a gift of Lotto is like, I work selling these things. And I was very, like, well, I got that for Christmas one year, and I just outright stated it, and I'm just like, I find this very disrespectful, and I would have preferred you just give me money. What you've given me is not a gift. And I just said that when I got the present of the lottery, of the, like, the gift pack for Lotto things. Like, even if I get gifts that I don't like, I will, like, pretend for their sake that I like it. But when but giving me a Lotto thing as a gift, I was just outright, like, I just responded immediately, just being like, I find this disrespectful that you got me this. I would have preferred you have gotten me money. I would have also preferred you would have gotten me nothing. This is very disrespectful, especially as I work selling these things. So I'm very aware of how much you've not given me anything, because the chances of this winning is like so low. My favorite part of Lottery for Gift is when it ends up being a winning ticket and the gifter wants to take the ticket back. So I feel like there's probably been a couple of shit fights over that. But one big thing that I notice, because I can tell the people who are buying the gift are going to try and do that, is you can register Lotto tickets here. Like, you get a card that has your name on it. And so when we sell the ticket, it, like, scans your name, and it prints your name on the ticket. And then if your name's on the ticket, only you can claim the ticket by scanning the card. Like, if it's registered, it's locked. If we, like, have a registered ticket and it runs through, it asks us to scan the card, and we can't pay it out without scanning the card. So we get people who buy Christmas gifts where they're just like, oh, and can you put them onto my card, please? And and all of us just keep saying, it's better not to, because if you do that, then the other person can't claim the prize when they get, when they come back for it. And their response is just, oh, I'll just check it for them. So, like, the entire idea of at least, like, the little bit of anticipation at potentially winning something, the only thing that you're really getting them when you're getting them that gift, you're also just taking that from them. Like, oh my god. Like, the one thing that someone might have from a lotto ticket, outside of the very small chance that they actually get a decent amount of money from it, is that small bit of anticipation of maybe. And if you're just going to be like, oh, I'll just check it for them, then they're not even getting that! Like, what's wrong with you? Just buy this, give them money! Give them nothing! Like, it'd be so much better! Oh, Jesus. Giving them nothing would be more respectful in that case? It absolutely would be. It absolutely would be. I like... Someone has to be incredibly insistent for me to cave in on that. Because when someone says, oh, I'll just check it for them, I still just turn around and say, no, it's still better if they're able to check it themselves. Like, someone has to be insistent and, like, repeat that, no, I'll put it on my card even though it's a gift. Like, they have to repeat themselves, like, 5 or 6 times before I'll do it. Because I'm just like, if you're just gonna check it for them, you're not giving them a gift. You're just gambling and using them as an excuse to do it. And I'm not letting you do that. I'm not letting you do that. I am forcing you to have at least this much integrity. I love Christmas. I love Christmas working in a place where I sell people gambling as their Christmas present that they're giving to other people. It makes me feel really good about myself and the society that I live in. Anyways, let's have a read of some stories, shall we? That aren't like that. In the beginning, beyond the end. Do I need to zoom for this? Yeah, I probably should. I probably should. In the beginning, beyond the end. A pile of milky white bones. Nestled in the crook of an ancient tree's gnarled roots, the bones glowed dully in the sunlight. Those are mine. A baseless conclusion. Their life was as fresh as the large flower blossoming around them. They uncurled, indulging in a leisurely stretch of limbs and wings, and gazed up at the massive, fluted tree that embraced their remains. A mess of round red arrows and jagged green fronds. Beyond, a golden sky. Before long, a gaggle of similarly shaped figures came flitting toward them, crying, "Mad Bloom! Mad Bloom!" A curious word, but one amongst the crowd came forward to silence the further. Enough, enough! First the name. Nothing have no place in our world. Nothing's have no place in our world. Once they have a name, their minds will clear. So began a second discourse, ending with a triumphant outburst. This time, a different one lifted their voice, speaking slowly and with purpose. Yours is the colour of forgotten dusk, smothered by unending light. From east to west shall you fly, coveting the treasures of darkness. Let it be thus, now and forever after, Feo Ul. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, it's Feo Ul's birth. Well. Birth? 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 A beautiful name. Somehow they knew those bones longed only for beauty. They accepted this gift, taking flight with their newfound fellows away from the ancient tree. Yet they glanced back. The bones lay mute, offering no words of parting. Well, something must be said to commemorate this beginning, or ending, as it were. What a happy ever after. Those were Feo Ul's first memories. After learning some rhyme and reason from their compatriots, Feo Ul's insatiable curiosity sent them flying off to explore. Even the wonders of Ilmeg soon grew tiresome, so they began venturing abroad, which only invigorated calls of Mad Bloom amongst the others. Let the idle gossip. Rather than birth, how about reinvention? One day in high spirits, Fae'ul was bound for their favorite destination of late, the Crystarium. Mankind's bastion against the light, marked by the enigmatic tower at its heart. The static brightness of the sky above was defied by the bustle of the city peoples below. Not an idle hand nor an ill-tempered soul among them. All were busy, all were merry, so vibrant and full of life, to Fae'ul's considerable delight. But as mischief is in a pixie's nature, so too did Fae'ul desire to see some small misfortune befall these earnest people, setting minor things awry each visit fed their ravenous hunger. They start with unlatching the gate to the livestock pen. Dashing past the legs of a grazing Amara was enough to spur the birds from their confines to their keeper's dismay. Leaving a cacophony behind them, Fae'ul next made for the gardens. Apples hung heavy on the trees, and a well-placed charm balloons them to the size of a hume's head, exploding as they struck the ground one by one. Then to the barkeeper's cast that sprung a magnificent lake. Then to the shopkeeper's wares that danced in midair. The city seethed like an agitated beehive. It's that pixie! They'd been spotted, but too lithe and agile were they to be caught, cavorting just beyond the reach of the grasping fingers. After many a game of hide-and-seek, a hooded figure was led into the fray. Beowulf understood people's rules of behavior well enough to deduce that this was their leader. "Then I'm your mouse, sweet kitten! Catch me if you can!" They flipped once in challenge before darting off. A pause, then a roaring cheer. "Get him, Exarch!" Glancing over their wings, they spied the hooded figure in mid-dash, robes aflutter with surprising speed. What great amusement could Fae'ul ask for? Their contest would not be easily settled. Time and again, Fae'ul was driven to near capture, only to escape a swiping hand by a hair's breadth. Restraining magics were countered by pixie charms, as all throughout the city they ran, pursuer and pursued. At long last, the former came to a halt in some quiet corner, shoulders heaving with exertion. Too slow! Buoyant with victory, the pixie circled around and tugged at the cowl that had refused to fall back. A final taunt. The heavy fabric gave way to a brilliant red. Whirling about, the man met Fae'ul's gaze. Both eyes were also as rich with vibrant ruby. "How lovely! We're the same shade, you and I. You must be Fae'ul as well." "What? Am I wrong? What's your name then? You're the leader of this place, no? But just look at your arm, it's made entirely of crystal. Why is that?" Fae'ul peppered the intriguing man with query after query. His lips twisted with consternation as he carefully considered his every answer. Clever, this one. Not everyone exercises due caution when conversing with pixies. "I know," they declared. "Let us be friends. If we are, I shall work no further mischief upon your city, nor will I attempt to befuddle and bewitch you with wordplay. But you must promise the same. We must be as flowers and bees." They hovered before him, excited and impatient. At length he nodded. Very well. So it was that Fae'ul learned the man's name. The Crystal Exarch, or so he was called by his people. His body was an extension of the tower, and he sought salvation for this world plagued by light. Ensuring Fae'ul's silence on the matter, he also divulged that his true home lay beyond a nigh impenetrable rift. While his secrets did not end there, to lay all bare would imbalance the scales, for Fae'ul had not nearly enough secrets of their own. The rest must remain a mystery, they decided. Mysterious things were far more interesting anyway. Though it was a place where they could no longer engage in prankish pursuits, Fae'ul came to frequent the Crystarium more than any other. Over years, they watched the city grow more robust, more intricate, more elegant. Oh, how curating beauty was essential to survival. Who was the bricklayer who had spoken thus? Scraping mortar, the artisan explained that while the people of the Crystarium would never give up, acts of creation served to reaffirm their commitment. Pride and hope required constant reinforcement. So Fae'ul watched mankind persevere, brick by charming brick. Of course, Fae'ul also saw how bricks came tumbling down. That day, the city was unusually grave. A Ligland hamlet had been attacked, and the contingent sent to defend it suffered heavy casualties. Following the pedestrians, Fae'ul arrived at, Spagorix. I was like Spa something, it was like the hot springs? Like Spagorix. Blankets lined the floor in place of beds, upon which more than 20 men and women lay in varying states of distress. Some had sustained lighter injuries, but most were still fighting for their lives, their pain a gruesome chorus. Gyrogens worked tirelessly, clothes and faces flecked with blood. In a corner of the room knelt the Crystal Exarch, weaving magics to tend a wounded guard. When Fae'ul drew close, they nearly cried out in shock. They knew the invalid, Luruna, a V's old enough to have seen the world before the flood, and who had been one of the first to seek shelter at the Crystarium's tower. She had joined the Nascent city guard and used her woodland hunting skills to protect the others, alongside her partner, Guacello. Just last year, the couple had been blessed with a child. Don't steal her away, Lorena had chuckled when Fayetteville came across the mother feeding her babe. She held them to touch the child's cheek, soft and round, as she snuggled against her mother's breast. Her breast now soaked with blood as Lorena lay prone, her face sallow and stomach torn. The Exarch's feverish efforts produced little results. Lorena had gone too long without treatment. After binding her wounds and administering medicine, all that remained was to pray her spirit would return from the brink. Yet so weak was her rattling breath that Fayetteville thought it might fail should the flow of magic cease. Through the strained breathing came faint, broken words. The Exarch bent his head close. Guacello turned. Senina. I killed him. Fayetteville understood now. The 20 strong guards gathered here were the only ones who had retained their natural forms. I failed. Tears welled in Lorena's lavender eyes and spilled down her face. Exarch, she rasped. The others, Mylena. Look after them. Her eyes lid shut, freeing more rivulets of morning. It took not half a day before she passed. Another day, the Crystal Exarch spent assisting Chirurgeons, taking stock of the situation, and consulting with the Settlement Council. Another day without rest. Fayetteville trailed behind him as he at last returned to the tower, trudging up the stairs to the ocular. His weary feet carried him deeper into the umbilicus. After a moment's hesitation, Fayetteville slipped through the gap of the closing door, before it shut with a dull thud. And once their friend slumped against the door, he sighed, bowed head swallowed by his hood. A crisp silence settled over the room. Then the smallest of sounds. Something like an unworn pebble had clattered across the floor. Then another. And another. Fayetteville soon discovered its source. The Exarch's arm was falling apart. The tower's immense power rendered him immune to the ravages of age, but the transformation had taken its toll. It pained me so much at first that I was bedridden for weeks, he laughed, testing his afflicted arm. But now I hardly mind it. Granted, imbuing the crystal with the requisite flexibility was a challenge indeed. This challenge had involved smashing the solid crystal to bits before painstakingly stitching it back together with magic. Stony beasts might employ such methods to become animate, but the dumbstruck Fayetteville admit neither person nor pixie foolish enough to do anything of the sort to themselves. That said, the simulacrum was as functional as flesh. The enchantment had become a part of him, preserving its form even while he slept. So he had once confided in them long ago. And yet the Crystal Exarch's arm continued to crumble. He made no move to recover the pieces, simply leaving them where they lay. Fayetteville could not see his face, but they knew his eyes were dry. His arm was weeping for him. The crystals bounced and scattered pell-mell under shelves and stone books. Should even one be lost? If they have no value to you, give them to me, they said, recovering with a glimmering stone. He did not reply. These shards of your will, of mankind's determination. They are beautiful beyond compare. They piled the precious stones before their friend, and as they placed the final piece, they heard his voice soft but firm. I have yet need of them. Time passed, but never again did the Crystal Exarch allow the enchantment to falter. He was the picture of strength as he labored to save the world from light's devastation. Coveting darkness, so they watched him from afar. A true Fayetteville you are. Beside the Exarch walked Aviz, just 10 summers old, the daughter of Limrina and Michaela. Beneath the golden sky, the people carried on. Rustling leaves brought Fayetteville back to a memory of awakening. To milky white bones that slumbered in a cradle of ancient roots. Does he have one as well? A pile of bones he left beyond the rift. Will he return there someday and leave bones of crystal behind? No secrets of theirs could ever match the weight of those answers. So mysteries they remained. Regardless, when all was said and done, Fayetteville hoped to speak the same words to commemorate his ending. Or beginning, as it were. Aww. So we have both, like, the beginning. We have a lot here. It's the beginning of Fayetteville, which is after the flood started. We have Lena's parents, who are old enough to have been born before the flood. And tears. We also have tears. We also have crying. Can you check the Discord real quick? I can Discord. Oh, there's a picture for this one. There's a picture for this one. Picture! There we go. Picture. Picture. There it is. There we go. Tiny little baby Lena. Tiny little baby Lena. Tiny, tiny baby Lena. More pics of baby Lena. And there's Exarch. And Feywall as well. Adorable. 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 We're not reading that one yet. We're back to this. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna be back. I gotta watch. Do I need to be back? How complicated is answering this text? I have a text from my roommate. How complicated is this? There we go. I'll be home all day. Shall look after Papa. There we go. I'm the only person here for like the entirety of today and tomorrow. So it's just like, what's happening with the dog? What's happening with the dog? A bunling! Tiny little adorable baby bunling. Chat, say it with me, say it with me. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Aww! Aww. Ow, my ear. Why'd my ear start hurting out of nowhere? Alrighty. We have 2 more bookstores. Ah. I don't know why talking a lot like makes my nose go weird. Like that much talking completely unbroken makes my nose go weird. Alright. Another music change. Mandible! A Mandible story! Let's go! Wait, are we okay to read this one? Does this one go after the last Mandible stage? Because we haven't finished Hildebrand for Endwalker. No, don't. When I write the word good, don't automatically turn that into a thumbs up. That's bizarre. How do you spell reassurance? There you go. There we go. Should be good. Awesome! This is still one of the best songs in the entirety of 14. Behind every Mandeville man. The man crossed the wilds bearing a chocobo. But that couldn't be right, could it? Julian blinked and found that it was. The chocobo did not bear the figure who trotted up to greet her, but was instead borne serenely upon his back. I found the practice most beneficial in promoting the development of the lower body, he offered by way of cheerful explanation. Though Julian had marked him down as an eccentric sort. There we go. There we go. Oh, good. There we go. Though Julian had marked him down as an eccentric sort, even her wildest imaginings had not prepared her for this. If you want strong legs, stop letting your boots like the rest of us. She sighed. The man had scarcely arrived, and already she felt a twinge of regrets at ever having humoured his romantic invitation. The chocobo-bearing individual in question was, of course, Godbert Mandeville, the man who would, in time, become Eorzea's greatest goldsmith, and go on to earn an obscenely large fortune from his jewelry business, before joining the exclusive ranks of the syndicate. As of this moment, however, he was but another unheralded artisan with little to his name, beyond his name itself, which identified him as a sign of the illustrious House Mandeville. Lineage aside, his present assets amounted to youth, passion, and the shiny black locks, which would one day fade to their trademark white. Godbert before his hair went white? As for the young and fresh-faced Julian, who would later join Godbert as an equal partner in Mandeville and Mandeville, she was already a celebrated culinarian in Ul'dah. Whoops. Oh, where's the... There it is. She did not own her own restaurants, but had instead gained widespread repute by cooking at the homes of the well-to-do. Her popularity of such of those services were booked several years in advance. An impressive achievement, even given the many hours preparation required for her signature dishes, and a strict policy of attending but to a single reservation at a time. One fateful day, Julian was out in Eastern Thanalan in search of a goat meat for a stew. She had inspected the cuts on offer at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, and, finding them wanting, concluded that the best option for procuring a fresh, high-quality sirloin was to hunt down Maya Tragus herself. After locating a herd of wild mountain goats, Julian crouched low in the long grass, and ilmed her way forwards, appraising the bigger billies as she went. The meat of the nannies was considered juicier, and its marbling more desirable, but her dish demanded a gamier flavour. There, that's the one. Having singled out a suitable specimen, Julian took her beloved skillet in hand. Though she knew some frowned upon this unorthodox use of a cooking utensil, as far as Julian concerned, it was all part of the culinary process. She gauged the distance to her unsuspecting quarry, then broke cover with a powerful leap. At the very same moment, there was a blur of motion from behind the outcrop directly opposite. A blow which resolved itself into a muscular man wearing naught but shaded spectacles and a pair of form-fitting small clothes. You bloody pervert! Believing herself the target of an opportunistic deviant, Julian swifted her posture mid-flight, extending a foot to spring from the back of the Maya Tragus under a crushing downward blow upon her would-be assailant's skull. Instead of a satisfying crunch of bone, however, her ears were greeted with the ear-splitting clang of metal upon metal. Godbert, for it was indeed none other, had produced a goldsmithing hammer seemingly from thin air to arrest the descent of the deadly frying pan. "Stay your hand, good lady!" His gentlemanly plea fell upon deaf ears, however. For, once lit, the fire of Julian's rage was not so easily extinguished. Face twisted into a wrathful mask, she brought her skillet down again with tremendous force, only for the frantic goldsmith to once more block the strike. Who in the seven fiery hills is this bastard? Never before had she met a man who could fend off one of her blows, let alone two. Yet shocked as she was, Julian remained focused on the battle at hand, determined to bury her opponent beneath an avalanche of unrelenting fury. 1,000 skillet strokes later, he fell to his knees in defeat. Their contest decided not by strength of arm, but by an implacable force of will. Give up, Julian groaned, loving a fierce gaze at her bested foe. You're coming with me. The brass blades don't know what to do with you. But this is all a misunderstanding. If you'd only allow me to explain. Godbert spoke swiftly, outlining his plan to acquire Myotragus horns for a jewelry project. And now his choice of prey had, wholly coincidentally, overlapped with Julian's own. The truth of events thus made clear, rage gave way to remorse, and she found herself stammering out an apology. Forgive me. Mayhap I judged you too quick. Battle chef! Oh, no harm done. Godbert brushed off the incident with a good-natured laugh. His magnanimity persuaded her to forego the many questions which came to mind, such as why anyone with any sense would go out hunting in their undergarments. Thus unfolded the famous couple's fateful, and near-fatal, first encounter. As for the almost forgotten goats, being trapped in the center of that raging melee had proven actually fatal. Fortunately, the two hunters were content to split the spoils, with both taking the particular prize of horn or meat which they had set forth to claim. When the time came to part ways, Godbert, perhaps emboldened by the success of their unplanned cooperative endeavor, ventured a gentlemanly proposition. Might I have the pleasure of your company again, my lady? The invitation was as unexpected as it was sudden. Julian gave it due consideration, impressed by this stranger who had been the first to hold his own against her. Differing professions aside, she also admired the commitment they shared in gathering their own materials. Yes, she would accept, she decided, even if the man himself did seem decidedly odd. As it transpired, the next meeting was a surprisingly conventional affair. Godbo took her on a tour of Thanalan's notable landmarks, and in the evening treated her to a meal at an Ul'dan restaurant. It was over dinner that he laid out his grand ambitions. The jewelers of the city are too fixated on following trends, he said, his eyes glittering. Every display in every store is strewn with the same tired designs. So, finding naught here to inspire me, I set forth on a journey. Everywhere I went, I would hunt fiends and mine ores. And using every material from bone to gemstone, I fashioned a collection of pieces unlike anything Ul'dan has ever seen. All that remains to establish a store, and let my unique works enchant the hearts of all who cross the threshold. At this, anyone familiar with the Gobbo Mandeville of the present might well nod sagely, recognizing his bold assertion as the first rung on his storied ladder to success. Lacking any such knowledge of future events, however, Julian heard only of the unworldly wafflings of a dewy-eyed dreamer. And while she might, Julian had taken great pains to maintain a realistic outlook as she methodically carved out her place in Ul'dan's cutthroat culinarian society. Improving her cooking skills had been the bare minimum. What dishes were the most in demand? How would she distinguish herself from the other talented chefs? To secure the reputation and status she currently enjoyed, her research into the industry and potential clientele had been thorough indeed. But from her hard-won perspective, Gobbert's plan seemed hopelessly naive. While she did not know much about the jewelry business, she knew Ul'dan only too well, and saw at once that he was clearly underestimating the complexities of the market. You might make a few gil to begin with, she admitted, briefly regarding the food on her fork before looking him squarely in the eye. What happens when the novelty wears off? Well, with a spectacled goldsmith began, his expression only slightly less enthusiastic than it had been. I'm confident that maintaining a ready supply of quality pieces will ensure a steady stream of custom. Julian stifled a snort. Only with that bloody easy. Yet even as she picked apart his ideas with clinical detachment, she became aware of a growing pang of disappointment. Had she been expecting something else from this peculiar gentleman? Something more? While she contemplated these questions, she noticed him very deliberately removing his glasses to regard her with a bare and earnest countenance. Lady Julian, he began, aside from mine own dear parents, only you have ever bested me in martial combat. And with your skill at wielding grace, you have enthralled me heart and soul. Be mine, I pray, and I swear that I shall fill your days with joy. Julian sat for a moment in bemused silence, her estimation of Gobbert's character falling another few notches. We've barely met yet, daft son. I'm flattered. Surely I am, she eventually offered, but I fear my heart belongs to another. It was a convenient falsehood, and not entirely untrue. After all, a client of hers had recently asked for her hand in marriage. And while she has yet to decline to give him an answer, the union itself was not a wholly unappealing aspect. Her suitor was heir to the merchant house operating under the auspices of the East Aldnar Trading Company. Marrying into such a family would guarantee financial security, and her would-be husband, be a good and wholesome man, with a fine catch by any measure. Was she truly ready to close off all other paths forward in favor of this one? Mired in indecision, she had thought Gobbert's outing preferable to agonizing over her reply. With the alternative seated in front of her, however, Julian was ready to make a choice. If she was to be married, it would be to a respectable man of stable means. Is that so? Gobbert interrupted her introspection with an unconcealed disappointment. Be that as it may, I hope you'll accept my gift. So saying, he produced a small box and held it out. I crafted this piece especially for you. Keep it or discard it. It's yours to do with as you wish. Julian hesitated for the briefest instant before politely accepting the token, not wishing to hurt his pride any further. And on that muted note, their evening together came to an end. The following night saw Julian visit the abode of her preferred suitor, who greeted her arrival with ill-contained excitement, quite rightly, given she had come with the express intention of accepting his proposal. Ready at the last to give her answer, she took a deep breath and stared into the eyes of her future husband. It's for the best. At that moment, an image of Gobbert wielding his goldsmithing hammer flashed across her mind. Why am I still thinking about him? And suddenly, fresh doubts assailed her. The grating sound of shouting tore her free of her spiraling thoughts, dragging her focus back to the present. Julian realized that the sumptuous drawing room in which she stood had been invaded by a gang of mask-wearing, sword-wielding brigands. She had heard news of a spate of burglaries targeting Ul'dan estates, and it seemed the thieves had chosen this mansion as their next target. Leveling cruel blades at her would-be fiancé, they're now demanding access to his treasure vault. Someone's got to sort this out. Julian hooked her trusty skillet and exploded into action. Untrained ruffians that they were, their numbers counted for nothing amidst the cast iron whirlwind which swept into their midst. Once the interlopers were rendered comatose, a deed accomplished with quite astonishing swiftness, Julien bent down to check on the well-being of her not-quite-betrothed. Cowering in the corner of the room, he looked up at her wide-eyed, his face a picture of horror. "What kind of monster are you?" Oh, bugger. Julien chided herself for her foolishness. She should have known this man and his well-bred sensibilities could never accept a woman of her fiery disposition. His offer of marriage duly rescinded. She left the premises a free agent. Yet rather than regret, she felt only relief. Later, as she wended her way home with unhurried steps, she remembered Gobert's gift with a start. Occupied as she was with matrimonial matters, she hadn't been thought to open it. Taken from the box of her pocket, she flipped the lid to reveal a piece of cameo jewelry. One of an exquisite agate's carving set into a base of a sculpted horn. Bloody hells, Julien whispered, her voice hoarse. There, etched into the surface of the stone, she saw the figure of a leaping maiden brandishing a skillet. The same maiden who had been scorned as a monster scant moments before, capturing here in loving detail, as if she were the Fury herself. Distracted, brushing a tear from her cheek, she began to understand Gobert's confidence in the enchanting nature of his work. She was less sure, however, that the steady stream of custom he envisaged would not eventually slow to a trickle. Talent like his can't be left to fade into obscurity, she swore to herself. A man's got something special about him, and if anyone can help him achieve his dreams, it's me. Barely having given voice to this thought, she broke into a run, her feet guiding her unerringly to Gobert's lodgings. In the days that followed, Julien and Gobert became partners in both life and business, eventually co-founding the hugely lucrative enterprise of Mandeville and Mandeville. As Gobert himself later admitted, his skills alone would never have yielded him more than a modest profit, let alone a seat on the syndicate. He had Julien's shrewd eye for business to thank for his great success. Gobert might be the craftsman, but I'm the one who carved that rough diamond into the greatest goldsmith Eorzea has ever seen. Julien smiled fondly as her fingers traced the cameo she kept ever at her bedside. That is so fucking sweet and adorable, holy shit. And there's Godbert with a fucking chocobo on his back. I really like that idea that that's what Julien sees in Godbert. The fact that Godbert is one of the few people who can appreciate Julien for who she is. Like, other people see Julien and her prowess and are scared and intimidated and horrified by it. Where Godbert sees her and is just like, I'm in love. That's really sweet. That's like an actually like really sweet like meeting of these two completely fucking absurd characters. I really like that. It is, as the kids say, totes the dorps. Do the kids still say that? Do the kids still say that? Do the kids still say totes the dorps? I still can't believe they made this song. To be fair, there's a possibility this is a 1.0 song, because Hildebrand is in 1.0. Hildebrand is in 1.0, so there's a possibility this is a 1.0 song. But if they didn't use this song for Hildebrand in 1.0, probably was a 1.0 song. But it's just like, they took this song, and it wasn't until Stormblood that they, like, put a dance to it, and they put the dance to it so well. Like, the Mandeville Mambo works so well for this song, I love it. I also am just a massive lover of Hildebrand. I am a Hilda stan. Alright, we have one final book story, and then we're on to the final story from the website. And then onto the closing word, which is also in the book. Private Reflections. The hearts of men are black and fleeting with corruption. No. That's not. This is not a story about Sidolphus Orlando. The hearts. I'm trying not to do it again. I'm trying not to do it again. The hearts of men are mysterious things, eluding even understanding of those to whom they belong. In seeking to assess the emotions that churn within one's breasts, it is known that committing one's experiences to parchment can be an enlightening exercise. Thus do I take up the quill to impose order upon the maelstrom of my thoughts. It was shortly after my return from the Edge of Existence, one of the Scions, that I learned of the sudden passing of my father, Yrul Nun. Oh. 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 Surely you're gonna save the world! Yay! Also, your dad is dead. Oh. Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Does it have to be so soon after the end? After, like... Does it have to be so soon after this? Oh my god. Is this, like, part of her, like, drive is so intense to see Runar again? Does this, like, partially, like, explain her, like, because she's just like, oh, my father died and I can't see him again. I have to make sure I get to see Runar again. I need to work out, like, does this drive that more? Because what the fuck? Does it have to be, like, so immediately after? He had been in Nangsha, gathering literature in his capacity as a gleaner, when he contracted and succumbed to a local disease. As he had been the picture of health despite his some 70 years, his demise came as a shock to us, his 12 daughters. None took it harder than his 10th born, Nazca, who had been accompanying him as his apprentice. After witnessing him draw his last breath, she was forced to mourn him alone in a foreign land, for his body was not permitted to be repatriated lest the contagion that claimed him spread. At the physician's urging, she tearfully acquitted acquiesced to cremation and subsequently scattered his ashes over the Ruby Sea, that he might roam the world once more before the tides bore him home. She then returned to Sharlayan and revealed the tragedy to her elder sister, Adeb, who, in accordance with our father's wishes, bade all his daughters convene. Here it would be meet to note that our family structure is unlike most Seeker of the Sun tribes. Traditionally, our people gather around a Nun, a breeding male, and half-siblings abide together as parts of a large but close-knit community. As a gleaner, however, our father had mates in those places he visited, and they and their children did not have occasion to dwell with their counterparts elsewhere. The result being that, despite sharing a sire, my half-sisters have always felt more akin to distant relatives. I was about to say, it's like, I've never actually heard the explanation of just like, okay, so yeah, Y'shtola is like a sun, like a seeker of, like, she's a seeker of the sun, just like, you know, looking at her name and everything like that. I've never understood the idea of just like, wait a minute, how did she become to be in Sharlayan? How did she end up in Sharlayan? How did she end up like with Matoya? And this is the explanation. Her dad's a gleaner. So I get, like, so I guess it would make sense then that, like, Mitra is the one that Y'shtola is closest to because they're able to, like, actually be around each other the most, both being and Eorzeal. The fact that I was taken from my mother at the age of 7 only contributed to this perception. The difficult births of my younger twin sisters left her frail, and she struggled to care for me. With the Forum's intervention, I was apprenticed to Master Matoya, whose dimly lit cave in the Dravani hinterlands I called home until the age of 17. I then journeyed to Sharlayan to pursue my Archon's mark, but as my full-blooded sisters, 6th-born Malibo and 7th-born Mitra, okay. So she has 2 sisters that are the same mother, okay. And they're twins. Mitra has a twin, by the way. Mitra upgrade from half-sister to full-sister! Ew. They remained at the colony. I never had the opportunity to live with them. Such an upbringing led to uncertainty as to how I should interact with my kin. While I have since grown close to Mitra, it is only because we have academic common ground. She with an interest in elegant magics, and I with my studies of the arcane arts. In contrast, her older twin Malibo, and I have next to no contact with each other. So it was that for the very first time our family came together, and in the rostra of all places. It occurred to me that Adeb was perhaps abusing her privilege as a member of the Forum. Woo retcons? I don't. Do they ever say in game that Mitra is a half sister? I actually don't know. I don't know if they ever say in the game whether Mitra is a half sister or not. If they do, this is actually a retcon. It's one of those things where I don't like saying things in 14 are retcons outside of just like explicit changes, because most of the time it's just like you learn more things. But if they ever say half sister for Mitra and Y'shtola and Shola, then yeah, this is straight up a retcon. But also, one of Y'shtola's sisters is straight up a member of the Forum. Something that, because they have no Nexo interactions, did not at all help with there. They've been half sisters for a while until this story. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. An actual retcon. An actual retcon. And like it's a retcon that doesn't even feel like it needs to happen, because they also introduce another like full sister who they don't talk to at the same time. It occurred to me that Adeb was perhaps abusing her privilege as a member of the Forum, but I cast aside the thought as she called to order her 11 siblings, who sat sparsely in a chamber designed to hold 99 with ease. Ere he passed away, our father conveyed his final wishes to Nazca. I summoned all of you here to see them carried out. Nazca stepped forward, hefting her enormous gleaner's knapsack, and addressed the gathered sisters. As he attended his duties, she began. Father privately collected literature. It was his desire to bequeath to each of us an item from his library. At those words, Nazca reached into the bag and produced 12 tomes selected by our late sire. To Adeb, her first edition of the Philosopher's Pledge. Even if Adeb's eyes, ordinarily passive and impenetrable, had not widened at the mention of the work, its worth was known to all. It was here in the very space the rostra now occupied that the founding fathers engaged in debate to codify the ideals of their new nation, and the tome contained a detailed account of that defining event. The first edition held tremendous historical value, and no gift could be more fitting for a foreign member. To Sumbler, into the waters flow. The work was unknown to me, but as second-born Sumbler took it in hand, she explained that the Mayan treatise documented an attempt to develop a petrol engine by drawing upon gravity and the flow of water. To an engineer who had sequestered herself in Labyrinthos to facilitate the ark's construction, such a tome was more precious than its weight in gold. So, like, is it just most of his kids that go on to be, like, incredibly smart because they're all from frickin' Charlian? Like, they're working in the Forum, Labyrinthos, like, oh my god. The gifts for the third-born are Ranmaya, a navigator whose time at sea dwarfed her brief stints on land, with the voyage logs of the fabled explorer Ketenra. The Eosian was her inspiration, the very reason she had taken up her calling, and her delight was plain to see. Ranmaya's full sister, fifth-born Taldi, was presented a collection of sketches compiled by an art dealer. The single volume contained the works of famous artists such as the Wandering Pictomancer, Jean Gatella, and Taldi, a painter by trade, trembled with elation to receive it. Is that the same? Is that the guy? Is that the guy that, like, I forget their names. The Pictomancer story we did in a day, and it's only been, like, one quest line, so it's really hard for me to remember the lore of it. No, I remember, like, the lore of it is the names of the characters. Is Jean Titalak the one who was, like, the mentor to the Lala? Yeah, it's the old guy from Picto Quest. It is! It is, there we go. My full sisters, Malibu and Mitra, were both given ancient Alagan tomes, items suitable for archaeologists who delved into aetherochemistry as Sunset St. Koinak. In keeping with their respective specializations, Malibu's volume had a scientific focus, and Mitra's arcane. Next came 8th-born Raigo, who was artistically inclined like her full sister, Taldi. I like the order here. Sorry, the order is really funny because because you have kids to like the third born and the fifth born and the eighth born have the same mother. The gift for the third born Ranmaya, Ranmaya's full sister, fifth born Taldi, and then Taldi's full sister, eighth born Raiko. I love the idea of just like, I know it's because they're Seekers of the Sun and they have like, one guy has kids with multiple women, and I know that's how it works, but I like the idea of this dude just going around the world, and it's just like, hey babe, so while I was gone, I had another kid. You want another one? I'll make it fair. I'll make it even. And then he fucks off again, and he's like, so this time I had 2 kids. You want another? Again, I know that's how Seekers of the Sun work, but just like, it's not like, oh, I settled down with like someone here and I have a few kids in a row with them. It's just like, nope, in you, back to you, back to you. Next came 8-born Raiko, who was artistically inclined like her full sister Taldi, and made her living as a musician. To her, our father left a book of compositions penned by the legendary minstrel Santhelmi. I imagine that is also another name that we know. I don't think it's the bard guy from the bard quests. How we came to possess such a prize was a mystery in of itself. 9th-born Sunjin is my sister and cousin both, on account of her mother being younger sister to mine. They're cats, they do that. Fun fact, Yosinjin is the armor merchant Charlian, the one wearing full armor. Oh! Yeah, the proprietor of an armor shop in the Agora. Oh my god. I'm not actually... I guess, yeah, I never noticed that it's like, oh, there's a cat that has like a white name. Is that another Yashtol? Well, there you go. But yeah, my sister and cousin both, on account of her mother being younger sister to mine. Again, they're cats, is how they do things. The proprietor of an armor shop in the Agora. She was an unusual character even among this unusual company. Her attire alone marked her as different, clad head to toe in plate despite the formal occasion she still showed up in the same armor. To Sonjin, our father bestowed an Ishgardian workshop's tome that detailed Furide's manufacturing techniques, a jealously guarded secret of the Holy See. Senthelm, I helped design the Idol's gear, the Heavensward Bard gear. Ah, there you go. Senthelm. Well, there you go. So it makes me have to wonder. It makes me have to wonder how many of these things are like references to stuff that we know, and how much of this is just like how much of this is just trying to be like, oh, we're just like pulling things from all over the game and putting them together. Because there's some things here that it's just like, oh yeah, this is like the founding of that, and this is this. I have no idea who this Ketanram is. That doesn't sound familiar. But like, we know this Pictomancer here. This is just like, oh, we found another sister that's like a full-blood sister of Mitra. And then it's like, oh, Santhelmi is just here. Sonjin is like, oh, they're a fucking merchant. And they've got like Furite manufacturing from the Holy See. Like, they're just bringing shit over from everywhere. And I'm just like, how much of this is already in the game and how much of it are they like creating for now? This brought us to Nazca, who inherited a most singular tome, a book of Korvosi folklore predating Garlean rule. It was not simply an antique, however. The elaborate arcane patterns it contained, the handiwork of a skilled copyist, had the power to immerse the reader in the worlds described in the fanciful tales. Nary a finer item could grace the shelf of one who so loved rare books. Be careful, Nazca, it sounds like you're about to do a fucking extreme from the Wandering Minstrel. Ketanram was the first Eorzean to sail to the New World. Oh! Oh. Did that come up in Blue Mage quests? Was that referenced in Blue Mage? Or is that like an Eorzea Encyclopedia Eorzea thing? I don't remember that in the game, but I did a long ass time ago I did the Blue Mage quests. Because the only time in the game that we've heard of the New World is the Blue Mage stuff and Viper job quest, because Dawn Trail totally doesn't take place in the New World, aka Toral. Prior to taking to the road as an adventurer, 11th-born Jime had trained in Arcanema in Vilbrand. She had caused friends and family great distress when she went missing in an Exali attack, left them equally confused when she reappeared as though nothing had happened. For one who delighted in danger, our father bequeathed the imposing leather-bound memoirs of Count Edmond de Forton. Heavensward! Here's like one mention in the timeline of EE1. Oh, okay. They mention him in EE1, and then there's again in like a fucking short story exclusive novel all these years later. The lore Bible, the fucking lore Bible that must exist somewhere within CBU 3 of here is everything we have ever mentioned in the game and how we've mentioned it. And they must just sometimes open it up to a random page and throw a dart and say get that lore and make it like relevant to something now. Like how long ago would have EE1 been written? Not like super long ago, because it does cover like up until like end of Heavenswood, I think. And like it takes a couple of years for them to get the books out, but like still. But still though. If the intent was to encourage her to follow the example of the Warrior of Light, then she had her work cut out for her, indeed. I like the fact that the book Heavenswood has once again come up. Because, like, that is the book that Grahara is reading in the 8th Emerald timeline in Shadowbringers, and the book is here again. Napa, the 12th and youngest, was still in the midst of her studies at the studio. To her, our father left a book constructed in the Far Eastern fashion. A Hingan treatise on the art of Suiseki, wherein stones resembling mountains are displayed on basins. Naba had developed a fondness for the practice and pursued it with her peers at the cost of many a mislexia. While a fine hobby, one would be hard-pressed to make a living with it. I remain concerned for her future. So, what manner of tome was it that my father had left to me? His fourth-born. When my turn came, and I scaled up an ancient volume shrouded in a sinister aura owing to its cover, which was skin harvested from a void sent. For Y'shtola... Okay. If a Deb is out loud saying Y'shtola, that says something about how close they are, that the Y is still being said here. Like, Y'shtola herself is referring to all of her sisters without the Y, but if a Deb is out loud reading the names, or saying the names, and saying Y'shtola instead of just Shtola, that does speak a lot to how much a Deb, like, considers herself distant from the others. Or just because she's a member of the forum, she's super formal, I don't know. Gateway to the Void. No sooner was the title uttered than Adeb's eyes narrowed in disapproval. The Marquis Grimoire bore the secrets to opening a gate large enough to beckon lords among Voidsent. While the contents were obscured beneath layers of magical encryption, such knowledge had the potential to wreak unspeakable destruction upon the world, and thus had the tome earned its forbidden designation. Having been mentioned in several respected works, the mythical grimoire's existence was not in question, but never had I dreamed that it would one day come into my possession. I can see from Adeb's frown that she was tempted to confiscate it here and now, and that it might be placed under lock and key in the Numenor. Before she could do so, I snatched the tome from Nazca and, cradling it in my arms, spun on my heels and returned to my seat. My father's knowledge of our passions was as comprehensive as it was impressive. He knew what inspired each of his daughters, and acquired those books that would help us on our respective paths. The road has been his preferred companion, and for long years I assumed he thought only of his own interests. But in his way, he had loved us, believed in us. I have lived my life feeling no strong bond with him, nor with my mother or sisters, yet it cannot be denied that we are family. So now I ask myself, what could I bequeath to them? The answer, of course, is obvious. Cross rift travel. For as disparate as my sisters may be, the prospect of visiting other worlds could not fail to interest them. Adeb would contemplate the diplomatic implications. Sumbla would jump at the chance to study unfamiliar sciences. Ranmaya would dream of crossing new oceans. Daldi would seek out unknown paintings and techniques. And Ragon heard melodies. Malibo and Micho would compare Alagan and otherworldly technologies. Sonjin would obsess over exotic armor. Nazca would embark on a search for rare books, and she may well accompany Shime on her adventures. And together with like-minded peers, Napa would find joy in collecting rocks and stones from entirely new realms. As my quill raises upon the page, it became clear what abides in my heart. There is no sadness, but not for want of attachment. For through my father's gifts, as weighty and terrible as it is, I I feel the hopes he harbored for me. I will make it reality. I will find a way to traverse worlds. Then I will go and see who waits for me, and tell him of my travels and hardships, and of the father whom I hold in the highest esteem. Oh, hey! And Yujime was from the FF15 crossover DLC, which would have been the reason for a sudden disappearance and reappearance. Fuck off. What? Are you serious? The random cat girl that shows up in FF15 for the crossover of Noctis showing up in this is one of Yashtola's sisters? And her disappearing for a bit and just randomly showing up again after this Ixali attack is like canon to 14? What the fuck? 14, you're out of control here. 14, you're out of control. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that's a Deb. That's a Deb there, the forum member. Who's the one that was grabbing the books? I forgot. Nazca. Nazca's reaching into the bag. Oh, because Nazca's the one who was with him when he died, right? Yeah. Yeah, Nazca's the one who was there when he died, and she's the one getting the books. What born was she? Because she looks pretty young there. 10th born. 10th born. So yeah, she's among the youngest. Because Nazca looks quite young there. Although I can't tell if that's just the way that they're drawing the faces or not. She looks young. But like, I guess the 12th is like still in their studies in the studio. The 12th born is still in their studies in the studio. And given that she's a gleaner alongside her dad, I assume she's like... Well, to be fair, it's Charlie, and sometimes kids graduate when they're fucking 15. Sometimes that happens, so like, who knows how old Nazca is here? And then that's a Deb. See, the thing that I have to wonder is, obviously, like, they cover a lot of faces for the forum. I do have to wonder if you can see her in any of the forum cutscenes. I have to wonder if you can actually line up who a Deb is in any of the cutscenes where you can see forum members, like, faces without their heads. I do now have a ponderance over this. But yeah, outside of like just getting more like explanation of just like, hey, what is your Shola's family? Where, like, why is her mom Matoya? Where is like birth mom and birth dad? Where are they? This story, I'll be honest, feels like an excuse to just be like, hey, let's go for some deep fucking cuts in lore. Sam, once again, the air conditioner is detected. We are at a temperature where I can turn myself off. And now I have to, like, go over to it. Turn it back on to fan mode so it's still a breeze. Without the breeze, even temperature, even if the temperature doesn't, like go up massively with the air conditioner not doing its air conditioning. Without the fan, the humidity will get hot enough that I'm going to start sweating. That's, like, the real, like, outside of, like, I will not die to heat stroke when I'm dressed in a suit for a Disco Elysium. The biggest thing about this is just how strong the fan is, means that I should hopefully never be sweaty on stream again. Which is very nice, because being sweaty on stream feels awful. And also, it makes me very shiny. Though I'm very shiny today. Once again, probably because I didn't have a shower last night. My skin definitely goes paler when I don't shower. White people get ashy, apparently. Apparently white people also get ashy. But yeah. Does feel like a story where they're just like, let's have as many reasons as we can to introduce, to just make deep cuts to a bunch of shit as possible. It's still a nice story. I like the story. I like getting all of these little tidbits into, like, little deeper laws or, like, little explanations or anything like this, or just, like, a little bit more explanation of, hey, where is Yashol's family, and where are they all, and where are all her sisters and stuff like that. It's still nice. It does feel like they use it as an excuse to be like, deep cuts here, deep cuts there, deep cuts everywhere. It does feel like that. Anyway, who's ready for one final story? Who's ready for one final story? We have one last one, and then we have our closing words from the book as well. So this is the encore. This was added at some point after the rest of them. A long time. Deku mentioned it was a long time after the rest of them that this was actually added to this. Well, I'm gonna quickly just do that part. Days gone by, days yet to come. Oh my, how careless of our Asm. Thus spoke Hythlodaeus, having ambled into his office at the Bureau of the Architect to find a crystal sitting rather conspicuously on a chair reserved for guests. Slipped from a singularly adventurous pocket, no doubt. He marveled at the way the light played on its facets, like the surface of a tranquil lake, and recalled the first visitor he had received that morning. Asm had sought the chief's assistance with the refinement of the 14th in her series of concepts to help ease the burdens of travel, which was contained within the palm-sized crystal. But as was so often the case, the conversation concerning the escapades that inspired said concept's creation had spiraled into a full-blown recounting, leaving Hythlodaeus insufficient time to evaluate it before Asm had to hasten to a meeting with the convocation. Hythlodaeus was not without his own pressing obligations. The formal evaluation of a massive living being concept for one, and had only just returned from the bureau a moment before. And absent such comforts, how unbearable your wanderings will surely be, he mused aloud as he collected his friend's crystal. Turning to the nearby window, Hythlodaeus cast his gaze over the great capital, where the convocation gathered and, with a practiced act of will, viewed the world in a different light. While many could feel the flow of aether, only those with experience could perceive its currents with their eyes. Rarer still were those born the ability to do so as keenly as Hythlodaeus, Emmett Silk being another such natural talent. So it was that Hythlodaeus effortlessly described Asm's strand amidst the weave. Though we could not be certain of his quarry's exact position at such a distance, he was confident it lay somewhere within the capital. Blinking, he beheld the world as others did once more. Far beyond the panes, the sun was poised to kiss the horizon, and in its ardor bathed the city streets in rose and gold. The convocation's business would be concluded shortly, making this an ideal moment to deliver the forgotten crystal. His course decided, Hythlodaeus departed the bureau, taking only the briefest moments to mention his plans to the senior secretary. While the industrious soul was accustomed to his superior's carefree nature, he nevertheless attempted to detain him, only to be defeated by the tried and trusted tactic of politely nodding and pretending not to hear. Outside the bureau doors, Amrot basked in the evening light. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires. Hythlodaeus' feet carried him up the gentle rise leading to the institution's grand doors, past which he spied two women he recognized, their cheerful banter a familiar duet. Metron, Logrif, a pleasure as always. I gather the meeting is concluded. Oh! Oh, Metron and Logrif were originally lesbians. That may have been confirmed during the Eden raid as well, I don't remember. But hey! Metron and Logrif were originally lesbians. There you go. There you go. That's why Metron lost in Eden. Because then it's just like, nah, we were lesbians before, I need to be lesbian again. I need to be with Ring. A pleasure as always. I gather the meeting is concluded. Well, I met Hythlodaeus. And then but a moment ago, yes, replied Metron, before flashing a knowing smile. I believe they're both still inside. I am indeed a creature of habit. Asm left a concept crystal in my office. With a chuckle and a shrug, Metron turned to make for the Marcarensis angle. Logrif offered some parting pleasantries before jogging to catch up. Metron, I'm actually gender fluid. That excuses my behavior. Sorry. So, Metron, what shall we do this evening? Exactly what we discussed earlier, at length. Over the forgetful one, aren't you? Recall, girl, there was something else that implied Metron was a girl, but before, but it might have just been this story. I do have, like, a thing. I do have a thing. Because I've seen people talk about Ascians, right? I've seen people talk about Ascians just being like, okay, so the Red Masked Ascians are all of the Ascians who are Convocation members, right? Like, they're explicitly the ones that they, like... Because they're the ones that they have the memory crystals of. They're the ones that they can raise up to be, like, the Red Masked Ascians. Like when Emmett, Laha, and Elidibus, when they bring up Sundered Souls, it's specifically the members of the Convocation that they look for to bring up to the Red Masked ones. So I see people just be like, okay, let's try and work out what Ascians are still left in the story. Let's try and work out all of the Ascians of the 13, because there is no Asm one. Let's try and work out all of the Ascians that could exist and their current state of existence to work out how many we still have left in the story. Because the idea of Ascians coming up in the future is going to happen, because we've not had all of those names crossed off, and also just because all the Sundered are dealt with doesn't mean that the Ascians stop existing. Ben Daniel's a perfect example of that. But I have a question in regards to the nature of how people do that. Because I see people just be like, oh, okay, Matron and Logrif are two of the members. We know their deal. One of them's currently Gaia. One of them, like, just died. And it's like, okay, you have Igiorm, they got killed. Nabriales, they got killed. You've got, like, the one that came up in 1.0 that one time and has never come back. But I have a question, and I question that theory in one particular sense. Do we have anything that confirms that only one of them would exist at a time? The whole point is they're sundered. So every shard should have a soul that can be possible to bring up to being one of the Red Masked Ascians. Like, every shard should have a Logrif. Every shard should have, like, not in terms of, like, they're guaranteed to have an Ascian for them, but in terms of the Sundered Soul. Every shard has a Sundered Soul of Logrif. Every Sundered Shard has a soul of Metron. Every Sundered Shard has a soul of Igion. Is there anything that confirms that there wouldn't be multiple of one of them at once? Outside of the three unsundered being like, the whole point of what we're doing is to bring them together into, like, who they were before, so we don't want to make multiple copies of the same, like, Red Masked Ascian who's taking a Convocation seat, because that would be weird for us to do. Like, I'm not going to assume there is. I'm not going to assume that there is still, like, a Nabriales from another shard out there who is a Red Masked Ascian. I would imagine there are likely a few of any given Ascian, but the soul might not be active or worth bringing over. Also, probably just takes a while to actually find them, even for Emmett. Yeah. Because it's like I mean, it is also possible that some of them are just not born. Like, it is, like, you go to, I mean, we don't know how long the cycle of rebirth does take in this world. But it's a decent amount of time at the very least. Like, the most recent example that we have of the Warrior of Light soul is Tenzin. Like, Tenzin is the previous life. Or is a previous life of the Warrior of Light. And how long ago was Tenzin? Like 100 years? Or is it longer? Because I can't remember. It's some point within the 6th Astral era, I'm pretty sure. Because, like, the 4 Lords were around for Tenzin. I mean, like, the whole point of the 4 Lords is that they've lived for a couple thousand years because they're auspices. But, like, at most, it's still, like, Tenzin would have been around, like, a couple hundred years ago. Because, like, the East still existed the way that it currently does there. So, and, like, so if it's that long between, I guess it's also possible that it's just, like, they may not, like, they may not be around at the same time. What you say is also possible. Maybe, like, some of the Sundered Souls come back and the person who's born from that Sundered Soul is just someone who they consider weak-willed or anything like that. Again, I would assume there wouldn't be any double ups at the same time. Primarily just from, like, a perspective of the Unsundered. Like, I can't imagine Emmett would want two Nabriales running around. Not because Nabriales is a fucking creep. The one that we dealt with is. But, like, because their whole thing is to, like, rejoin everything, I can't imagine that, like, they would want two of the same running around at the same time. But even outside of that, like, consider when we kill Nabriales, it's at the end of A Realm Reborn. Not likely, within the realm of possibility, that Emmett knew of another Nabriale's soul on another shard and brought up another Nabriales before he died. A little bit still something, you can't just have a second log group instead of Nabriales. No, you can't. No, we're trying to bring back all the Convocation members. You can't just ignore Nabriales, but he's really weird though. I found the Nabriales of the 9th or whatever, and it turns out they're a fucking pervert. Can we just get another log group, please? Like, again, I'm also, like, again, I'm not saying that I'm expecting it. I'm not saying that I'm expecting to be like, surprise, Egeorm's back, but it's like a different Sundered Soul of Egeorm. I'm not expecting it to happen. It's not that I'm expecting it to happen. I'm just saying it is within the realm of possibility. And I don't know how many people consider it within the realm of possibility. I don't know how many people are just like, I don't know how many people consider it is possible for Egeorm to show up in some capacity in the future by being a different one. And most they might have, like, eyes on multiple copies of a particular seed, but I don't think they would directly upgrade multiples. That would be my assumption as well. Like, that's exactly what I would think. Because of the idea that they want to bring everything back together, I imagine their plan would be, if they have someone who they've raised up to the seat before, then if these rejoinings are successful, this one that we've raised up is going to become that one. And the other Sundered Soul, like the other Sundered parts, are just going to go into this one. Rather than, oh, I have two of them here, one of them's going to go into the other. That would be my assumption. I would assume they wouldn't make multiples at the same time. But it is possible that they could. It is also possible they might be aware of quote-unquote backups in case one of them dies, and they might be able to go to that backup quickly if they happen to exist at the same time as currently alive beings, rather than within the ethereal sea currently in the cycle of rebirth. Again, I don't think it's a likely thing to happen. I don't think it's likely. But it's one thing where I don't know if people consider it even possible. But, like, if the writers decide to say, fuck it, here's an Egeorm in the future, there is a reason why that could happen. And I don't know if people, like, I'm worried that if they decide to do that, that people will get mad pissed and say, you're breaking the law! The LORE, which is way worse than breaking the LAW. And then it's just like, actually, because it's just the nature of how they use the lore in this game. It is the nature of how they use the lore in this game of, if something has not been completely and utterly 100% definitively dealt with, it is always a possibility to come up in the future. That's just how the writing of this game works. Nothing is ever off the table, and they are willing to pull from anywhere to for something in the future. And if they directly leave questions unanswered, it's because they're planning on answering them in the future. Like, it's why I'm assuming we're going to see Ascians in the future in some capacity, just because we know there are seats of the Convocation who we don't know what an Ascian version of them is like currently. So I would assume it is guaranteed at some point in the future there will be someone who technically is an Ascian who is a Convocation member seat. I don't know what the fuck they would do. Even if they had a shard set up, that would be a question of Emmett would have to, like, time to raise them up between when Ascian died and Shadowbringers. Timeline is wacky there. It does depend on how long that timeline is, yeah, in-game. Because according to the game, A Realm Reborn to Endwalker is a year. So, there is also that. There is also that. But, like, I know for certain there are, like, across the 13 seats, because Asm doesn't count. Well, they can't even raise up an Asm because we have the Asm Crystal, and the Asm Crystal doesn't have memories in it. So even if it was, even going past the spite of Emmett particularly not wanting to make an Asm, or any of them wanting to make an Asm because all of them kicked out Asm from the Convocation, even outside of that, Asm's Crystal doesn't have memories in it. You can't raise someone without the memories. That's, like, how you raise someone. It's the memory crystals that we got in 5.3. So out of the 13 that exist, I know for certain that not all 13 are, like, definitively quote-unquote dead at this point. So I imagine it's guaranteed at some point in the future an Ascian will show up. The main thing then is just, if they bring an Ascian in the future, what are they doing? Because the entire plan of the Ascians cannot exist anymore. Zodiac is dead as shit. So, like, Zodiac's extra dead because even the one part of him that was left, we shoved in a fucking crystal. So, like, if an Ascian shows up at this point, they're dead. Like, the plan is done. They can't just have an Ascian come back in the future and try to be like, I'm going to do the Ascian plan again. Because, like, no. It's so far removed from being possible at this point. Gonna have to bring back Zodiac, but they have to try really hard now. So, like, that can't exist. And we've already had this answered in, like, very immediately, because it was literally the same patch that we killed the last Unsunded, that we, like, got confirmation that this was an Ascian. We already have an answer of just, like, what are Ascians going to do now that the Sunded, the last of the Unsunded is gone. Like, we already had Fandaniel. We've already had Fandaniel. Where it's like, this is an Ascian, but they don't care about the normal Ascian plot. They're doing their own shit. I imagine it's almost a guarantee that we will meet an Ascian in the future who's just doing their own shit and it isn't part of the Ascian plot. I imagine we have to. Especially at this point, because any Ascians that we meet at this point are going to be Sundered in some capacity, because all the Unsunded are gone. Ahahaha. So any Ascians that we meet in from this point forward are going to be Sundered. So they have even less motivation to want to do a rejoining. So it's basically, like, my view on that, like, if Ascians come back in the future, it's the same thing that I thought when they brought back Xenos for Endwalker. It's like, the lore is set up that it's totally fine for you to do this. What's your plan? And for, like, and again, like, I trust this game enough to have a plan if they do something like that. I don't think this game would, like, bring back an Ascian to try and be like, I'm doing the rejoining again. I can't imagine they would do that, because I trust the writers of this game more than that. Unless Dawn Trail is as bad as what people say. But they brought back, like, Xenos and his entire shtick was, like, super done at the end of Stormblood. And then, like, in the patches, they, like, made him come back. And then goes on an entire journey that takes, like, the entirety of Shadowbringers for him to really come back. And that was always the question that I had, where it's like, I'm fine with you bringing Xenos back, because, like, lore-wise it makes sense, and it's like, oh yeah, you did do the resonant shit, and oh yeah, you can, like, with the power of the Echo, you can, like, pass your soul into shit. Like, that totally, like, yeah, of course you're going to utilize this thing that you've set up. But what's your plan with the like, what are you doing with Xenos as a character? Because Xenos as a character finished. Like, the arc that was established for Xenos as a character in Stormblood finished in Stormblood. So if you're bringing Xenos back, you need to do something new and different with him. And they did that in Endwalker, and they did it with flying fucking colors, and it's one of my favorite parts of Endwalker. They absolutely fucking nailed Xenos in Endwalker, and it's awesome. So basically my thought on like if they bring back another Ascian is going to be the same thing. It's fine to bring back an Ascian. The lore is set up that you can do this, and it's like something that like, it's dangling there. Is it always a possibility? So if you do it, that's totally fine. It's just the Ascian's original entire deal is now completely and utterly done. So if they're going to bring one back, what new thing are they doing with them? And is it interesting? Because I imagine it's guaranteed at some point in the future. I imagine at some point in the future it's guaranteed. I hope an Ascian is not the final boss of 7.0, is my main thing. I'm hoping an Ascian isn't like the final boss of 7.0. Because if they bring back an Ascian to be the main villain of Dawn Trail, it's perhaps a little too quick. That's perhaps a little too fast. Maybe give us slightly more space. I guess that's like the one, because that's what they do with Xenos. That's what, like, they give you space for Xenos. They tease Xenos coming back, like, during Stormblood patches. But you don't deal with Xenos until, like, Xenos isn't back in his own body actually affecting anything until the end of 5.0. Like, it goes, like, they tease you with Xenos and they show him and stuff, but Xenos doesn't affect anything plot-wise until he kills Varus. So it's literally from the end of 4.0 to the end of 5.0 before Xenos even starts doing anything. And then, like, you have the patches and then all of Endwalker. So if they, like, it's like if they made an Ascian the final boss of 7.0, then it's just like, okay, that's a bit fast. Yeah, I know you left this, like, as, like, a dangling loose end, but, like, can we have a bit of distance from them first? That's, like, the one way they can fuck it up, I guess. Anyways, sorry, that was a massive side tangent. It is, like, 1 AM in the morning for Deku. It's, like, 8 PM for me. And I'm streaming in, again, another 13 hours. I should finish reading this. Sorry, we're at the lesbians, right? Yes. With a chuckle and a shrug, Metron turned to make for the Makarenzi's angle. Lograf offered some parting pleasantries before jogging to catch up. So, Metron, what shall we do this evening? Scissor each other on la la! Hyphodeus could not help but chuckle to himself as he heard their voices fade into the general hubbub. Unchanging in their dynamic, be it in labor or pleasure. Still love the DT bingo chart that is just all the different ways of wording Xenos returns. I'll be honest, Xenos returning is one that would actually piss me off. One, it's super established in the lore. There's no fucking way that Xenos is coming back. And two, you really can't do anything else with Xenos at this point. You really can't do anything with Xenos. Sorry, there's one thing I will accept. Xenos coming back, I will accept in one capacity. I will not accept Xenos coming back as Xenos. Because we finished his character arc in Stormblood, and we super finished it in Endwalker, and it's super satisfying. You can bring back Xenos in one way and have it be fine. Does anyone remember the end of Dragon Ball Z? Does anyone... Spoilers for the end of Dragon Ball Z. When Boo dies and Goku wishes, I hope you can come back, but, like, not as a total dick, though. And then, like, the end of Dragon Ball Z is Oob showing up. The reincarnation of Boo, who's just, like, a kid who is chill who fights Goku. That's, like, the one way you can bring Xenos back still and have it possibly work. A rebirth of the same soul. But also, this game doesn't want time to pass. So the only way you could also do that is to, like, have it, like, have that soul somehow be born in another shard, and have that shard have advanced time. So it's just like, oh, 20 years passed in this shard compared to, like, a week in ours, and now here is a reborn Xenos, but as a different person because it's a reborn soul, and they're from another shard, and here they are. I hate that I've accidentally predicted 8.0 this early. Metron created life to thrive in the sea, and Logrif thrived to Logrif lived to thrive upon terra firma. Neighboring realms inextricably linked, and as the waves were forever drawn to the shore, So too were the pair inseparable. Ithildaeus enjoyed their warmth, and listening until he could hear them no longer, before returning to his task. Not a single speck of dust marred the capital's vast and elegant foyer. Deep within were two figures engaging what appeared to be a rather serious discussion. As it was customary for the convocation to debate matters of grave import with neither mask nor hood to obscure their features, it was plain from their unconcerned faces that the meeting had only recently ended, and that at some points had not been settled to satisfaction of all. Or mayhap cousins know better than to try and hide their intentions from their own kin. Take care not to disturb La Habrea and Igil. Ithildaeus passed through a nearby set of doors, stepped softly as he proceeded down the hall. Shifting his perception of the world, he picked up Azim's trail once more. Closer now, the garden most like, which means I'll need to take the long way around. La Habrea and Igil are related? La Habrea and Igil are cousins? Okay. You have two people in the convocation who are cousins, and you have two people in the convocation who are dating. Convocation's nepotism. Or whatever the fucking each other version of nepotism is. You recognize another strand of Aether. Well, since there's no need to rush. Clasping his hands behind his back, Ithildaeus began to stroll, humming softly as he imagined his next encounter. A short while later, he arrived at the entrance of the convocation's meeting chambers. With impeccable timing, the heavy doors groaned and began to open, allowing a young man of modest stature to emerge. Affixed to his white robe was a red mask like no other. Good Elidibus, I thank you, and thank and commend you for your service on this fine day. Ithildaeus, as ever you are too kind. If you're looking for Azim and Emmett Silk, they left not long ago. Sorry, I'm being reminded of that one tweet that I saw of someone playing through, post Shadowbringers. And they were bitching, and they were just like, oh my god, I have to turn on the Japanese dubs because Elidibus's English voice actor is so bad. And I'm just like, alright, I'm gonna block you forever, because I never want to see opinions like that again. Truly our proclivities are known to one and all. Elidibus and Mitron were no exception. Indeed, when Azim or Amitsilk visited the Bureau of the Architect, the staff usually refrained from asking their business and led them straight to Ithildaeus. Only the redoubtable senior secretary and those not long in employment followed protocol to the letter. After informing Elidibus that he had already deduced Azim's location, Ithildaeus' curiosity compelled him to ask about the cousins' earlier conversation. Were the matters brought before the convocation today particularly thorny? La Habrea and Igil seemed to be at loggerheads. Is that why they're able to join? Is that why La Habrea and Igil go into Ascian Prime? In fucking, like, End of Heavensward? Is that the idea? Is that because they're, like, related, they're able to, like, more easily blend their souls together to become Ascian Prime? Because, like, I think that's part of the explanation of, like, how Matron does the Ascian Prime, is that Matron and Logger are lovers. So they're more easily able to Ascian Prime in Eden. So is that the idea? Is that La Habrea and Igil are cousins so they can easily Ascian Prime? This is the, ASL for Ascian Prime. Apparently. Note, I don't know ASL. No, I would say the situation is more or less resolved. Might be the not family version of the term cousin or something, I don't know. Well, it's because they mentioned kin before. Mayhap cousins know better than to try and hide their intentions from their own kin. So I assume it is family. No, I would say that the situation is more or less resolved. However, it has been of great concern to La Habrea, contributing to his interment attendance of late. I expect Guillaume was merely worried for his well-being, probably because of all the shit he's doing pandemonium. I see. What I witnessed is not an argument, but a scolding, then. Even so, I cannot fathom what dreadful crisis could warrant the constant attention of the esteemed La Habrea. Elidibus's pained expression came as a surprise. For one so brilliant to struggle to put his thoughts into words. Must be a delicate situation indeed. I confess, the danger is not inconsiderable, and there are aspects I've yet to fully comprehend, he mumbled, averting his gaze. For a moment they stood in silence, until Elidibus took a breath and stood a little straighter. But we have gained much from this episode too, and I new friendship. A whisper of a smile played on his lips. Other blessings as well, descending from the heavens to aid us. a veritable guiding star. There was a faraway look in his eyes, as if reflecting on a half-remembered dream. It's us. It's us. It sounds as if you have fond memories of the affair. Elizabeth blinked. Yes. Yes, I believe I do. And I shall cherish them for as long as I live. Resolved to speak no further on the matter, Elidibus put up his hood and excused himself. Elthidius thanked him for his time and watched as the emissaries strode away, regaining a little more of his composure with every step, until an altogether different man left the capital behind. Curious. With a small shake of the head, Elthidius resumed his relaxed pursuit, sauntering towards the next bend. In that instant, a sable soul came barreling around the corner, and it was all Elthidius could do to avoid a collision. Regaining his balance, he turned to ascertain the harried individual's identity, and found himself looking into a pair of jade eyes. I'm so sorry, that was thoughtless and rude and inconsiderate of me. Our new friend, Daniel. Having known the man quite well prior to his recent appointment, Elthidius still thought of him as Hermes. Like other convocation members, he had neglected to raise his hood and don his mask following their meeting, and so his deathly pallor on the bags make these eyes were impossible to ignore. No need to apologize, my friend. I'm quite unharmed. Yet if I may be blunt, you look all but spent. Have you been neglecting your sleep? I have responsibilities, things that must be understood, that I must understand. Vague the reply was, Hermes Rodden's made his gaze spoke volumes, burying himself in his work, just as Emmett Silk said. Such behavior was not unheard of for the man, but this episode was notable for its intensity and duration, though perhaps that is to be expected. Elthidius and Emmett Silk had been dispatched to Elpis to assess the then Chief Overseer's fitness for a seat of the convocation, but their visit had coincided with an accident. Seemingly without warning, a collective familiars into which Hermes had poured years of effort had grown unstable and spontaneously dissipated, producing a shockwave that in turn triggered the activation of a memory reconfiguration system. In the aftermath, Elthidius and Emmett Silk found they had no recollection of the period following their arrival in Elpis, while Hermes possessed only fragments with which he pieced together the circumstances. While undoubtedly inconvenient, Elthidius had taken the episode in his stride, and it soon became a topic for amusing anecdotes among the staff. But not Hermes. I killed her. Murdered her. He lamented, a passing strange sentiment Elthidius had never heard anyone utter of a familiar, and as if he had been stripped of the wings he so often conferred upon his concepts. He could never again bring himself to make another flying creation. Ever since embracing his duties as Fandaniel, Hermes spent his every waking moment conducting observation and study of excellent phenomena. Far be it from me to deter you from your chosen pursuits, but might you consider taking a moment to rest, or eat even? I'd be happy to bring you a snack. Do you have any particular preferences? A favorite fruit, perhaps? Something you might enjoy? Fruit? Hermes shrank, his eyes quivering, as he stared through Elthidius, lost and searching. I don't know. Then I fear your fatigue has reached an alarming level. Then again, I don't have any strong preferences myself, for it is the pleasure of good company which I derive the most nourishment. If it would move the implacable Emmett Self to chortle, I might just devour my own mask. The corner of the spirited man's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Progress. Elthidius pressed the attack, this time more directly. My friend, what moves you to devote yourself so wholly to your work? I should like to think there is no problem so impenetrable that one of your considerable talents would need to sacrifice his health to solve it. His question was met with silence as Hermes again withdrew into himself to search out an answer. Adrift in a starless sea, grappling with a dilemma all his own. Alone. Emerging at last, he whispered, We can but go on. Elthidius regarded him carefully. May I ask what you mean? I can't explain it, but I know not what awaits, or what will become of us, yet we live. We are here and alive, and because of that, I know. I feel that we must keep moving. Adrift in a starless sea, gasping for air as the currents threaten to pull him under. There is a truth here, but he does not see it. He senses its presence and flails desperately to understand even as the words tumble from his mouth. As Emmett Silk was the keeper of the ethereal realm, Fandaniel was his counterpart for the physical. The affairs of the living were naturally of primary concern to him. But are these mere philosophical musings, or something more? Elthidius held his tongue while he pondered the curious words. With a start, Hermes realized his outpouring had elicited no response and mumbled a reflexive apology. Sorry, that was... Your concern is much appreciated, Elthidius. I think I shall heed your advice and retire to my quarters for some rest. A wise decision. Emmett Silk said the other day, and I quote, "If he's determined to keel over where he stands, he might at least carry a cushion." Failing to fight back an embarrassed grimace, Hermes thanked him again and went on his way. Though he appeared to slow his steps to mitigate the risk of crashing into unexpected passerby. The other day I know that he nevertheless brushed against the wall several times as he stumbled out of sight. May your nap be a long one. The hunt recommenced. Hythlodaeus walked on, drawing ever closer to the garden. Just to be certain, he adjusted his perspective once more. Ha! Asm stood endured, dancing in the air before his eyes. His pace quickened as he strode into the garden. Much like the larger spaces of Anagnorisis, the humble sanctuary was plainly the beneficiary of constant care and affection. While surrounded by corridors, it offered an unobstructed view of the sky, meaning a traveller eager to get underway could call upon a familiar to carry them heavenward in a trice. I suppose I should not be surprised. Asm was gone. Second familiar thread of aether terminated at the loitering Emmett Silk, who was craning his neck and gazing into the distance. In the privacy of this moment, his oft-furrowed brow was relaxed, and oft-downturned lips threatened to curl into something disconcertingly genuine. I dare say your smile is never so sincere as when you see Asm off. No sooner had the words been spoken that the dour curtain fell. So precious and ephemeral your unguarded expressions. Save for that one exception, you are rarely seen without your customary scowl, unless there are fools to mock. I presume you do not seek me out solely to etch new lines upon my forehead. Sure enough, the skin above Emmett Silk's eyes was forming impressive canyons of annoyance. Hythlodaeus glided to his side and attempted to retrace the path of his earlier gaze. A heartbeat before it vanished, he managed to make out the shape of Asm. There was nothing left to see, yet he kept watch. It's a compliment. I find your smile quite charming. I only wish that you would grace us with it more often. Now who's mocking who? But I will admit I find these occasions rousing. Invigorating, even. To be present as our friend embarks on another journey with no destination and say, "Go forth and seek discovery," or some such. Yes, and? So formidable was Emmett Silk's glow that it could compel almighty gods to cower in shame. Hythlodaeus, however, was unperturbed, having consorted with the indomitable figure since childhood. Two troublemaking brats born with aether sight. Was there a long-standing association that guaranteed Emmett Silk knew his playful jest was simply that? And that Hythlodaeus need only wait patiently for honesty to triumph over pride. And I take comfort in the knowledge that whatever tribulations she may face, she will overcome. That whatever the future may hold, it'll be livelier for her part in it. Hythlodaeus cannot contain his laughter. Our friends are the force of nature. Well said, well said. He sputtered before succumbing to amusement once more. Emmett Silk sighed in exasperation and muttered a few words of reproach. But there was leaves in the wind, a musical rustling that warms the cockles of his heart. And now in that boundless sky where our friend sought infinite possibilities, I see only death. Fuck you! Fucking finger on the fucking trigger. Jesus Christ. There were no lands untouched by the final days, not even Amarot, over which the heavens now burns. Hythlodaeus, please. Emmett Silk had found him, after some efforts, judging from his breathless, disheveled state. You mustn't. With your wisdom and skill, surely you could do more for our people if you remained. I was wise enough to recruit others who surpassed me in every respect. Enough will survive me to ensure our work can continue. I mean a concerned voice on behalf of the Immortines. Better to pretend otherwise, though. To forestall the final days, the will of the star would be given shape and form. An offering of life unprecedented in scale would be required. The convocation themselves had called for willing participants, and so Emmett Silk was in no position to deny any the right to volunteer. He could but dance around the unspeakable request and clench his fists in frustration when refused. Hythlodaeus was not a fighter. It was the pragmatic choice to sacrifice himself, to be reduced to aether and serve as fuel for the great summoning. Hythlodaeus did not fear this. He understood death, and the terror which had come to grip many when it drew near, but understanding only emboldened him to embrace it. Once, he would have died to perpetuate the cycle. Now he would die to preserve a myriad of lives that might yet be saved. Even so, it pained him deeply to see Emmett Silk reduced to such a state, though he knew full well he was not the sole cause for his distress. Asm has not forsaken us. She follows her heart as she ever has, and seeks to defy this fate in her own way. Don't you think I know that? There's no time, Hythlodaeus. We need solutions now. We have a duty to this star. The words were as a guttural howl, so terrible was his fury. He who held up hope for Azim's return longer than any. He whose anger and frustration and pain I see writ plain in his pleading eyes. He who has ever been constant and true, and who I am proud to call my dearest friend. You are right, Emmett Silk. You are right. That is why I must place my faith in the Convocation's plan. The hour of Zodiac's summoning was at hand. He speaks again, but there is nothing left to say. I raise my hand in apology and farewell, and I leave him behind. I do not turn to look. I remember a garden, a sky, and a man, and it is enough. It is enough. It ends. It ends. And yet it goes on. How capricious fates and tenacious finale to see two souls at the edge of the universe called to the stage once more. Thus did Hythlodaeus and Emmett Silk find themselves in presence of the inheritor of Azim's legacy. Thus did mankind issue its answer to the question, born on the wings of oblivion. And thus did we wield the power to create. Duty at last fulfilled, Emmett Silk took a bow, departing not with hackneyed platitudes, but a challenge to the traveller, to go forth and seek discovery, adding with that most precious and ephemeral of expressions. I certainly did. I remember a garden, and a sky, and a man. The excitement and expectation in his eyes, the pride in his breast, the unwavering faith in his heart, the joy in his lips as he wished Azim well on her journey. Thus ends the encore. The players exit the stage. The players exit to take their place among the dead, and the living board their marble ship that they may be ferried back to where they belong. We surrender to the gentle currents that call us home. Long awaited, yet sudden and surprising still. From shimmering waters beyond the beyond, to multitude raise their voices in song. Welcome, welcome, in unison, in celebration. The day is one. It ends, and it goes on. Beside me, his eyes are closed, his ears bent to the distant gaiety. In the privacy of this moment, he smiles. For all that we had, and all they will. I do not know the shape of his pain, nor how it shaped him into the man he became. But I know that when that man first tasted loneliness and fear, bitterness and torment, he shared in their torment. And now, as we are called to sleep, he beams. And I know it is because of you. Thank you. He lifts his head to gaze into the waters. He gives me a final grin and in a kind word, and as he closes his eyes. O star, two weary travelers are returning. We are thee, and thou art us. Flesh and soul and memory to unravel and entwine with thy flow. To weave anew and cast upon the shore. One day. I imagine that day, my pulse quickens. As does yours, does it not, Hades? Thus does life return to life, and beneath dreaming eyelids, our final fantasy goes on. Fucking hell. Oh, it's always the last story to do it. It's always the last story that they had to do it. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Jesus. Fuck you, Final Fantasy XIV. Fuck you. They did it though. They said the thing. They said the thing. Aww. They said the thing. Thus did the curtain fall, and all lay amidst deepest dream. We are already dead, already free. We require neither patronage nor approval. If our gift was to your satisfaction, then we wish you the soundest of slumbers. After all, it is but a brief respite. Ere long you will return to the stage with new roles to assume, new costumes to don, and new travelers to engage. Yet cast your gaze to the floorboards at your feet, and you shall see old marks, familiar or no. You left them yourself in a life since past. Such is the way of it in the world of men. No matter how often we take to the stage, we know not the plays in which we perform. Plays whose endings are dictated not by the notions of righteousness, but by the will of the determined, the wicked and inconsequential among them. As we wait in the wings, we can but pin our hopes upon those who tread the boards. Thus does our time come to an end. These rambling words, too, shall sink into the depths and give way to silence. Full honor am I to have been afforded this, your final moment. If fate is kind, somewhere beyond the shimmering waters, mayhap after a few score thousand turns of the star, we shall meet again, as friends old, in lives new. Follows day, the sun shall again. I heard the orchestral version before. Pump the music. Round of applause, everyone. To our DJ, to our scribe for getting the book, for Artesia Romenja. I mean, both just, hey, there are stories that I can read thanks to. But, I do, I mean, like, it is, like, fucking nearly 2 in the morning for you, Deku. It is nearly 2 in the morning for you. We are streaming again in like 12 hours. I appreciate you immensely for being here, for like choosing the music for each story to suit each story, and especially on that last one to like deliberately change the song throughout the story. Like if we want to talk about players setting the stage, like my god. I don't want to say goodbye to. I mean, I do, because I'm excited for new adventures. But I don't know if I'm ready to say goodbye to Endwalker. Tomorrow, like, it's literally tomorrow that we stream the end of Endwalker. It is literally tomorrow, 12 hours from now, that I stream the final episode of Endwalker. And reading all of the stories that really do bring it to a close before our final journey. Like, in some ways, this is kind of like end of Endwalker, because it's like the final thing to do with that. Because, like, the end of Endwalker is kind of also like more like a beginning to Dawntrail, because of the way the MSQ is done. But it's going to be ending like all of the other content that like Endwalker has been. Well, I think we will call it there. Overall, it's going to be like a lot. This will be the length of like a normal weekend stream by the end of all of this. I give you bows. Hi. Hi. Hello. Anyways, we shall travel back to Charlian and rest once more in preparation for tomorrow. The short story stuff is so good. It's so good. So hi to your Stolla's sister. We can do that now that we know her. Hi, your Stolla's sister. Because I know she's in that one right there. Yeah, I've never noticed that. I never noticed. I never noticed the Y in front of the name. I never noticed. There's not even a small talk option for her. There's not even a small talk option. I can only buy shit from you. There's no small talk. Your Stolla's sister is right here. There is no small talk option. There is no small talk option. Hi, sister-in-law. I am banging your sister, so like I guess it's sister-in-law. Anyways, we shall end it there and come back next time again for me streaming this literally tomorrow for the finale of Endwalker. It's gonna be a lot of finales, like there's so many things that we've been working on for like the entire patch series of Endwalker, and all of them are coming to an end tomorrow. We are finishing everything. We are finishing everything. Technically, one of them will be like a couple of days afterwards, and I'm just gonna edit it into the video, but don't worry about it. Everything will finish tomorrow. We do have enough done for everything that absolutely every single piece of Endwalker will be finishing tomorrow. Kind of. It's just custom deliveries. It's custom deliveries. We can finish custom deliveries before Dawn Trail starts, but like it means I have to wait until the weekly reset happens, and then I just like edit in that part back into the video. It's just custom deliveries. It's just not real. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, Deku, for being here for the music and for the books. I very much appreciate it. And until next time, this is version 2, signing